groovy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Pea's in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Pea's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you write a line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Pea's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Pea's kneeling strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. I'm assuming everybody is well excited. Good morning. Look, Christine is in the house. First in the house. Good morning, Lynn. Good morning, Jason. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Phil. Hey, Tanya. Good morning. She said she can't wait for this testimony. Good morning, therapist. How are you? Let's see here. Yes, I know. I know. She's so pretty. I know. Before, all we could see was a T. I think it was just a T up there. She said for the new year, she gonna bring her new picture. How about that? That is so awesome. Let me see here. I want to see something real quick. I'm really trying to understand this. Some things just make it real hard for me to understand, I think. Okay, I'll leave that alone for today. I'll figure that out another day. I was trying to see if I could figure something out, but I ain't even gonna try to figure it out. I'll just wait. Yeah, so okay, here we go. So we do have our back with our day. I think we're on day 8 with Miu. Let me see. Day 7. Excuse me. So this all happened in day 7. Y'all know before we left, he had his quality or whatever they call quality. Y'all know that. where the judge asked them if they want to testify, all that good stuff. So we heard the judge ask him all those questions yesterday evening before we broke. And he said, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to get up here and I'm going to tell my tale. You know, we all should have, I knew that he had to testify, right? He has to testify because he is the only person that could tell us how much fear he was in, right? I don't think that, I'll be honest, he came to the Take It to Trial cry class and how to testify class at the Alicia Andrews University, as our boy will tell us, Rockstar, and he didn't pass. He didn't pass. He always had something to say. He wanted to ask too many questions, so I could just let y'all know Mr. Miu did not pass the class. So before y'all be talking about send them to the Sweet Pea, Take It to Trial, cry class, how to testify class, nah, he didn't make it. He made it, but he didn't pass. So y'all do not have to send him here because he already messed up. Okay? Got it. Good. Okay, because I'm going to try to be doing these things while we in here. Okay. All right. Okay, let me check the order of this court. Has anyone did any outside research of this courtroom? Let me see if I get any ones, any yeses, any nos. Let's see. Where we at? Be honest. Tanya say no. Have you discussed this with anyone? That's my next question. We gotta make sure our jury. I gotta see where my jury is at. I already kicked some people off of this jury. Therapist said nope. Have you seen any local media news reports? Did you watch First 48 last night? Or maybe it's on maybe Court TV. Did you watch Court TV last night? Or Law and Crime? Did you watch any other source? No. Okay, I'm seeing no's in here. Are you still able to keep an open mind? Can you still have an open mind? A therapist says yes. Good jury. Tanya up here fronting. She just want to stay on the jury. Now I can know people that just want to stay on the jury. And Tanya talk about some yes when she was talking about he was guilty up there with Jason and them. Christine said yeah, she can keep an open mind still. Okay. Well, I guess we shall proceed into today's testimony. How cute. Let's see. I am going to get that up for us. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Let me get our banner up because I want to make sure that nobody comes in kind of spoiling where we're at. There we go. Banner. You take the 5th. Present. So we got our judge standing up. I believe this is at the point in time where they're bringing the jury in. So I am going to put us back into the case. Yeah, I guess it's just in case they don't have any order in the court. I don't know. I think the only person I seen use a gavel is the non-judge and Fannie Willis here. All right, guys, let's see what we got here. His attorney patting him on his back, letting him know, you got this, Miu. You got this, man. We all count on you.
All right, please be seated. All right, thank you, members of the jury, for your patience. We are ready to resume. The state has rested its presentation of evidence. Now we'll turn to the defense and see if they have evidence to present. Mr. Nelson.
Judge, the defense calls Nick Miu.
Mr. Miu, please stand. Raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Nelson.
You're the Nick Miu we've been talking about for the past 7 days.
Yes, sir.
Nick, I want to right away talk to you about exhibit number 104, if I could have the screen. You were on the Apple River on July 30th.
Yes.
I want to ask you about this exhibit, which says it's from frame 2592 at 149 into the video. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Do you remember that time in your life when you were on the river in that position as shown in that photograph?
Yes.
Sometime after that, did something happen to you?
Yes.
Were you punched?
Not
attacked?
before
Sometime
that.
after this, were you
After
punched?
that, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the time between this and the time that you get punched, okay?
Okay.
Exhibit number 104 there is on the, with it. Where are you on that?
I'm standing in front of two ladies.
In which, if you were going to just describe the symbol on exhibit 104 symbolizing you, which one is that?
The one with the M.
Okay. What color?
Do you want the
Blue.
annotator?
At that point in time, you said there's two people in front of you. Who are those two people in front of you?
A blonde lady to my left and the red hair lady to my right.
Were there other, does this accurately reflect how you remember roughly people in general around you?
Yes.
The blonde lady in front and the other woman, you understand now that through the trial that the blonde woman is named Madison Cohen?
Yes.
Do we use her name when possible?
Yes.
And the, you said red-haired woman, her name's Riley Madison. Do we use her name when possible?
Yes.
Possible. So when Riley and Madison are standing in front of you at that point, just before you get punched, right? What are they doing?
They're yelling at me. At one point, they were pointing downriver and saying, go, get away.
What are they doing with their hands?
They're touching me.
When you say touching you, is that something gentle?
No, they're pushing. Madison, she pushed against my left shoulder. She pushed against my chest. She was pointing her finger right at my face. She was yelling at me, very close to my face. Riley had one of her arms, I believe it was left hand, on my right arm, squeezing and pushing me back.
And when you just gave that description, you put your hands distance apart. Can you show us that again? How far away were they?
About a foot.
Okay.
Less than a foot.
You've heard it described through trial as in your personal space. Would you agree with that?
Yes, right in my face, I would describe.
When that was happening, what did it sound like to you?
The volume was very, very high.
Let me ask you about how your body was responding in that moment when people are pushing you, poking at you, the volume is high. How's your heart? Could you tell us about what your heart rate was?
Oh, yeah. My heart rate was getting really high. My breathing was getting very high. I was.
How about your vision? Did you
yeah.
have normal vision in that moment?
No. No, at that moment, because of the situation, I was getting tunnel vision.
And can you describe what you mean by you say in tunnel vision?
I couldn't see peripheral vision, but I could see center in right before my eyes.
How about hearing? Could you hear the noises?
I could hear the volume very high, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. The noise became garbled. I mean, the sound became garbled.
Did you feel threatened at that point?
Yes,
Did you have your knife in your right hand?
yes.
What did you do with your left hand?
With
Tell us what you did with your left hand.
Yeah, with my left hand, I pushed her away from my face.
Can you show us what you did with your left hand? Why'd you do that?
She was very close to my face. She was in my personal space. She had been there for a while, and I felt threatened.
Did you intend to harm her in some way?
No,
Did you try to harm her in some way?
absolutely not.
Do you know where, if at all, you had contact with her body when you raised your left hand in that manner?
No,
Do you think you had contact with her?
no.
Okay. I want to take us out of that space now for a second, okay, Nick?
Okay.
If I could have the screen again. You were here in court when we talked about, when we watched the video of you speaking with Brandy Hart, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you told her about your health condition. Can you just tell the jury now, what was your health like on July 30th of 2022?
It was very poor. Yeah.
I think you mentioned to her again, had quadruple bypass surgery before?
Yes, sir.
And when did you have that?
2020, about the same month. So about August.
Showing you here what's been marked as exhibit number 108. Can you tell us what those are pictures of, starting just on the left?
Yep. On the left, it's me right after the surgery, holding a red heart pillow against my surgery.
What was the purpose that you knew for that red heart pillow?
That was to protect my surgery from hits, bumps.
Was that something that the hospital provided? It looks like there's like almost a picture of heart and lungs on there.
It is. The hospital provided that.
And then the picture in the middle, what is that?
My first walk, my new life.
Did it take you some time to recover and be as active and mobile as you were before?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think you ever reached the same level of mobility and fitness that you were prior to the quadruple bypass?
Never.
What's the picture of you on the right there? You can tell us.
My baby.
Okay. Is that a dog?
Yeah.
Is that dog important to you?
My angel.
And that's the cushions helping you to enjoy time with her, but still keeping your chest safe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had other surgeries in the past. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you have a hernia surgery?
2 hernia surgeries.
Have you had back surgery?
Yes.
And again, in general, would you consider your fitness if you were going to put it on a scale for July 30th, what would you consider your overall health and fitness on July 30th of 2022?
With my weight and very poor.
I want to ask you now about moving on to the Apple River on July 30th, okay?
Okay.
On that, this was a planned trip, is that right?
Yes.
Did you get a call from your friend Ernesto sometime before that trip?
Yes, sir.
What was that call about?
He wanted to remind me to bring my knife to cut string when we tie the tubes together.
Okay, when you say, do you have a pocket knife?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that pocket knife?
I owned it for about 10 years. I have it a lot on me. I use it as basically a dual tool. I call it my Swiss Army knife, basically because I use it as a screwdriver. I cut insulation when I do electrical work. I use it pretty much everywhere.
Okay.
I'm an engineer. My tool.
Is it something that you've carried on your person, I don't want to say all the time, but somewhat routinely?
Yeah, when I knew I was going to work on something or need it for something, yes.
Okay. Now I want to skip ahead again now to the river, okay? At some point, did Ariel lose his phone?
Yes, he did.
Did you go to look for that phone?
I volunteered to go look for it.
When you went to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
Before that,
Nope, right when you
Oh.
left your group to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
so I took my goggles, my snorkel, and my swimming trunks.
Did you have anything on your feet?
Yes, I had on my feet. I had a pair of really, really torn up sandals.
Can I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 113. Is this a packet of 9 photos of your sandals?
Yes,
You've seen those?
yes,
Does that accurately show the condition of the sandals that you had?
Yes.
Can you just move to the admission of Exhibit 113?
The objection?
I think I've seen them, but I'd like to take a look at it.
Yes. Oh, never mind. All right, 113 is received.
These weren't taken by you, were they?
Pictures? No.
No, these were taken by the Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
Can I just, because we're going to go through the PowerPoint, can I?
Yeah,
pass
just
them?
pass it to the jury.
Can you use your words? I know we have a picture that better does it, but just briefly describe the condition of those sandals.
Horrible.
Okay.
They were just coming apart. I couldn't walk on them unless I tried to mend them.
Okay.
As you can see, I used leftover string to mend them.
When you left wearing those sandals and your shorts, did you have your pocket knife with you?
Yes.
Where was it?
In my right pocket, clipped to my.
Did you have that there pretty much all day?
Yes.
You were here when we watched the video of your interview with Brandy Hart, is that right?
Yes.
When you spoke with Brandy Hart, were you truthful to her about the knife?
No. I lied about the knife.
Was that your knife?
Yes, it is. It was.
Did you bring it with you when you went to go look for the phone?
Yes, I did.
When you went to go look for the phone, did you have any intent to harm anybody?
No.
Why'd you go leave your group?
Go look for the phone.
At some point, did you have some contact with a group of teenagers?
Yes.
And you were here in court when we saw the 9-second video, is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you just a couple of slides from that, if I could. Do you see those slides up there?
Yes.
Are those from that video?
Yes.
What are you doing in those 3 slides in general?
I was scanning the water looking for the phone.
And are you, in that position, are you walking upriver or downriver?
Upriver, away from that group of boys.
Did you hear them say some things to you?
Yes.
Prior to your walking upriver and them, did you hear those words that I have written on that slide?
Yes.
Prior to your hearing those words when you were walking upriver, had you had verbal contact with that group?
I think so. They asked me what I was looking for, and I told them I'm looking for a phone, a lost phone.
Did you ever tell them that you were looking for little girls?
No.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not. It's pathetic.
When you, at the end of this, when you watch the video, at the end of the video, where I'm not going to play it, but do you remember what you did right there at the end?
At the end, I was walking away.
Did you eventually turn around and face in the direction of the group that was yelling at you and calling you a raper?
Yes.
When you,
Yes.
that you,
I was walking away. I was walking away.
at some point, did you ever become in a position where you were looking at that group of teenagers that had yelled at you?
Yes.
What did you see when you were looking at that group of teenagers after the end of this video?
I saw them. I saw one of them holding a phone in a bag, and I believed it was what I was looking for. So I turned around and I started approaching them.
Why did you approach them?
I wanted to get a closer look at the phone to see if it was the one that was that belonged to Ariel.
Did you eventually get near them?
Yes, I started walking. Then I rushed the pace, stumbled, and fell on my knees. Held onto their tube. At which point I lost my goggle and snorkel kit in the water.
You saw in the video, or excuse me, you saw during your interview with Brandy Hart that you said things different than what you just said now about what happened to your snorkel and goggles.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Is your memory sometimes different than what you see in the video?
Yes.
Was your memory, in your memory, what happened to your goggles?
In my memory, the goggles got
Knocked away?
knocked away. Yeah. So
Hold
got,
on, 1 second. When there's an objection, just wait on your answer. It is leading, sustained. Next question, please.
That's the thing, that's certain.
It's a leading question. Let's move on.
Is your memory perfect?
never.
Now that you've watched the video, do you realize that you were wrong about that?
Yes.
What happened to your goggles?
My goggles fell in the water.
When they fell in the water, what did you do?
I started looking for them, searching right where they fell.
Oops, it's on already. Showing you here some slides, 220, 225, and 279. Can you tell us what you're doing?
I'm searching for the goggle kit.
And where are you in relation to the 6 teenagers' tubes? Are you on the side? Are you upriver? Are you downriver? Are you in some other position?
I'm upriver. So, yeah.
I'm going to then show you another group of slides, 575, 600, and 625. What does that show you doing?
So what I did from that point, I went around the inner tubes to the other side, and I continued looking for the goggle and snorkel set.
Why did you walk around from the one side to get to the other side of the tubes?
Well, I thought that the water current would bring him over to the other side, and I was walking away from the boys at the same time.
Okay. During that time that you walked in that direction, did you have any physical contact with them?
No,
Were you confronting them?
no, didn't say a word.
This next set of slides, what does this show you doing here?
I'm walking away from the group. Still,
Go ahead.
still looking for my goggles at that time.
When you were doing that, did you ever hear the kids say anything?
They gave me a warning.
What'd they say?
You got 10 seconds.
In response to that, what did you do?
I ignored them, and I actually continued doing what I was doing.
I'll show you the next set of slides here. Were you in a position to see here 963, 1140, and 1155, what the teenagers were doing behind you?
They were getting closer and closer to me. They were walking towards me.
Were you in a position to see that? Was that behind you, or had you turned around?
Well, I could hear their voices. I could hear that they were getting closer. At some point, I may have turned my head and witnessed that. They're coming towards me.
Showing you 1170, 1213, and 1284. What's happening here?
I'm at an angle to them, but I could say I have my back at them, still scanning the water, and they were right behind me. They got that close. Within seconds, they were right behind me.
At some point, did you see other people from another group?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw what seemed to me at the time adults coming over from the other side of the river.
And when you saw adults coming over from the other side of the river, what did you do?
I walked towards them. I walked towards this. The first one was was Madison.
When you walked towards Madison, where were the 6 teenage boys that had been yelling at you?
They're following me.
Were you in their path as you walked across the river towards Madison?
No,
Did they have as far as you know, did they have a clear path down the river if they wanted?
more than plenty.
Can I? Showing you this next group of photos. What's going on here?
So in this frame here, the first adult that came to me was Madison. She already had her finger pointing downriver and yelling at me and used some awkward words, ordering me to go down.
We see it looks like you're doing something with your right hand. Do you remember what are you doing with your right hand?
Yep, I was trying to explain to her what I'm looking for.
When you tried to explain to her what you were looking for, did you get the impression she was listening to you?
No, her voice was too loud
Actually,
to.
that's what Madison had his impression.
Okay.
Hold on, wait a second. Sustained. Speculation.
I'm asking about his impression. So I'll rephrase. Did you get the impression that Madison Cohen was going to listen to your words?
No,
Why not?
because she was too loud. She never stopped to give me a chance to talk, and she kept pointing and ordering me to go downriver.
We've all heard the tape, but was she using polite language?
Polite? No.
Did you hear anyone saying anything behind you when you walked over to Madison Cohen?
Yes, they're all calling me names.
Okay. Showing you the next set of slides here, 1776, 1840, and 1824. What are you doing here in this set of slides?
I'm turning my back towards Madison and the rest of the people.
Why did you turn your back to Madison and the rest of the people?
It felt to me like I couldn't have a conversation with her at that point. She was not listening, and I didn't want to interact any further.
Had you at that point found your snorkel or goggles?
No,
Had you at that point found the phone?
no.
Did you hear anybody saying anything while you stood there with their back to them?
Oh yeah,
What did you hear?
they were still yelling. He's looking for little girls.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not.
When you heard them, did you consider that to be a lie?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
I asked, did you consider that to be a lie? I don't
Yes,
think
of
that's-
course.
Please.
Don't think that's
Sustain,
legal.
I sustain the objection. Please move on.
When you heard that, did you consider it to be truthful or did you consider it to be untrue?
Untrue.
And when you heard someone say an untruth about you, did that change how you were feeling?
I felt frustrated. I felt annoyed. They kept saying it over and over, so it annoyed me and frustrated me.
And when you heard them say this untruth about you, did it appear to you as if the other group that had come over agreed with what these the teenagers were yelling about you?
Objection. Leading.
Sustained.
Did you think anybody in the other group was going to help you or listen to you when you were being called these names and accused of being a pedophile?
Objection. Leading.
Sustained.
How did you feel?
Well, I felt overwhelmed at that point. I felt still annoyed, frustrated. I felt like she wasn't listening. She was the adult I thought I was going to reason with or get help from. She obviously didn't even attempt to reprimand the children from yelling.
Showing you another slide here. Some 1838, 1846, and 1865. Is that you?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Judge, can we protest?
Yes. Ready? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's continue.
Showing you photos 1838, 1846, 1865. What are you doing in those? Do you remember what you were doing?
Yeah, I had my back towards the group of people.
In the two photos there, which direction are you looking?
I'm looking downriver.
Okay. Are you looking at, there's two different groups, if I recall, from Exhibit 104. Is that right?
Yes,
One came from one side of the river and the other one's on the other side of the river.
correct.
Where are you, in the photo on the upper left, are you looking at one particular group as opposed to another group?
Yes, I'm looking at the boys group
And why are you looking at the boys group?
because they were yelling at me.
And what were they yelling at you?
They were yelling things that were not true and pointing at me.
When this, after that happened, showing you the next group of slides, 1875, 1883, and 1889. Do you remember what Madison did, if anything, to you?
Yeah.
What did she do?
She grabbed my right arm and she pulled me towards her, and I lost my balance, so I moved towards her.
Did you consider that in that circumstance to be a gentle or a gracious touch?
No, that was not a gracious touch. No, not at all.
Had she been using any gentle or gracious words with you?
Not that. No, not that I remember.
In those photos, can we see the footwear that you were wearing on that day?
Yep, those sandals that we saw earlier.
Did you have confidence in your footing in that area with those sandals?
Objection. Leading.
Sustained.
How did you feel about your footing in that area?
Very unstable.
I want to show you the next set of slides here. Do you remember what you say to Madison after she pulled on your right arm?
Yeah, I told her not to touch me
And why did you tell her that?
because she pulled on me without my invitation.
Did you say that in any particular tone?
No, not in a mean tone, but I made it sound so she could hear me. Don't touch me.
Okay. Why didn't you want her to touch you?
I didn't give her permission to do so
Sure. But why did you not want to give her permission to do so?
because she was one track mind. She just wanted to get me away from that, point me down river and tell me to go there.
What's your comfort level at this point?
On a scale from 1 to 10, comfort level is very low.
Are you, if you had that same thing, a scale of like a fear scale, a 1 to 10 fear scale, right? And so with 10 being the most fearful you've ever been in your life, and 0, let's call 0 to 10 being the most safe you've ever felt. Where are you at here on a fear scale?
In that particular,
Yeah.
About 1.
Okay. So you're more uncomfortable, but not necessarily afraid. Is that what I understand?
Correct.
At, where was your group in relation to you then?
Was upriver.
And did you do anything in order, in relation to your group?
Yep.
What did you do?
I turned to them and I called them. I was trying to call them to come over and help me.
Are these slides, does this 2127, 2140, 2131, what does that show you doing?
I was waving at them and calling them to come over.
When you say you were calling them, did you do something physical or did you do something verbal or did you do both?
Physical.
Did you make any verbal comments at that point?
No.
Why not?
It was very loud. All around me was very loud. I don't think that anybody could have heard me at 100 and some feet away.
With everybody else yelling, did you think your yelling was going to de-escalate or escalate the situation?
When everybody's raising their voice, I don't think having another raised voice would help the situation.
After you raised your hand to call for your friends, did you see Madison Cone doing anything?
Oh yeah, she was looking towards her group, and then she waved to them to come over to her.
Is that what we're seeing here in 2261, 2262, and 2263? What do you see?
Yep, she is calling her group over.
Did you remember when she called her group over, did her group respond?
Yes.
Did they join that?
Yes.
Showing you now these slides, is that what you saw?
Yes.
I think we asked you questions before about Exhibit 104 with you with the blue dot and the other red dots. When you were, were you standing there? Were other people around you?
Yes.
When you were standing there in that moment with the other people around you after you've called your friends once, was that other group, did they appear to be afraid to you?
Afraid from me?
Afraid. Did they appear? When you look at them, do they look like they're in fear?
No, absolutely
What does it look like to you?
They're all laughing and enjoying themselves.
At whose expense?
At my expense.
And
Speculation as to what these are.
Sustained. Speculation as to what other people think. Next question.
how did you feel in that moment when they were around you saying those things? Did you think they wanted you to join in their laughter?
No,
Did you want to join in their laughter?
no, absolutely not.
Where, if this fear scale is going, is it staying at 1 or is it moving in a particular direction?
It's creeping up.
Showing you another set of slides here, 2328, 2311, 2382. Do you remember, what do you remember about that?
I remember the young boys are yelling, pointing at me, saying things that are not true.
Were you able to see, like in this next slide, this 2429, 2440, 2401, were you able to see as you stood there what everybody was doing? Were you able to scan and see that?
For a brief second, yes.
Okay.
They were very close. They were really close to me. I could see and hear them.
How about your fear scale there? Where is it? Where is it?
About 2 or 3.
Okay. I see in the one on the right there, you have your hand someplace. Can you tell me what you're doing with your right hand?
Yes, I'm reaching for my pocket knife
Why?
because at one point my fear was getting really high, and
Okay.
I was getting ready to pull it out.
Do you remember, other than what you talked about, Madison Cohen pulling you, which we saw, do you remember anybody else touching, pushing, grabbing you in any way?
The 2 ladies, yeah.
Do you,
Madison.
showing you here what's 2472, 2478, 2481. Do you remember what's happening in those photos?
Yes. This one, the lady on my right side, she grabbed my arm and she was pushing against my arm.
And did that increase your level of comfort or increase your level of fear or something different?
So it decreased my level, the level of comfort, and increased my my fear.
Do you remember at some point, do you take your knife out of your pocket?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when that is in relation to these slides? Do you have a memory exactly of when that is?
Not exactly, but when they were pushing and poking at me, I remember I pulled it out then.
Okay. Do you remember, did you have it out before you were punched or after you were punched?
Before I was punched.
Okay. Showing you another set of slides here. It looks like do you remember doing something with your left hand?
Yeah, at that moment, I really needed my people to come over and help me. So I was trying to get their attention.
One more slide here. Do you, what's happening here in the slide?
Madison is pushing on my left shoulder and basically yelling at me right in my face.
And then on the next slide, we see something in your hand. Is that right?
That's a knife.
Why did you take out your knife at that point?
I was beginning to be afraid.
And what was it about that moment where everybody is that made you so fearful that you took out your knife?
I was surrounded. They were yelling. They had just pushed me. Well, the lady, they squeezed my arm. I mean, it seemed like they were not backing away.
Previously, you turned around. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel comfortable turning around in this situation?
No,
Why not?
they're too close to me.
What happened the last time that you turned around?
Nothing good.
Judge, this
Good place to break.
may as well be.
All right, it's 12 noon. Let's break for lunch. You'll be taken downstairs to the assembly room again. Please no conversation about the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation. And excuse me, do not use your devices to access any news reports or social media accounts about this trial. Please take the jury out.
All right, the jury.
So while they taking the jury out, to the thing, yeah, we may need to have a panel about that, because I mean, I may have a very unpopular suggestion, because my whole thing is keep your hands to your own body. She don't know him. I don't care, man or woman. So, and I'm a girl, but I definitely feel like if I come over there and I'm touching you, Jason, and you decide that you didn't want me touching you and you punch me, then I probably shouldn't have been touching you. That's just my opinion. I know they be like, don't hit girls, don't, but I done see some girls like really knock some men out. I done heard of it, men knocking girls knocking men out. So I guess it just depends. So it just depends on the reaction. Now, we would hope that most men will be like, okay, you are, weaker or, smaller than me and I won't touch you. Oh yeah, I do. And it's going to be a very unpopular opinion. Yeah, you want to say, why can't people just keep their hands to themselves? Why as a woman does she have the right to go over there and touch him? That's messed up. No, I do not believe that if you are over there touching somebody and they do not want to be touched and they told you not to touch them. Now, I don't know if they said all of this, but just in general rule, if a woman go over there and she bad enough to be touching on a man, we know that we are smaller than the man. We know that we can't fight the man. Then why are you over there touching that man? And yeah, if he swing back at you, then yeah, you probably got what you deserve, because you shouldn't have been over there doing it. But that's just me. And it'll be a very unpopular opinion, but yeah, that's me. I think everybody should keep their hands to their own body. Girls or boys. Like, that's just like saying that us as women, we can just go over here and touch on people, and because he a man, you are supposed to sit back and take all these smacks that I'm smacking you to your face because you are a man. But if that man gets up and raises his hand, I don't know how much it's hurting that man for me to be smacking him in his face. Shoot. I don't know. But yeah. Let me see. Yeah, maybe we can have a panel discussion on that. Like, because I think that a lot of people, most men are taught not to hit women by any means necessary. And I mean, that's cool, but men out here losing their lives because they ain't hitting women back. So I don't know. It's twofold. Okay, here we go with our guy on the stand. Because I am so. You want to talk now, Jason? You want to talk now? Or you want to wait? Because I can drop the link now. My thoughts? In regards to this, yeah, if you want to come up, Christine, you can come up if you got something to say about this. Absolutely. I just dropped the link for you guys. I think the only thing that he did is that when the guy was showing the phone, he thought that might be the phone. That might be it. You ready for me to add you? Jason said he got some stuff to say this morning. Let me add him.
You be, I'm telling you, blood pressure be going up with you, Sweet Pea. Oh man,
y'all better get it together. Like I'm out here defending you men, but go for it.
No, and I get you. That's the only reason I wanted to make my statement clear. So I agree with you to a certain extent about men putting their hands on women, or women putting their hands on men. Right? Everyone should keep their hands to themselves. Let's start there. But
that would be the easy solution.
Absolutely. But I do think there is a difference between a shove, right? And, this woman, I'm going to give a fictitious scenario. Shorty comes home, sees you, talking to somebody else and now hitting you, physically hitting you, and you're trying to get out of the way and stop this from happening, and she's still progressing and trying to physically hurt you. Okay, maybe restrain her in some way. Okay, I am not an advocate of putting my hands on women, but I will stop you from trying to hurt me. Okay. But
wait a minute. It's freezing up. Wait a minute. It was freezing up, but go ahead. I think it's unfreezing.
You got me now?
Yeah.
All right. So I think there are, there are reasons, there are situations where maybe you can stop a person from putting their hands on you. And I think that's where you're going a lot of times, Sweet Pea. But it doesn't relate to this case. That's the biggest thing I wanted to put on the panel, is that has nothing to do with this case, right? So if you're saying as a general rule, I agree, but not for Nick, right? Like, Nick, you could have moved around her, right? She's 110 pounds. Give her the Heisman and keep it pushing, bro.
Nope. I say that it all holds the same. She does not know who he is. If it's going the way he's saying. If he is saying that she's grabbing on him, because I seen the photo of her grabbing his arm, don't fucking touch me. I mean, it's just as clear as that. She don't know him. He don't know her. He don't know why she over there. He know these kids is behind him, calling him a petty. It's a lot of noise and stuff going on, and it's real live action, right? If he's saying that and I'm just going by what he is saying, if he's saying he told her to get off of him, I don't think he has the responsibility of being gentle with her and pushing past her. I don't. Now, if he pushed her down because she was holding on him, I think that, he pushed her. Or if they saying he slapped her, shoot, he slapped her. I don't know. Don't put
Okay,
your,
okay,
put your hands to your own body.
okay, so I get you. So let's say one, everything that Nick is saying is true. Okay,
Uh-huh.
let's go with the premise that Nick, the beginning of the story is true.
Okay.
The girl puts her hands on him, and then Nick, whatever, hits her or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest thing is the knife coming out, and you now trying to delete people
Mm-hmm.
because of the push or the grabbing on you, right? Like that is not justifiable. You have to meet that force with equal force. So if you're coming at me, you know what I mean? But I don't know you, right? So I can argue this person. I don't know what they know kung fu or whatever. So I had to put you down. But if you're coming and you push me and then I turn around and hit you with a bad something else, yes, you're going, I get you, me and you talking, but legally you're going to jail, bro. You cannot just escalate this further and further. Legally, they want you to try to de-escalate things so we are not here, right? So you're gonna be liable. So it's not an opinion like, okay, this is me and you talking, or us in the chat just chopping it up. This is a legal thing, bro. You can't do that. You cannot. You're gonna go to jail. You need to understand. You do this, you're going to jail, right? Do not pass go. So him pulling that knife out from saying, oh, that's why he's changing. He's not saying they pushed me, that's why I put my knife out. He's saying they surrounded me and I thought I was in fear. That's why he's saying that, because he knows I can't say they pushed me, so now I get to do whatever I want back to you. That's not how it works.
Yeah, and I understand that. And if that's the case, like, I guess it depends on how we walk into the story. And that's why I said throughout the process, it was certain things the way he did, said certain things that didn't like sit well. But I would honestly tell you, like, I feel like the adults in some way escalated it. She came over there rah grabbing on him, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I can understand his point of where he was coming from. With all them kids surrounding him, they all
I'm
got
trying to understand why though.
because all them kids was surrounding him. They got way more aggressive, right?
What does surrounding mean? We need to have definition classes because I don't understand surrounding. Every time I see the video, everyone is in front of him and right here.
Maybe that ain't the way he wanted to run. I don't know.
But that's not surrounding though, right?
Well,
Like we
maybe he
need to
didn't
be
see that in the
clear.
back of him. I mean, you got to think. Maybe he didn't see that because remember, we talking about real time action. This probably was a 14-second thing that happened.
3 minutes.
Okay, so 3 minutes. So, okay, if we even exclude that they weren't surrounding him, maybe he didn't know that he had that opportunity. I don't know. Maybe he said he had tunnel vision. All I'm saying is I feel like she escalated the situation because she had no business grabbing on his arm, first of all. He said that he didn't want her touching him, right? So he pushed her, slapped her, punched her, whatever he did. Those young men, because they all want to, for a woman, decided that they wanted to push him down, beat on his head, and when he got back up, he was slicing and dicing.
Yeah, you're going to jail.
I mean, that's fine.
Go to jail.
But everybody keep their hands to their own body, and we won't have this problem. And yeah, and just for the record, yeah, I am really one of those people. I really feel like, because I don't go around here hitting men. That's the first thing, because I don't want to get hit back. Like, we are all humans and we are all people. So I ain't running around here hitting no grown man. And I ain't touching on nobody that don't want to be touched on, because I don't know exactly what you might do. Now, we do have gentlemen out here that's like, I was taught not to hit a woman because I'm stronger than a woman. But we do have some men out here that they will hit your ass back. Okay. So with that being said, keep your hands to your own body and we don't have these issues. But if you do get hit back, I'm not a woe is you person for a woman. I'm sorry.
So I'm trying to understand. I want to get you in the same mindset of this. You're saying the adults who antagonize the situation. Okay, so you see these kids. You're on this river. You see these kids screaming, "Help! Help!"
Mhm.
You see this grown man, or you see this man in front of this other group. I'm not even going to say kids or whatever,
Mhm.
but the other group is calling for help. You come over to be a good Samaritan. He is this close to the other group. You try to interject yourself. I'm not This is not a debate whether that's right or wrong, but you do. Okay.
Mhm.
So I think my personal opinion is that the next logical response is for me to say, hey, back up. I'm in between you, Mr. Nick, and this group. Now I'm saying, go that way, bro. Right?
Mhm.
So my hands touch you, but not in a way to harm you. It is a way to try to defuse the situation. If
How I know
someone,
that?
okay,
Mm.
but what that's like saying, if I come up to you and say, hey, you're next in line, and kind of tap you on your back, you turn around and say, he put his hands on me, boom.
No, they
That's
said
crazy.
immediate. They said immediately when she got down there, she said, "Take your ass that way. Go that way.
Okay.
Go that way."
Yeah.
Very. So no, that's aggressive, right? Or you
Okay.
tell me that's not aggressive?
No, I'm not saying that's not. I'm not saying it's not aggressive.
So you
It's
telling me this
not.
is not
It's
you
not a
pushing me?
crime. It's
You
not a
telling me this
crime.
is so when she started pushing him and grabbing him, does that make it aggressive? And she yelling at him?
Again, we agree on aggressive. Aggressive is not a crime. Is all I'm
Okay,
saying.
but I'm
So,
saying,
is it aggressive? Yes, I agree.
but you're saying it in a different context, because if I was an adult and I was going over there, they
Yeah.
have been drinking, so it may, you get the liquid courage. Everybody want to act like these things are not happening, right? It's a lot of different dynamics. So it's just like sending drunk people to help drunk people, far as I'm concerned.
We
But
can't prove it. That's the thing. In court,
well,
you got to
I'm
prove
just
things.
saying, like when we talk about everybody blood alcohol level, especially when we get the boys over there, like they was way, way drunk, right? But anywho, what I'm saying is that, and I don't know what his drinking level was. Like, he could have been thinking something out of the box, but it's not like the same. So if we talk about a person that has not been drinking or is coming over there, I'm probably not touching you and I'm probably not yelling and cussing at you because I don't know you. I'm just saying, hey, they feel uncomfortable, depending on what the situation. Maybe they had to yell because of water. I don't know. She might have been yelling because of the water. But for you to
Bless
come
you.
over here and tell me to take my ASS down the river and all this stuff, like, well, first of all, who the F are you? Like, that's the first thing that I got a question about. And second of all, who tells you to grab my arm? I don't know. I got mixed feelings about it. And I guess if you go by Nick's story, I already turned on him, but I only turned on him because of the after effects.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I get you. I think, like I said in my first statement, is I think a lot of you specifically, Sweet Pea, I think a lot of your arguments are, this is why we need to focus. Move this out the way. I'm dealing with Junior, guys. But
That's
anyway,
okay. He good.
um, this, when I think a lot of your statements, I think you would have like legitimate arguments when you get to, hey, this was another situation, right? And these kind of things happen. I think, all right, I could kind of see where you're at. But when you look at the video, yeah, buddy. When you look at the video and you see, what transpires throughout everything, to me, it's simple. It's like, all right, those are not the circumstances, right? If you were, you could be a good lawyer until I see a video. Because once I see it, it's like, this ain't nothing what she said. And if your opening statements were like, what you were talking, it's like, okay, I'm ready to see this. This woman must have been like, Clarissa Shields or something. Like, she had boxing skills. Shorty was nasty with it, and really was pushing his face down in the water, trying to unalive this man in the water, Yeah, I mean, it ain't even close to that. And it's like, what? You know? So
Yeah.
it's his argument is not going to fare well, right? Like, so I get you, but these are not, she not have, was she aggressive in talking to him? Yes. What were they using derogatory terms, and were they obnoxious? Yep. I can agree with all of that. Where you get me off this open river, where I'm off the boat,
You jumped in the
is
lake.
is when we're talking, oh, well, he had every right to pull out, what he pulled out, and hurt these young, these people. So that's where I get lost in it, because there is no excuse. If you even want to say, hey, he pushed Shorty back after she put her hands on him, okay, she got a dad or a brother, somebody, hit him 1-2. But and I think that's what ended up happening after he put his hands on the girl. Everybody in the group is like, yo, you can't touch a woman. And now people are hitting you, bro. You know what I mean? Which is going to end up happening to you. So take
And
your
that's fair.
lumps. Take your
And I
lumps.
think
And
that's fair. But
yeah, but that's what I'm
he just
saying.
really
You
did
don't
not.
get to
I mean, he
pull
got
out.
a knife at a fist fight. So I guess they
Yeah.
should have just been out there just fighting.
No, I mean, and
That
it
would have been a
depends.
better result versus to him pulling out a knife.
And I think, if his argument, right, again, so I'm thinking of it as I'm talking to you, right? Like, because again, I get the argument, hey, I don't know what, any of those football players knew, right? Like, if they knew, how to box, right? Or if they knew some special techniques. So I'm afraid, I get you, but
And do he know that they even kids at that point in time? I mean, I know he know the kids now.
yeah, you could tell. Come on now, I could tell by the video. you telling me
I don't know.
some?
Some of these 14-year-old girls look 20, so I don't know.
Yes, we're
I don't think
looking, looking. You're saying, you see, there you go. That's what I'm saying. You're talking
I'm
about
moving.
strictly appearance. I'm talking about how they're acting. You can't tell that
Oh
they're young.
yeah, it's 30-year-old men that act like they 12. Sure.
All right, that is true. But if you
So I
see,
don't know.
if you see 10, if I'm looking at that group, I'm looking at that group like they're in their early 20s or their teens, bro. That's looking at the group. You know what I mean? And this is a group. Again, this is why I don't understand why he even went down there. If I see a group of, you know what I mean, I take my son to haunted houses, during Halloween and stuff like that. And it's a bunch of teenagers, Friday night, 10 o'clock, it's nothing but teenagers going to the haunted house. I can tell all these kids is, teenagers, bro. Like, and I'm like, hey, kids, stay right near me. I don't want these kids hitting you and knocking you around and all this other stuff. And it's a bunch of them, right? Because, this is what kids do. So he knew these were, so it's like, all right, man, I'm gonna go this way, And again, Bob, go get your own phone. Or,
I don't
so I
care
go
about the phone.
exactly. What do
I
you
definitely
do?
think that he could have made better choice. I mean, we all know that he could have made better choices, right? And I think that
Yeah.
he really thought them kids had the phone. Now, whether or not they had the phone or not, I don't know. I think
That
that
takes
when he snorkeled down there, he seen the little boy with the phone. I think he did think that boy had the phone, and I think that's why he was running towards them to kind of see about the phone. Regardless of the fact he was wrong, I don't think they found them with the phone, but and I don't know why he thought he was gonna be able to find this phone anyways. But that's neither. I mean, my whole thing, my bigger point in this whole issue is that when we are talk about different situations, like we got to call a spade a spade. I feel like that she was wrong, he was wrong. I feel like a lot of people were wrong in this situation. That's why I keep saying, I know they can't be charged with anything, but I do feel like she was wrong.
But I'm saying, so my thing is, I get wrong. So we got to remember where we're at. For me personally,
Mm-hmm.
we're in a legal system, right? We're watching trials, right? So right and wrong, you know what I mean, is kind of irrelevant, right? It's who is responsible, who is negligent, who
Well, it's
is
definitely him.
criminally responsible for things, right? This is what, happens, like the Tony joint back in Houston. Yeah, was he wrong? Yeah, he was wrong, but he was also liable. He was also culpable. He was also, irresponsible, negligent. Like these are all criminal acts, not just moral. These are criminal. So to me, what did those people, the girl, the adults, the kids, what did they do criminally that you could say, yeah, they're wrong too? It's like, no, he is wrong, and he is the only one that is wrong because he did something criminal, right? Like if we're just talking about punishments, okay, yeah, you talk back to an adult, you were being sassy with adults, taking your phone, no football games for you. All right, but you ain't going to jail. Nick,
Yeah,
you going to jail, bro.
I can agree with that. Maybe I guess it would depends on, like, that's what I was saying. Like, I don't know, because different states, different things, right? Because I
Uh-huh.
know when we were talking about Florida, and I still may not have this all the way down packed, but it appears that in Florida that you can start something, the fear levels can change, you can unalive somebody, and it's self-defense.
Mm. Yeah, you don't got it down pat yet. we'll just we'll just say
Uh,
that. But I got you. I get where
Yeah,
you're
I mean,
going.
but it seemed like the roles can change. So if I start punching you, I start punching you, and you start punching me back, and you start getting the better of me, and I decide to take out my knife and I start stabbing you. That's not saying I could stand my ground, and the rules have changed.
I mean,
Because I know I'm
those
in
are,
fear that you're gonna beat me to a pulp into my ever inching life. No,
yeah,
no,
no. I mean, I don't see it that way. I think you'll
I
have a
I
hard
got to
time.
I
I
got
think
to
you'll
let
have
it
a
go down, right?
I think you'll have a hard time trying to convince 12 people of that. But I again, I think you're going back to that, Trayvon and Zimmerman. But again, Zimmerman was, thinking a crime happened, right? Again, there's something that is criminal. So
But
whether
just because he thought a crime was happening,
that's all that matters, right?
this guy thought
This
his life was in fear.
See, there you go. There's like, so these are two different things. It's like this guy thought I can sit right here,
Mhm.
and maybe, I don't know if a therapist is in the room. I don't know what it's called psychologically, or the medical term, but I can have thoughts that aren't real. I can say, man, people are attacking me right now, and I fear for my life right now.
Mhm.
All right. It doesn't make it true, right? Again, it has to be something a reasonable person can also understand, right? So those 12 people on the jury, or in our case, our group of however many in our chat, feel like, yeah, yeah, I can see that point. Right now, it's you and I am shout on the island thinking that, yeah, Mbaka, excuse me,
I'm glad I got somebody with me. I am
Mbaka.
shout get here today because I tell you, I'm
No,
glad I got
Mbaka's in
somebody
the
that's
in
on
the
this
in the
island
chat.
with me. I just can think all
But y'all
and
are
I
on the
could be on
island.
different islands all by
Mhm.
myself. And I will be the one juror that's in the back of the room, like, no, I can't get there with y'all until I get there. I mean, y'all got there on different levels, right? The only reason why I only flopped my position is because I did not like the way he handled it afterwards, because I do not feel that that's reasonably how a person that was trying to defend themselves with act. And I guess that's telling to all the other things that happened in the video. Does it make sense? I mean, we can arrive at the same thing. We just arrived there at different points. Like you have different things that's going to put you there. Maybe as far as actions, and me, I'm more like probably how are you reacting? How are you doing things? Like even his demeanor right now on the stand, like nah, that ain't gonna get me there. Like when he got in the car and he tried to act like who, what, when, where, and why. Like, well, nah, if you in fear for your life, because I know if I was in fear for my life and I was protecting myself, I would have been like going back to my friends, like, oh my gosh, I had to stab him. I couldn't do nothing. I had to do this. Like, I would be crying. I would be hysterical. I wouldn't be running through the woods, walking with my head down. I would be running up to the officers, right? I might not go check on them. I may not know that somebody is injured to the point of being unalive, but I do think that his actions afterwards made him look very, very guilty, that it was not so much as a self-defense. His interview, terrible. That doesn't sound self-defense. So those are the things that convince me, not so much of that video footage, in my humble opinion. Only because it was, I mean, depending on who's showing what still in what slot, it depends on what I see.
I don't see. I mean, unless you see in one of these stills where these kids all had, objects that had pointy ends at the end, and was, Michael
No, I
Myers.
just seen him in the water like this, and they was pushing him down.
Yeah,
But
but
I can't remember if that was after the first stab or if it was before the first stab. Now, if it was before the first stab, I could see, even though y'all say the water not deep, he might have thought it was deep.
Yeah, but he walked down there. He got down there. So again, I agree with you 1,000%. Right? We will arrive at this, destination, maybe different paths of travel. But so I ain't even, get into how many times the dude lied about the
Oh yeah,
situation. So again, it goes to conscience, the
conscious of
conscience
guilt.
of guilt, whatever that term is, right? So I get that, but again, like I said, from me, I try to look at just, I don't even care about what you do afterwards. I do. But let's talk about you in the heat of the moment. Because what I try to instill in my children is like, all right, in situations, you still need to think, right? Like, I used to box and, punches are going at you, but you still need to think about what's happening in here, right? So no matter how much the pressure is on, think, use your brain to get out of situations or to maneuver around situations. So what I saw with Nick is what Drunky, Morel did, me, Tanya, Lynn, everyone is saying on our side of the, not on the island, is he was upset. He was mad. Now, and I think that's what his lawyer is trying to get across to the jurors by saying they weren't talking to you nicely, were they? Well, they were screaming things at you, weren't they? This lady that came over, was she telling you to go down the river nicely? She was using foul language, wasn't she? It's like to get him like, yeah, you would be mad too, juror sitting in that seat, and you would want to respond. But I get you, but you're still legally wrong, right? Legally, you're wrong. So you can't use your emotion unless it's like a, intimate relationship, maybe, right? And that's borderline. But you can't just go out here and say, so and so said some bad words to me, and now I want to harm them, right? Like freedom of speech and all this other stuff is going to happen. So you got to use your head. And I feel like Nick did not. He responded. He waited until things got, out of proportion. And again, these are things that he could have controlled himself. I don't care about, oh, well, they could have done. It ain't got no, they're the victims in this. At the end of it, in hindsight being what it is, they are the victims. So, no, we're not going to talk about what the victims could have done, should have done. It's you. You were the perpetrator. You're the one on trial. Now it's about what you should have done, what you could have done, and what reasonable people would have done in your situation. And I think 99.9% of us would have said, bro, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? Bob, good luck with your phone. You know, so he made poor choices, and he's gonna have, you know, I haven't seen the result, but I'm almost, you know, positive homie is guilty, but he's gonna have some time to reflect on it and think. And hopefully, if he does get a chance to get out, he can make better choices. But that's going to be one where you're going to be sitting there for a while thinking about, man, I should have just left that phone, bro. Like it wasn't that big of a deal. You know, I know I'm not a, you know, doing anything inappropriate with children. So let's just keep it moving, right? They can't be talking to me. You know, my mom says all the time, it's not what they call you, it's what you answer to. So they could call you every name on the book. If you sit here and say, hey, all right, buddy, that might be you then. You know what I
Just say
mean?
it might
So,
be you.
word.
Yeah, I just yeah, and I will go out there on the planet up on my own. I'll be way, way out there and never land with Peter Pan. And that's okay, because I don't
That's
care.
good. No,
Look, I
I
don't
love
care.
your heart.
I just like to look at it from all different perspectives and try to give you know, I'm probably the most unreasonable person out here. At different
Christine
points
didn't
in
come
time.
up here.
Huh?
Christine said I saw right before I was coming up. She said she wanted to
No,
join the camp.
she not in the backstage. I dropped the
Yeah,
link.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
but yeah, I think that, you know, yeah, I just think that I wonder, like, how would everybody feel like if um they pushed him, and then when they was pushing his body down, if he would have just drowned.
he ain't had
Like,
that
that's what
snorkel.
I'm saying. Like, he had the knife in his pocket and he just drowned with the knife. Like,
Well,
didn't are they
he
guilty?
was snorkeling earlier. Homie seems like he can hold his breath. Come
He
on,
couldn't
bro.
find his snorkeler. He
Come
couldn't
on,
find
bro.
it no more.
You on a river and you can't swim. No floaty device, bro. You in the wrong. You shouldn't be
No,
here.
they was pushing him. I'm talking about, like,
Come
if they
on.
continue to push them.
Like I said,
Remember, they was fighting for a woman.
nah, they push homie. They try to keep him down in on the ground. So push down. It wasn't no one holding him down in that
It
water.
was the one guy with the eye on the back of I only know him because he had the eye on the back of his arm. He was
Mm-hmm.
literally holding him down.
When he
Did
was
you miss that?
so how again the 3 minute video? How long was how long was homie under the water?
I
Please
don't
tell
think he
me
ever
this.
went up under the water. I think he was
All
just
right,
sitting
yeah,
there.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. They were trying to hold homie down, right? Like keep him down, but not underwater. That's what you're saying. Like he was face underwater and they held him down there, bro.
Well, they was
No,
beating him up there.
no, they were not doing that. They were like, yo, get out of here. And then when he's
We're
trying to
gonna
get
have to
up,
watch
because he
the video
already
again.
hit somebody.
We need to
He
find the video and watch it again. Because
he
I think
already
it's
hit.
different parts. I think it's different angles or something with this video because it's not like a okay. All
He
right.
he he sat there, hit this girl already. My thought is he'll probably hit somebody else. So yeah, I'm gonna try to hold you down. You already down? Stay down, bro. You know
Mew,
what I
I'm
mean?
trying. They're trying, Mew. They won't believe you. They won't believe us.
Yeah. How long? Do you know how long the verdict was?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I'm gonna look it up. But all right, Pete. Sweet Pete.
Okay, let me put us back in the course date so we can go ahead and finish watching the rest of his testimony.
All right.
All right, thank you.
No doubt.
Let's see here.
Left hand.
With
Tell
my-
us what you did with your left hand.
Yeah, so with my left hand, I pushed her away from my face.
Can you show us what you did with your left hand? Why'd you do that?
She was very close to my face. She was in my personal space. She had been there for a while, and I felt threatened.
With Riley Madison right next to him, who touches who first, who escalates the confrontation.
I'm trying to get it right here on the right angle, y'all. Sorry.
With Riley Madison right next to him.
Ah,
Riley.
Left hand.
With
Tell us
my-
what you did with your left hand.
Yeah, so with my left hand, I pushed her away from my face.
Can you show us what you did with your left hand? Why'd you do that?
She was very close to my face. She was in my personal space. She had been there for a while, and I felt threatened.
Did you intend to harm her in some way?
No,
Did you try to harm her in some way?
absolutely not.
Do you know where, if at all, you had contact with her body when you raised your left hand in that manner?
No. I lied about the knife.
Was that your knife?
Yes, it is. It was.
Did you bring it with you when you went to go look for the phone?
Yes, I did.
When you went to go look for the phone, did you have any intent to harm anybody?
No.
Why'd you go leave your group?
Go look for the phone.
At some point, did you have some contact with a group of teenagers?
Yes.
And you were here in court when we saw the 9-second video, is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you just a couple of slides from that, if I could. Do you see those slides up there?
Yes.
Are those from that video?
Yes.
What are you doing in those 3 slides in general?
I was scanning the water, looking for the phone.
And are you, in that position, are you walking upriver or downriver?
Upriver, away from that group of boys.
Did you hear them say some things to you?
Yes.
Prior to your walking upriver and them, did you hear those words that I have written on that slide?
Yes.
Prior to your hearing those words when you were walking upriver, had you had verbal contact with that group?
I think so. They asked me what I was looking for, and I told them I'm looking for a phone, a lost phone.
Did you ever tell them that you were looking for little girls?
No.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not. It's pathetic.
When you, at the end of this, when you watch the video, at the end of the video, where I'm not going to play it, but do you remember what you did right there at the end?
At the end, I was walking away.
Did you eventually turn around and face in the direction of the group that was yelling at you and calling you a raper?
Yes.
When you,
Yes.
Yes.
what did you see when you were looking at that group of teenagers after the end of this video?
I saw them. I saw one of them holding a phone in a bag, and I believed it was what I was looking for. So I turned around and I started approaching them.
Why did you approach them?
I wanted to get a closer look at the phone to see if it was the one that that belonged to Ariel.
Do you remember what Madison did, if anything, to you?
Yeah.
What did she do?
She grabbed my right arm and she pulled me towards her, and I lost my balance. So I moved towards her.
Did you consider that in that circumstance to be a gentle or a gracious touch?
No, that was not a gracious touch. No, not at all.
Had she been using any gentle or gracious words with you?
Not that. No, not that I remember.
In those photos, can we see the footwear that you were wearing on that day?
Yep, those sandals that we saw earlier.
Did you have confidence in your footing in that area with those sandals?
Objection, reading.
Sustained.
How did you feel about your footing in that area?
Very unstable.
Want to show you the next set of slides here. Do you remember what you say to Madison after she pulled on your right arm?
Yeah, I told her not to touch me
And why did you tell her that?
because she pulled on me without my invitation.
Did you say that in any particular tone?
No, not in a mean tone, but I made it sound so she could hear me. Don't touch me.
Okay. Why didn't you want her to touch you?
I didn't give her permission to do so
Sure, but why did you not want to give her permission to do so?
because she was one track mind. She just wanted to get me away from that, point me down river and tell me to go there.
What's your comfort level at this point?
On a scale from 1 to 10, comfort level is very low.
Are you, if you had that same thing, a scale of like a fear scale, a 1 to 10 fear scale, right? And so with 10 being the most fearful you've ever been in your life and 0, let's call 0 to 10 being the most safe you've ever felt.
Mhm.
Where are you at here on a fear scale?
In that particular,
Yeah.
About 1.
Okay. So you're more uncomfortable, but not necessarily afraid. Is that what I understand?
Correct.
At, where was your group in relation to you then?
Was upriver.
And did you do anything in order in relation to your group?
Yep.
What did you do?
I turned to them and I called them. I was trying to call them to come over and help me.
Are these slides, does this 2127, 2140, 2131, what does that show you doing?
I was waving at them and calling them to come over.
When you say you were calling them, did you do something physical or did you do something verbal or did you do both?
Physical.
Did you make any verbal comments at that point?
No.
Why not?
It was very loud. All around me was very loud. I don't think that anybody could have heard me at 100 and some feet away.
With everybody else yelling, did you think your yelling was going to de-escalate or escalate the situation?
When everybody's raising their voice, I don't think having another raised voice would help the situation.
And good afternoon again. Thank you for joining us for our live gavel to gavel coverage of the Apple.
Still under oath. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Can I have the screen? Mr. Miu, when we finished, I think we were getting to the chronological space that we had begun the morning on. And so I want to start from there again and then move forward from there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
When I had asked you before, you talked about how you felt, but since that time, you've told the jury that you had this fear scale. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to ask you about, at this time, what we see here, what you previously described the scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
How were you feeling on the fear scale?
About a 6, 7.
Okay. And at some point, I think you told them before, but just so we can put it into the context here, did you do something in response to something that was done to you when you're standing there in this moment?
Yes. After I was pushed, and both sides, I would say, squeezed, I was afraid, so I pulled out my knife.
Okay. Did you do something with your left hand at some point?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do with your left hand?
I pushed her away. I
When you
pushed
say you
Madison.
Push
away.
Madison away. Was the purpose in that to have contact with her and to get her to back up?
Yes.
Did you have a purpose to cause her pain?
No.
Were you trying to hurt her?
No.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to push her away from my space. She was right in my space, in my face.
Why didn't you just back up?
Couldn't back up at that moment.
Okay. When you say you couldn't back up, why not?
I
Because
would've-
you felt uncomfortable or were you
Objection leading.
Because I would have had.
Wait. There's an objection. Sustained on leading. Next question.
wasn't done with it? Were you uncomfortable or was there a wall behind you or was there some other reason? Why did you feel like you couldn't back up?
I didn't feel safe turning my back on those people.
Okay. How about just taking a step backwards?
Well, I was standing my ground. I didn't move towards anybody.
Okay.
They were coming at me.
When you raised your left hand and you did that, do you recall when you pushed her away having contact with her?
I may have, yes.
Okay. Do you remember in particular where, if at all, you touched her?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you if you touched her?
No,
Was that, in fact, your purpose in pushing her away?
absolutely.
Okay.
She was in my space.
I want to move forward here. And you can turn the slide off, I guess. After you did that, right? Did something happen to you?
Yeah.
Did people do something to you?
Yeah.
What was done to you?
Yeah, almost right away, I got punched and fell in the
And
water
where did you get punched?
on my face, on my side of the head.
Now, you've had a chance to watch this video, correct?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to see these 4,800 slides?
Yes.
Prior to seeing that, did you remember everything?
No,
Have the video or the slides help you to refresh your memory in some way?
a lot.
Have you remembered everything because you've seen that?
Not everything, no.
Okay. Do you remember something different than what you see in the video?
No.
You don't remember any of the things different that you see in the video? Like you talked about the goggles.
Objection leading.
Overruled. Just trying to reorient the witness to a place where examination can continue.
Are there some times when your memory is different from what the video is?
Yes, of course.
Now, this series that I want to show you is about things that were done to you, okay?
Yes.
Do you have a specific memory about everything that was done to you? Do you have a specific memory about everything that you did in response to what was done to you?
No.
Do you have a memory about how you felt in those moments?
I would say yes, I do.
Do you have a memory of what you believed in those moments based upon those feelings?
Of course.
So I want to show you the slide here. Again, this is slide 2661, 2662, and 2681. That's fine. Do you remember how you felt when you fell back into the water?
I was, number one, I was stunned. That's why I fell backwards. I was very afraid, of course.
On this fear scale that you've talked about before, where are you on that scale from 0 to 10?
Right at the top, 10.
Have you ever been at that 10 before in your life?
Never been in a situation like this or a fight in my life.
Have you ever been at a 10?
Never.
When you did that, as we see on the right, what happened to your head?
Oh, well, I fell in the water. Obviously, that's a river, and I hit my head on river rock, and my whole body went under. Well,
Okay.
my head went underwater.
When you say your head went under, is that what it felt like?
Yes,
Did you feel water come over your face?
over my entire body.
Hold on,
Yes,
hold on. What's the objection?
Bleeding.
Where did you feel the water on your body?
over my face, my mouth.
Okay.
I felt like I was submerged in water at the moment.
Did you try to get up?
Yes,
Why did you want to get up? Why didn't you just lay down there peacefully in the water?
to drown. No, I wouldn't want to do that. I wanted to get up out of the water.
At that moment, when you're down in the water, had anybody like AJ Martin come up to you and said, just lay there and rest?
Somebody came from behind. Yes, I found out later who he was and pushed me down and to keep me in the water.
Before that, when you tried to get up, do you remember feeling anything before that? Did you told them,
Yeah,
did you feel anything to any part of your head?
yes, of course.
What did you feel?
Felt punched in the head.
Showing you the next slides. Is that 2701, 2705, 2706? What's happening to you there?
I'm getting hit on the head.
How many times at that point is your memory of watching the video and your memory of experiencing this, have you been hit in the head now, but either by people or by the ground or by the water?
4 times at least.
At this point in time, where's your fear scale?
At 10.
When this happened to you, did you immediately get up or did you fall back in the water or did something else happen?
I tried getting up, but I couldn't.
Did you, at some point, did you feel something on your backside?
There was somebody pushing me down.
And when you felt that on your backside, did you feel anything else anywhere else?
I got hit in the face in the front of my head.
And is that exhibit here, 2147, do you see that hand through the underarm there?
Yes,
Do you remember getting hit in the head there?
yes,
Was that a gentle hit?
no,
When you're getting hit in the head here again, where are you at on the fear scale at that point?
10.
Have you been able to get up out of the water?
No.
How many people do you know? How many people are attacking you?
At the time, I didn't know, but I knew there were more than I could handle.
Did it feel like it was, how many people did it feel like?
Like 10.
Okay. You've seen the video and you responded at some point, is that right?
Yes,
And you used your knife in response.
yes.
Why do you use your knife?
I feared for my life.
Did you think you could get out of there without using your knife?
I couldn't even get up. They're pushing me down. No, so the answer is no.
In that time when you're down on the ground, did you think there was a way for you to escape?
No,
Did you feel like you could just crawl away or run away or walk away or do anything else to escape?
Okay, so Jason, if you hear this, this is my problem. Like right here, this statement, this could be so true. Like if we all agreeing that he hadn't stabbed somebody, look how they got him in the water. He just made a statement. He said he couldn't just stand up and walk away at this point. Now, granted, he could have walked away. If we're going to say he could have walked away all them other times before. But right now, he's in the water, being pushed down. He's saying he couldn't even he couldn't even get up, let alone walk away. He's sitting down. So I think they pushing him forward in the water. So he okay, so you just saying it's the angle. Okay. It looked like he's sitting in the water and they pushing him down. This guy with the eye on the tattoo that I've been watching. He said he was pushing them at this point in time. So he's on the ground. So I'm saying right here, if he got the mindset of what he's saying on the stand, if we eliminate all his lies and stuff like that. Hey, Grady, welcome in. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. I'm just saying, I can see where he might have been in fear for his life. Because if I was down there, I wouldn't care what I did at that point in time. I still think about my life, and I probably did cause this, but in the same token, I still don't want to die. I don't know. It's weird. No, I mean, a lot of people, some people didn't see it, OnlyFans, so they might.
Not in that position.
I don't know.
The next day after this, July 31st, were you in the, how did your body feel the next day?
I hurt everywhere. My head hurt, my throat hurt. Obviously, my back hurt. I hurt everywhere.
You said your throat hurt. Is that something you remembered that day before when you were speaking with Brandy Hart?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you mention it to Brandy Hart?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you see anything when you felt the pain about your throat? Did you see anything that refreshed your memory about what caused that pain to your throat?
After watching the video, yes.
Okay. What happened?
I got hit in the throat.
Do you remember that now?
Yes.
If I can. Showing you the slides, 2993, 2994, and 2997. Is that you?
Yes.
What's happening to you there?
Somebody is going for my throat, squeezing my throat.
Do you remember how that felt?
I felt pain. I couldn't breathe. Scared, afraid.
And showing you the next set of slides here, 2998, 99, and 3000. What did you think was going to happen to you in that moment?
The whole time I felt like I was going to die. So basically I feared for my life.
And in response to that, here's slide 3000. Did you do something in response to that?
I reached out and stabbed him.
When you used your knife, and again, this is open-ended. You can ask it any way you want.
Okay, so my question is with that video, in order for us to kind of like break it down, in that part right there where he took out his knife and he was doing the stab. Okay, that's the third person he stabbed. Okay, thank you, Kurt. I see it. So the reason why he got hands on his neck. Now I know why he got hands on his neck, right? Because now they're trying to protect their lives. So I get that. And protect other people's lives. I was trying to see. I'm like, is this the first person he stabbed? Okay, sorry about that. Thank you so much.
Were you trying to kill somebody?
Absolutely not.
What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to defend myself.
After this was, again, we've seen the video, you talked to Investigator Hart. So I want to ask you a little bit about that for a moment. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Do you independently, well, let me say, you've watched the video here in court, correct?
Yes.
And you watched the video prior to that. We've watched it together, right?
Yes.
Does watching that video refresh your memory? Do you have an independent memory of that conversation with Investigator Hart?
No.
Do you remember what it is you said other than seeing things on the video?
Other than I lied about the knife. That's what I remember, afterward. Yeah, I lied about the knife.
Do you remember actually saying that in that moment, or you just remember seeing that and that's what you remember seeing?
I remember seeing it in the video.
Okay. Do you remember how you were feeling during that time at all? Do you have any memory about that?
Not much.
Just one other thing out of the timeline here. Since that time, we've heard testimony, you have a twin brother.
Yes.
Is he here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may continue.
Just briefly, because I want to ask you about conversations that you may have had with your twin brother. Just briefly. How do you feel about your twin brother?
I love him.
Objection, that's irrelevant, Your Honor.
During this time, have you had conversations with your twin brother?
Yes.
Do you consider there to be anybody that you're really, maybe your wife, anybody you're closer to than your twin brother?
No.
You and your twin brother, when you speak, what language do you speak in?
Romanian.
Why do you speak in Romanian with your twin brother?
It's the easiest way to find words to describe what we're thinking.
Okay. Is that where you grew up?
That's the first language.
Are there times when you've spoke with your brother that you've talked about this, what happened to you on the river?
Yes.
Is your memory about what you did or what was done to you, is it any better when you talk to your brother than it is when you talk about other times?
No.
Are you always getting it right?
No.
How about your feelings? Your memory about your feelings? You get those right?
Yes, but almost all the time. The feeling is imprinted in my heart, my soul, my mind.
Let me, just for a moment, I'll bring us back to the river on July 30th, okay? At some, well, I think you'd said on the video and maybe you testified that people attacked you. Is that right?
Correct.
At some point, did people stop attacking you?
No.
At some point, did people stop attacking you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
When people stopped attacking you, what did you do?
I walk away.
Okay. Why didn't you stay?
Oh God. I walked away towards my group where it was safe. I was afraid of the people I just had contact with.
When you're walking away, you've talked about this fear scale. Where are you on the fear scale? Does it just go down right to 0? Does it stay at 10? Does something else happen?
No, as soon as I saw the people I trusted, my fear level started creeping down.
When you say creeping down, when you're walking back, can you give us where are you on that scale?
As I was getting closer to my group, the fear factor is going lower and lower.
But when you first start walking back, what's the number?
About 8.
When you get back to the tubes, what's the number level?
About 4, 5.
I think we didn't talk about it. We've talked a little bit about your body response during this brief time. When you start walking back, how's your body responding to you?
I had cramps. I felt like I lost. I had diarrhea, so I felt like I lost my bowel.
Was that
Which I did.
Was that when you were walking back, or was that when you were in that 10 seconds of things happening to you and you responding?
I was when the action was going on in the 10-second frame.
You got diarrhea.
Yes.
When you were walking back, what else is your body? What are you feeling with your body?
Well, heartbeat is getting, when I'm walking back, the heartbeat was very, very high. Now it's going down a little bit. Breathing, that's what I remember. I was super, super stressed.
How about your head? As you're going back, is your head clear? Is your head in a different state? How can you describe what's going on in your head?
My head was in a fog. It was like thick fog. I couldn't think. I couldn't realize what I've been through.
Were you trying to make sense of it?
I was trying, but there was no sense to be made. I was completely confused and in a fog.
And when you walked away, you had the knife in your hand. Is that right?
Yep.
When you got to your group, did you still have the knife?
No.
What happened to the knife?
On the way back, I tossed it on the bank.
And you just made with your right hand kind of an underhand motion with your right hand from, at your side, raising up to maybe level with you. Is that fair representation of what you were describing?
Correct.
Why'd you toss the knife?
I don't know. I was afraid. I felt like I had to throw it away.
What were you afraid of at that point?
I was overwhelmed with just fear, residual fear. And I didn't want to have anything to do with it.
Okay. We've heard testimony that eventually you get back to the tubes. Does that happen?
Yeah.
Where's your memory about that? Right now, as you sit here, because we don't have a video about that, we don't have photos of that. What's your memory like about that?
Barely remember anything.
Do you remember talking to people?
I remember people trying to talk to me, but I don't know. I don't remember what I said.
Okay. You've heard some testimony about things that you might have said. Are you denying you said any of those things?
No.
Do you know what you said?
After watching the video, yes.
The video isn't of, I'm confused. The tubes, there's no video of you at the tubes. When you say,
Oh, after.
were you talking about Brandy Hart's statements?
Yes, yes.
Okay. About what you said to the people at the tubes. Do you have any memory of that?
No.
Okay. When you're sitting there at the tubes, how are you feeling in your head? You talked about this fog, right? If you could put that on a scale, where is that?
Still couldn't, my head was in a thick cloud. I couldn't understand what just happened. Still trying to process everything. I was overwhelmed.
Did you think at any point you were just casual about what had happened?
No.
Did this feel casual to you in any way?
No.
At some point, you saw the video here. You had contact with the police, is that right?
Yes.
You had sat in the back of a squad car of the Sheriff Knutson, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember much of anything about that?
No.
Do you remember, you've seen some of the videos today. Can you tell us, what do you remember?
Nothing.
Okay. Nothing at all? How about a feeling? Do you remember a feeling at all?
Yeah, I was still very afraid.
Okay. When you say very afraid, what were you afraid of at that point?
Well, I've been through a horror situation, but in their presence, I wasn't that afraid, but I was stunned. I don't remember much about it.
Do you remember watching the video here in court when the police were talking about a guy with a bat?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember anything about that?
A little bit.
Do you remember how that made you feel?
Oh, yeah. I felt very afraid of him. Very afraid.
We watched the video of you with Sheriff Knutson. That was about 23 seconds long. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Have you watched a longer portion of that video with your attorneys?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember saying more things to Sheriff Knutson after that?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. We saw a video here about your being arrested and told that you were arrested for homicide. Did you remember that?
After watching the video, memory came back, but I don't remember that.
Okay.
Naturally.
When you're talking with either, at some point you go and you meet with Investigator Hart, is that right?
Yeah.
When they were talking about homicides and injuries, can you tell me what's your mindset? Did that make sense to you? Did you understand that?
No. I couldn't make any sense of anything that she was telling me. I just couldn't make sense of it. Plus, I don't remember the meeting with her.
Okay. Right now, as you sit here, you're like, I don't remember that.
Right.
The feelings. Now, some of the times that you talk with Brandy Hart, you talk about what you saw happening or heard happening or what you did. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you get all of that right?
No.
Your feelings, when you were talking about your feelings about and how you believed and your fear.
I feared for my life. That's one thing I can't deny. That's embedded in my head forever. I feared for my life. I know that. I have nightmares about it.
You've talked to, or yeah, tell us about those nightmares.
I have them every night.
What happens in those nightmares?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's just, these nightmares are irrelevant. The fact that he had them, maybe, but not the content. No.
Can I approach?
Yes. 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 Let's continue.
Nick, those nightmares that you've had about what happened on July 30th, have you sought medical treatment for that?
Yes.
Just a couple of, I want to just make sure we check a couple of legal boxes, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you used the knife, did you believe you were under attack?
Yes.
Why?
Because at that point they've already been pushing and tugging, and
When you used the knife, had they done anything more than pushing or tugging? Did
they
you?
punched me. They pushed me down. They threw me in the water. I hit my head. Yes. So
When you decided to use your knife, were you using it to prevent an attack or stop the attack that was happening?
to defend myself.
Did you believe you needed to use that knife?
Absolutely.
In that moment in time, again, as you've described it, they pushed you down into the water, you've been punched. That's the moment of time I want to ask you about, okay?
Yeah.
In that moment of time when you were down in the water, did you believe you could escape?
No.
What do you believe would have happened to you had you not used your knife?
I would have died. I believe I would have been killed that day.
Why'd
Or at
you,
that specific time
why'd you use your knife?
to defend myself.
Those are the only questions I have, Judge.
It's just missed that.
I can approach, Judge. Mr. Miu, you've been drinking that day, right?
Yeah, I had a
And
Like
showing us the
beers.
mark is Exhibit 12A. You recognize that?
yes,
That's a group photo of you folks from the beginning of the river. In fact, you're holding a beer.
correct.
Looks like everybody in your group has some sort of alcoholic beverage.
Looks like it.
You see numerous people in your group with these phone cases around their necks.
Yeah.
And as you're going down the river, you saw lots of people with phone cases around their necks, right?
Hmm.
All day long?
Yeah.
In fact, River's Edge sells or rents out those phone cases, right?
I don't know that.
Did people in your group rent or buy phone cases from the tube rental?
I have no
Okay.
idea.
Right? You've testified that you were told to bring the knife before you left your home, right?
Correct.
And the reason for bringing your knife on the river was to cut strings or ropes for the tubes, right?
Correct.
And that was the reason you brought it.
Correct.
In fact, you told the police that after your tubes were tied together, you thought you put your knife back in the car, right?
Correct.
But in fact, it was in your pocket.
Yes.
It was in your pocket the whole day.
No.
All right, well, we're going to get to that. Once the tubes are tied together with the rope, and you said that you thought that you put it back in your car, you don't have a reason to have the knife anymore, right? It accomplished its purpose, right?
I didn't know that at the time.
All right. Did you tell the cops, the police, that you didn't think you were going to need it, and that's why you thought you put it in the car?
I may have.
All right. Were you present when Steve Kaufman, who owns River's Edge, testified first day of the trial?
Yes.
And you heard him say that they sell pre-cut cords for $1, right?
Right.
All right. And then, did you see in the picture, when you got on the river, you were wearing that long sleeve camel shirt, right?
Mhm.
A hat and sunglasses?
Correct.
All right. Ariel's phone was in one of those cases, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it.
All right. And is it your understanding that those cases are float cases?
That's what I was told.
All right. And in fact, you told Lieutenant Hart that it was a float case, right?
Correct.
Once the phone disappeared, there was conversation amongst the folks in your group about whether it was even worth it to go look for it, right?
That's what I learned.
And in fact, you were told that they didn't care about the lost phone because they had insurance to cover it, right?
That's what I learned here, but I don't remember that as a conversation.
Nobody asked you to go look for the phone, right?
Correct.
You chose to do that on your own.
I volunteered.
And in fact, members of your group were a little annoyed that you were stopping again so quickly after having been at the hideaway where you'd stopped for lunch.
Objection, speculation. Sustained.
Did you hear anybody in your group say, "Why are we stopping again?"
I didn't stop the group.
The group stopped when you decided to go off on your own to look for this phone, right?
Speculation. Overruled.
Right?
They already stopped. I got off the tube to look for so I didn't stop them.
In any event, you're the one who insisted on looking for it. Nobody asked you to do that, right?
Sustained.
And when you left to go look for the phone, you had your goggles and your snorkel, right? You knew that the phone was in a float bag. At least that's what you told police afterwards, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So the phone and the float bag would have been floating, right?
Supposedly,
All right. And so you wouldn't need a snorkeling goggles to find a phone floating on top of the water, right?
I wasn't sure if it was actually floating or not. Never tested it.
All right. Well, you would agree that a phone has some weight to it.
Yes.
And if it wasn't a float bag, it would sink to the bottom, right?
Yes.
Where it was dropped.
Correct. Well, or remember, it's a river, so it could have flown down.
The river has current, right?
Right. So it
If
could
I
have
can
flown down.
approach, I'm going to draw something here.
Yes.
You remember when you met with Lieutenant Hart, you drew a diagram of the river. All right, and this is your group up here at the sandbar, right?
Mhm.
This is the boys group down here. I'll put initials IS for Isaac Schumann, right?
Correct.
This is the diagram that you wrote, drew for Lieutenant Hart. The phone was lost over here, right?
Mhm.
Instead of looking downstream for it where the current was going, you went this way, across the current,
No,
to look for the phone. You made contact with Isaac Schumann's group on the other side of the river.
but that's not where I started looking for it, straight across the river.
That's where you ended up making contact with
I
him.
ended up there, but I didn't start there.
All right. The phone would not have floated across the current, right?
Well, I don't know where he lost it. That's where we pulled over. He could have lost it minutes before we even anchored.
So when you testified a minute ago that the phone was lost, where your group was labeled M, now you're changing that story?
In that vicinity.
Again, members of the jury, what the attorneys say is not evidence. Rely on the witness's testimony. Next question, please.
In any event, it's your testimony that you had reason to go over to the south side of the river where Isaac Schumann's group was to look for a phone. That's your story?
I had reason to search in that area. I didn't know where that phone fell in the water. I don't think even Ariel knew where he lost it. We didn't drop the phone when we anchored. He dropped the phone before we got there.
Fair to say that at that point in the river is 150 feet wide?
Yep.
And Isaac Schumann's group was on the south side of the river?
Correct.
Your group's on the north side of the river?
100 feet.
Rather than searching the north side, you went to the south side of the river. Is that fair to say?
I already looked in that area.
That's not what I'm asking. You went over to the south side of the river, right?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
You did, right?
What was that question
You
again?
went over to the south side of the river to supposedly look for this phone, right?
I ended up there at that point, yes.
And you chose to go over there and look for it, where these boys were.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Oh,
You chose to go over to where these boys were to supposedly look for this phone, right?
chose to look in that area, yes.
There was other areas of the river where these boys weren't located that you could have searched until they floated past. Right?
A million other spots.
Sure. But you chose to go to that spot.
I didn't even notice those boys there at the time when I was searching.
You were present in court when Eric Williams, who was a member of your group, testified, right?
Right?
You heard him testify?
Yes.
And you were here when he testified that he had some concerns about you going over to snorkel by this group, Isaac's group.
I heard him.
And one of his concerns is that he thought that they would think you were a predator, right?
Sustained.
He testified that you didn't have your knife in your pocket the whole time, right?
Correct.
When you decided to go snorkel over by Isaac Schumann's group, you had the knife in your pocket.
Yes.
Did you go back to your group and get it?
No, I had the knife. I testified I did not have the knife in my pocket the whole time. When we pulled over there, I fixed my shoes. Then I left it in my pocket.
All right, but somehow, so when you get ready to snorkel,
Yes.
you've taken off your shirt, right?
Yes.
Your hat,
Yes.
your sunglasses.
Correct.
You left the knife in your pocket.
I forgot it in my pocket.
Well, on the video, we can see you touching your knife, right? You knew it was in your pocket.
Well, when you walk, it starts, yeah, but
It has weight,
Right,
right?
yeah.
So you can't forget it's there because it's got weight. Correct?
at some point I forgot I had it in my pocket when, yeah.
You
when
weren't.
walk.
You were not going to need your knife to snorkel and look for a lost phone.
Correct.
Overruled.
You weren't going to need your knife for that task that you set out to do, right?
I wouldn't even need anything.
But you brought it with you anyhow.
It happened to be in my pocket, yes.
Once you got over to where Isaac Schumann's group was, they made it readily apparent they did not want you over by them, correct?
That's not true.
They didn't call you names?
Yes, but they asked me what I was looking for. And I thought they were polite people. I said, I'm looking for my lost phone.
They did not want you by them, and they told you that, right?
At some point, yes.
And that's the short video. You turn around and you're walking away, right?
Yes.
But then Juan Cockfield calls you a raper, right?
Yes.
And then you turn around
Yes.
and you were angry.
I was not angry.
You were not angry that someone called you a raper.
No.
All right. You look at Juan, who's filming you, right?
Yeah.
And for some reason, your testimony is that even though many people on the river have these phones and these float cases, you decided that was the phone and you needed to run up and check.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Your testimony earlier was you thought you had the phone, right?
I thought he had the phone. Yes.
Right.
I wanted to investigate.
And you, instead of walking up and saying, hey, is that the phone I'm looking for? You ran up on these boys, didn't you?
I ran up and stumbled, and then I fell right by their, yes,
That's my next question. You're claiming now that you stumbled.
yes.
You've never said that before today, ever, to anybody, any law enforcement or anybody else, right?
But I have seen the videos now.
Well, we're going to take a look at the video. And since you reviewed the video, you know that before you ran up on them, you were touching your knife in your pocket to make sure it was there, right?
I don't remember that.
Well, let's take a look. That's you with your right hand touching your pocket where your knife was clipped in, right?
It appears so.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away!
So you're claiming today that where you reach down and grab at these boys' legs where their tubes are, that was a stumble. Is that your story?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I know I hit a stone, yes, but I grabbed onto their inner tubes.
And you know where you grabbed onto their inner tube is where two of these boys had their legs draped over their inner tubes, right?
I see that.
And you made contact with their legs, didn't you?
I don't remember that.
Did you see it on the video?
I see it on the video. I don't remember actually making contact.
And as soon as you did that, these boys jumped out of their tubes to get away from you, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
And you held onto their tubes so that their tubes couldn't float away.
For how long?
Well, I'm asking you. You did.
Yeah, it looks like for a brief 1 second.
And you were searching through their tubes.
Or what?
You walked around their tubes. Rather than letting their tubes go so they could get back in their tubes and be on their way, you walked around their tubes.
So after my goggles dropped in the water, I went around their tubes to go to the other side and look for my goggles.
Let's talk about your goggles for a second, because you told the police, specifically Lieutenant Hart, that these boys knocked your goggles off your face and that you were looking for your goggles at that point, right?
I don't remember my interview with her, correct?
But you heard yourself say it in the interview.
Yes, yes.
And in fact, that nothing of the sort ever happened, right?
So the interview with Brandy Hart was not accurate.
What you said at the time is what you wanted the police to believe happened, right?
That's what I remembered at the
Okay.
time.
From the video, you can see that you actually put your goggles in your mouth so you would have two free hands to be able to grab onto these boys' tubes, right?
Yes.
So you were preparing for your stumble before it actually even happened?
I wasn't prepared for anything.
These boys were calling you names to go away, right? After you grabbed onto their tubes, touched their legs.
I don't remember any of that stuff.
All right, you don't remember them calling you, asking you what you were doing?
Watching the videos, yes, but unnatural remembering, no.
Do you remember as you're running up, they're saying, whoa, 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 what's he doing?
I don't remember that.
All right, but you've seen it on the video.
Yes.
And then once you've made contact with two of these boys' legs and grabbed onto their tubes, they started calling you a pedophile, right?
I don't remember when they started calling me.
Do you remember them calling you a pedophile at all? Or do you just know that from watching the video?
Correct.
You testified that they were calling you names earlier, right?
Right.
And that upset you.
It did not upset me.
Okay, your attorneys talked about your comfort scale and your fear scale. Let's talk about your anger scale, okay?
Mhm.
At the time you were called a raper, what was your anger scale at?
Maybe 1.
1 out of 10?
Yeah.
And that was enough to get you to run up on these boys, grab onto them, stop their tubes. 1. Is that what you're saying?
Objection argumentative. That's not what he said.
Sustained.
You don't like being humiliated, right?
Nobody does.
Your attorney has said that these boys were humiliating you.
Objection as to his making.
Sustained on the form.
You're claiming that you were being taunted
Objection, did not testify to that.
Sustained. Form.
You had testified earlier that your shoes, there was problems with your shoes, but as you can see from the portion of the video we played so far, those shoes didn't prevent you from running up on these boys, right?
Yes, they did. That was, if I had better shoes, you know, I could walk better, but I could still walk.
If you had better shoes, you would have been able to run up on them faster.
No, I mean, I could walk better. I wouldn't stumble. I wouldn't have a hard time walking.
All right, we're going to watch the video again, and I want you to, if you can, point out for everybody where you stumbled.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away!
Did you watch it?
Yes,
So the stumble, is that something you remember or something that you think you see in the video?
something I remembered.
After you grabbed onto their tubes, stopped them, walked around their tubes.
Shout out to I Am Shout and Drunky. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. They are turning people green today. Welcome, welcome, welcome to all the new members. Once again, if you received a membership from Drunky or I Am Shout, please make sure you say thank you. Guys, let's spam that chat with Drunky and I Am Shout today. Welcome to all the new members. Thank you. They said Miu might be on the stand getting mad. Let's check your anger levels. I want the prosecutor to ask him, how angry are you now, sir? Give me your level of anger right now. Give me your level of anger right now, this second. I didn't even know we had levels to anger. I mean, I guess you do, but do we know what scale they're on? Are they on 1 to 10, 1 to 20? Like, are we doing a little poster when you go into the doctor's office? Like, is it a sad face, super sad face with 2 tears? What are we doing here? We still on 1? Hey, Hellcat. Hey, Lonesome. Welcome in. I want to know, what is our level of anger right now? Please tell us. Please tell us. So I can understand. But I think right now, like he is I want him to go for it. Just go for the gusto, Miu. Get it all off on the prosecutor right now. You got 1 shot. Here's your shot. It's your chance to go, like Eminem would say. You got 1 shot, baby. Go ahead, get it all off. If you knew you were going down, like, I just want to know, like, if you knew that you was guilty and you know you probably gonna be found guilty, like, when would you take your shot? Would you ever take your shot? Like, I think if I was found guilty and I knew of something, or I knew that they was getting up under my skin and I didn't have a chance, I probably would jump over the thing. But whatever, that's just me. Y'all know I'm on a planet out there with nowhere. That's what I'd be up under the jail. I don't think right. All right. Thank you guys. Once again, thank you. I Am Shout and Drunky for the gifted memberships. I'm gonna take us back in.
You took a few steps downriver and stood in the path they were floating in, right?
Has to form multiple.
Overruled. You understand the question, Mr. Miu?
Could you say it again?
After you left their tubes that first time, you took a few steps downstream and stood in their path where they would need to float, where they were floating, right?
For a few seconds, yes.
You didn't walk off to the south shore, which was close at that point, right?
I thought I walked far away from them, that I didn't even watch them anymore at that point. So I don't know where they were at that point in time. But I was still looking for my goggles now.
Are you denying that you stood right in the path of their tubes?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
At that moment in time, yes.
Now, when you ran up on these boys and grabbed onto their tubes and made contact with their legs, you weren't saying anything at that point, right?
No.
You didn't say anything like, hey, I think that's my phone or Ariel's phone.
I don't remember saying anything.
You've seen the video.
Right.
You just ran up and grabbed onto him, right?
It appears that.
With saying nothing. We can go up to the screen. We're going to look at some more frames here. We're starting 22nd mark, I believe. You stood in front of their tubes, right? This is at the 23-second mark.
For a brief moment.
All right, keep going. Stop. At that point, you had the entire river open to move in any direction, right?
Right.
You chose to just walk a few steps directly downstream from where their tubes were, right?
Correct.
The boys were yelling at you at this point, right? You remember that?
Yep.
They were making a commotion, right? They were loud,
Mm-hmm.
and that attracted the attention of the folks in the Carlson group, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've testified that Maddie Cohen walked over, right?
Yep.
You walked towards her,
Yes.
and the water level at the spot that you had contact with Maddie was about ankle deep from the video.
From the video, yes.
You told Lieutenant Hart you were standing in really shallow water, right?
Yep.
Maddie told you to leave the area, right?
She didn't say it that way, but yes.
She said, go, go, go.
And
She swore at you too, but she was telling you to go, right?
yeah,
You didn't go.
I was trying to communicate with her what I was doing in the river.
You didn't leave, right?
No, not down the river.
Overruled. It's relevant.
You did not leave, right?
I
At the
didn't
time
go
that
in
she
the
came up
direction. No,
When she came up and said, go, 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 you chose to stay, right?
I wanted to talk.
You didn't like that she was yelling at you, right?
I only had like 2 or 3 seconds of direct verbal or whatever.
And you clearly didn't like she was swearing at you, right?
Right.
And what you told her was not that you were looking for a phone, but that these boys took your goggles, right?
I don't remember what I told her.
Right? If it's on the video, did you say it?
If it's on the video, yeah,
You never mentioned you were looking for a phone.
I don't remember my conversation with
And in
her.
fact, after you told her that they took your goggles, you never said another word,
People to use
right?
on your platform for cooperating with Spot.
After that,
Right.
And
of course I did.
Talking about your anger scale, at the point where Maddie Cohen was yelling at you and pointing at you and swearing at you, where was your anger scale?
Melly
One.
had been passing along messages or kites to him,
And even with your anger scale being only 1,
and
you started touching, fidgeting with the knife in your pocket, right?
Melly's manager,
I don't remember that.
Let's take a look at the video.
in Portland, Melly's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. So this guy was making calls to all of these people, giving messages allegedly from Melly. They have the transcripts.
We're ready. It's timestamp 135. That's you touching your knife in your pocket, right?
Correct.
And at this point, you've got your back to the 2 girls who were yelling at you, right?
It's possible.
So even though you were fearing for your life, you turned
Overruled. Let's get the question out.
your back on these folks, right?
Where am I in that location as reference to the other people?
I get to ask the questions at this point. Okay.
All right.
You're back at the 135 mark that we just watched. You've turned your back on these folks, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
Yes, I
Your
see
side,
that. Yeah.
Right? You're touching your knife, but you got your back to them, right?
I see that in the picture.
And so at that point, you wouldn't have turned your back on these folks if you had fear of them, right?
Objection mischaracterizes his testimony.
Overruled. You can answer the question. Yes.
I didn't mute myself. I'm up here listening to an interview because I'm trying to get ready for it. Up prep for us for some transcripts. YNW Melly. Yeah, that was 1090 Jake. How funny. Sorry, guys. Let me take us past here.
We can get the frame up. We're at timestamp 116. That's the look that you gave to those boys, right? At that time, at 116?
Yes.
That's the look on your face.
Yeah.
That's an angry look.
Not to me. I was annoyed, more than frustrated, but not angry.
At the point where you looked at the boys with that expression on your face, whatever it was, you had the entire river in front of you open to walk to, right? That's true.
Correct.
And instead you chose to turn back around where Maddie Cohen was, right?
I stood my ground. I basically stayed in the same location.
Right.
I didn't go towards anybody at that point.
You didn't take a step away either, did you?
No.
And at that point then, that's when Riley Madison joins her. And you've got Madison and Riley standing in front of you, right?
I suppose that's the time, yeah.
Two girls.
Yeah.
And these two girls standing in front of you touched your shoulders somewhat, right?
Mhm.
You never said yes?
Yes.
You never stumbled backwards or anything like that?
It wasn't somewhat, but
Well, let's take a look at the video. We're going to start a little bit earlier than the part I wanted to start at. It's at the 135 mark again. We can put the screen up. Take the screen down. Starting at 134. So at that point, you're touching your knife before Maddie and Riley are standing in front of you, right?
appears that way.
Stop. You had said that your fear level was rising.
Mm-hmm.
You had waved to your friends, right? That was the look on your face at the time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You're smiling.
I'm confused.
You're smiling.
I'm confused.
You're not smiling?
That's not a smile.
Yes. Let's move on, please.
Turn the screen on. Can we get the screen back? Stop. All right, so you had been fidgeting with your knife multiple times. You've got Riley Madison in front of you. I believe her testimony was she's a 115-pound woman. You got Maddie Cohen on your other side. This is when you choose to pull out your knife, right?
Overruled. Understand the question?
What does her weight have to do with me?
So you don't get to ask the
Oh, I'm
questions
sorry.
at this point. You pulled out your knife at this point with these two girls standing in front of you, right?
Yes.
And you held it down by your belt line, right?
Yes.
And you opened it up, right?
Yes.
And this is before you had been punched, or anything like that. You had that knife ready with these two girls standing in front of you.
Objection, I use the term girls and women.
Women, pardon me.
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
And you didn't hold it up and say, hey, I have a knife. Right?
To me, that would be a threat.
Well, I'm not asking you that. You did not hold it up.
No,
And you didn't, in fact, you held it down by your side. Right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Isn't that what you did?
yes,
You didn't take a step back and brandish it and say, hey, back up, I have a knife. Right?
correct,
You opened it down low, and then you held it down low by your side. Right.
correct.
And as you're doing that, you're smiling. Right?
That's not a smile.
Well, let's take a look at the video.
I'm overwhelmed and annoyed.
And that's you holding your knife down by your belt line, right?
Yes,
When you pulled it out and opened it up, you held it with the blade facing up, right?
I didn't pay attention, but in the video, yes,
And it becomes important later when you stab AJ, because you didn't try to cut him down, you cut him up, right? Right?
that was not my intent.
Overruled. I believe the witness answered the question.
You had the knife blade up and you're saying you didn't know that?
I didn't pay attention.
As you're holding it there, you've got your thumb on the bottom of the handle, right? Right?
Yeah.
Blade up.
I see that.
Blade's pointing at, looks like at Maddie Cohen, right?
Yes,
Nobody else. I'll strike that. After you opened that knife, would it be fair to say that your fear level went down a little bit because now you had your knife open,
no,
right? Was your fear level going up at that point? I think you said that earlier.
the whole situation was boiling up.
So when you have your knife open, you take a couple steps backwards to get away from the situation.
I stood my ground. I stayed in place.
You never backed up one step, did you?
No,
You had your knife out and you were prepared to use it.
to defend myself.
At that point, there's nothing to defend yourself from, right?
I didn't know that.
If I understand your testimony today, now you're acknowledging that you did do something to Maddie Cohen, which started off this fight, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Objection, police probe.
Yes.
Stabbed him, instead of pulling out, you went up, right?
I was falling backwards with a knife in my arm, in my hand, and the angle of my arm was about the same. Just got hit in the throat.
In this frame of the video, the knife's pointing straight up, right?
Yes,
Went in, pulled up, and it's by the time you got done up by his face, your knife's pointing straight up.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
it's straight up.
At that point, Tony Carlson came in to break up the fight.
Objection, speculation. He doesn't know what Tony Carlson's doing.
Overruled. You can ask the question. He can answer.
I don't know what he was doing.
You know that he told Dante Carlson to back up, right?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Do I know from video and from testimony? Yes. At the time, I didn't know.
After you stabbed AJ Madison, you were pushed back into the water, right?
Just sorry, it's AJ Carlson.
Pardon me. No, it's not. It's not.
AJ Martin.
It's AJ Madison. He's not part of the Carlson family. AJ Martin.
Thank you.
Pardon me. After you stabbed AJ Martin, you were pushed back into the water, right?
Yes.
Nobody jumped on top of you.
No.
Nobody was kicking at you or punching you.
No.
You're just in the water by yourself. right?
Apparently, yes.
We're going to take a look at the video starting at 1:55. That's you in the water, still holding your knife, right? Pardon me, this is before you got up. At this point, you're standing there. There's nobody hitting you, nobody's punching you, nobody's kicking you, right?
Objection. That's not the video. He's not standing.
Someone, please come up.
You turned around and you sliced Riley Madison through the left side of her body, right?
Yes.
She wasn't punching you or kicking you.
She came at me and she had her hands on me.
At the time you stabbed her, she had her hands on you.
Yes.
This 115-pound woman attacked you while you're standing there holding a knife.
She could have been 500 pounds. I don't know. I'm sorry, sir, but
You've never told anyone ever that Riley Madison attacked you and that's why you stabbed her, right?
No.
You're saying it today for the first time.
I don't remember this whole thing.
After you stabbed Riley Madison, Isaac Schumann tries to push you, right?
And he lands his hands on my throat. Yes.
But his hands originally weren't anywhere near your throat. They were on your shoulder and your chest, right?
I didn't take measurements, but yeah, from the picture, yes.
And as soon as he touches you, you stab up into his heart with your knife, right?
Objection. No confrontation.
He went for my throat, and I defended myself. Yes.
Are you saying, we're going to look at the video. We're going to start at 2:02, and for anybody who doesn't want to watch, you might want to avert your eyes. Ready? We're at 2:05, the timestamp on the video. That's Isaac Schumann, right? If you don't,
Right.
His left hand on your arm, right?
Right.
His right hand on your chest, right?
Right.
They're not on your throat.
In that particular frame.
And
Correct.
your right hand is cocked, your elbow's bent, right?
Okay.
And you've got the knife in your hand.
Yes.
Let's play it through, please. And as he's pushing you, you jam your knife up into his heart, through his ribcage, right?
After he touches my throat and pushes me back. Yes. Correct.
As your arm is moving up to stab him, you actually moved his arm farther up your body with your own movement, right?
I don't know how to answer that. I didn't see that.
At the time that this incident happened, you agree you weighed 248 pounds?
Yes.
Not one of these people that you stabbed so far in the video were armed in any fashion, right?
Right.
You told an elaborate story about people pulling knives on you, right?
Objection. Argumentative as to form.
Overruled.
Right? You made up that story?
To Brandy Hart.
Lieutenant Hart, yes.
I don't remember that, but I saw the video. Yes.
At no point did anybody pull any knife on you, right?
Correct.
You're the only person who had a knife.
Correct.
You had said earlier that you had waved for your friends to come over because you were so scared, right? Right?
During we're moving back in time now.
Oh, yeah. Earlier you had waved. We saw
Yes.
the video. You said
Yes.
you waved to your friends
Yes.
because you were scared. Your fear level was at whatever. And in fact, Ariel came over, right?
Yes.
And he's in the group at the point that Riley Madison's standing there bleeding into the river, right? He's standing
Yes.
right behind him.
Yep. Yep.
And at the time that you stabbed Tony Carlson, Ariel's right there, right in the group, correct?
See that in the video? Yes.
And when you stabbed Isaac Schumann, he's also standing there, right?
I didn't see him there at the time, but yes, in the video, yes.
So this narrative about it being 13-on-1, you had a friend there, right? Your friend was standing right there. He's in the video, right?
In the video. I don't remember him being there.
Did you saw him coming? Walking downstream.
I don't remember.
You waved for him, right?
I waved at my group.
At no point when you stabbed Tony, Riley, and Isaac, did you call out to your friend and say, hey, help me, they're attacking me, right? Even though he's in the frame and he's close to the action, so to speak. You never said that, right?
I was stunned. Couldn't talk.
The last person you stabbed was Dante Carlson, right?
Yes.
And this is in the sequence of events, everything else had happened, right?
Yes.
It's the same.
All the other stabbings had already occurred, right? At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson.
Yes.
He wasn't punching you at that point.
I was surrounded. People were coming at me. I just came up a couple of times, being punched in the head, punched in the mouth. I fell on river rocks. I was in pain. I was hurting.
Tony Carlson had broken up the fight between you and Dante never hit you again after that, did he?
Objection. That's sustained form. Please rephrase.
At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson, he was not fighting with you, right?
Correct.
He had not punched you immediately before you decided to stab him.
Correct.
In fact, you took a couple steps toward him to stab him, didn't you?
I thought he was attacking me.
So at that point, you stabbed 5 people and you decided to leave the area. Is that true?
I walked away.
You walked up to Ernesto, right?
Yes.
You didn't say anything about being attacked, right?
I was in shock.
You said they took my knife, right? To Ernesto?
I don't remember that, but that's what I said according to all the video. And
Well, if Ernesto said that, that's what you
Yes.
said.
Yeah.
You still got the knife on your person, right? Even though you just told them they took your knife, you still had it. Right?
No. When I reached the tubes,
No. When Ernesto came walking up and you walked up to him, you told him they took my knife. It's the first thing out of your mouth, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Instead of walking to your group, you walked up to the south shore of the lake, of the river, right?
Yes.
And on the way, you washed off the knife in the river.
I don't remember that.
Well, you had blood on your hand and on the knife, right?
Yes.
When you left the area, right?
Yeah.
When you got back to your group, nobody saw any blood on your hands, or right?
Objection. Foundation. Sustained.
At some point, you rinsed your hand and the knife in the water, right?
I don't remember that. But, yeah.
But what you do remember is throwing the knife up into the bushes on the south bank.
Right on the bank, yes.
And then you finally walked over to your group, right?
As I was walking, I threw it away, yes.
No. You walked out of your way to get to the south bank to get rid of it, and then walked back across the river to your group, right?
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
Yes.
We're going to play the video taken by Larry and Davis, Judge. It's grainy, but it's of some value.
You have any more questions?
Yes.
Well, maybe this will be a good time to take a break. Let's recess and we'll come back at 2:50. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
To you at the end of the day, thank you for being with us. The jury is stepping into to you at the end of the day. Thank you for.
Mr. Smithstand.
Mr. Miu, I want to ask you some more questions about the stabbing of Dante Carlson. Is it fair to say that you did not know that Larry and Davis was recording that part of it?
No.
And you've seen that video here in court?
Yeah.
You are the person in the dark shorts, correct? In that video?
It was not very clear, so I couldn't make out who was who.
Right, there's a person wearing dark shorts with the same body type as you in the video. Is it you?
Clear.
Hold on. Sustained.
Well, we're going to watch the video. We're going to watch it through at full speed. Your screen's not on. We're going to play part of it, but slower, but not the end part. We're ready. What's the time for it? This is at the very beginning. Mr. Miu, do you see yourself in the left-hand side foreground wearing the dark shorts? Where the cursor's pointed?
I can't make out.
You don't know if that's you?
No.
Did anyone else on the river have the same body shape that you had at the time?
Objection, no foundation. Sustained.
Body shaming. Would he be?
You've been in court since the beginning of the trial, right?
Correct.
You've seen all these people testify,
Yes.
the people that were all involved in the incident, right?
Yes.
At the time that you stabbed these folks, there wasn't anybody else in that area of the river that had the same body shape as you, correct?
Objection, no foundation. Sustained. It's the same question.
You're aware that Dante Carlson's wearing shorts that are black on the bottom and light gray on top, right?
That's what I learned.
We're gonna go through it slowly.
Yes.
Village Park where the exit was, right?
Down the
Anybody to say you were attacked?
sir. Sorry.
Okay. Did anyone else from your tubes go to help with the folks on the river that were hurt?
No foundation.
Mr. Smithstand.
Mr. Miu, I want to ask you some more questions about the stabbing of Dante Carlson. Is it fair to say that you did not know that Larry and Davis was recording that part of it?
No.
And you've seen that video here in court?
Yeah.
You are the person in the dark shorts, correct? In that video?
It was not very clear, so I couldn't make out who was who.
Right, there's a person wearing dark shorts with the same body type as you in the video. Is it you?
Clear.
Hold on. Sustained.
Well, we're going to watch the video. We're going to watch it through at full speed. Your screen's not on. We're going to play part of it, but slower, but not the end part. We're ready. What's the time for it? This is at the very beginning. Mr. Miu, do you see yourself in the left-hand side foreground wearing the dark shorts? Where the cursor's pointed?
I can't make out.
You don't know if that's you?
No.
Did anyone else on the river have the same body shape that you had at the time?
Objection, no foundation. Sustained.
You've been in court since the beginning of the trial, right?
Correct.
You've seen all these people testify,
Yes.
the people that were all involved in the incident, right?
Yes.
At the time that you stabbed these folks, there wasn't anybody else in that area of the river that had the same body shape as you, correct?
Objection, no foundation. Sustained. It's the same question.
You're aware that Dante Carlson's wearing shorts that are black on the bottom and light gray on top, right?
That's what I learned.
We're gonna go through it slowly.
Yes.
Sir. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, at the sandbar, right?
Objection sustained, lack of foundation.
In any event, after you got rid of the knife on the south side of the river, you walked back to the north side of the river where your group was in the at the sandbar, right?
Yes.
Sat in your tube? Did you sit down in your tube?
Yes.
Eric Williams from your group, realizing that people were hurt, left?
Objection, form, lack of foundation, sustained.
Did you see Eric Williams leave your group?
No.
At some point, did you notice he wasn't with your group anymore?
I didn't do a head count, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Did anyone else from your tubes go to help with the folks on the river that were hurt?
No foundation. Overruled. You can answer the question.
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to anybody in my group.
When you went back to your tube, you put your shirt back on, right?
I was cold. Yes.
And you put on your hat, right?
Yes.
And your sunglasses.
Yes.
Eventually, you saw police officers and emergency medical technicians show up on the river, right?
Yes.
Wading up the river, right?
Yes.
Trying to help people that had been injured. And
Objection, no foundation. Overruled.
you saw that happen, right?
Yes.
You didn't approach anybody to say you were attacked, as far as law enforcement or EMTs or anything like that, right?
No, I just pooped myself. I was afraid to go in that area.
Even though
Sorry.
there's police presence everywhere, you were afraid to walk over there and tell them, hey, this is what happened.
Yes, sir.
So you got in your tube and you floated down the river.
Not immediately. We waited there. We had people, from what I learned, not that I remember, that called 911, and yeah, I don't remember any of that stuff. So I don't remember.
So you remember waiting for Eric Williams to come back to join your group so you could leave?
I don't remember.
All right, do you remember saying, let's go? You yourself saying that?
Objection asked and answered. Overruled. Overruled.
I don't remember.
Ernesto Torres, he's your best friend.
Yes.
You didn't tell him what happened as you were floating away?
I didn't talk to him. I don't remember talking to anybody. I don't even remember going down the river or up the river. I was just stunned. I don't remember anything.
You didn't tell Ernesto, I was afraid for my life and I did this?
No.
You never told Ernesto that I acted in self-defense?
I don't remember talking to anybody.
You didn't say I was afraid they were going to kill me, these folks?
Objection, no foundation. He said he doesn't remember.
I don't remember.
As you were leaving the area, you saw folks giving CPR to Isaac Schumann, right?
I didn't see that.
All right. Eventually, you made it down to Village Park where the exit was, right?
Eventually.
And there's some video of you relaxed in your tube, kind of playing in the water with your hand, right?
Objection as to form. Sustained.
You remember seeing the video of you
I remember seeing the video.
relaxing in your tube before you got back to the end?
Objection as to form. Sustained.
Did you see the video or not?
I said I did.
When you got to Village Park, your group exited the river, right?
Yes.
There was multiple police in the area, right?
Yes.
You saw a uniformed officer with his gun drawn, walking towards you, right?
Right.
You didn't approach that officer.
I was afraid of everybody at
You were
that time.
you were afraid of the officer?
I was afraid of anything and everybody. I was afraid of anything. I was still in shock, so I was afraid of everything. Yes.
You didn't approach the officer and say, they tried to kill me, I defended myself, nothing like that, right?
I don't remember saying anything like that to anybody.
You walked right by him, right?
All that is a blur. I don't remember it.
Once you got further up the path, though, other officers were able to pick you out of your group, right?
Apparently, yes.
They stopped you, right, before you could leave the park.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember the police stopping you and detaining you in the park after this incident?
I remember being stopped, but I don't remember the details.
Sure. You were aware that the police had a picture of you from the river, right?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
You remember the police had to take your hat and glasses off to make sure that it was you in the picture?
Nope. I was focused on one thing only. Somebody with a bat that I've seen in the woods and across that whatever bridge, the little bridge, Rainbow Bridge, whatever. I was focused on him. I was very afraid of that person.
Did you ever say to the officer, hey, there's a guy over there with a bat and that's concerning me. Can you do something about it?
No.
You're put into a squad car, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yes,
Yes.
Sheriff Knudsen came over to make sure you were comfortable, right?
I saw that in the video. Yes.
You don't remember talking to Sheriff Knudsen?
No.
You remember him asking you, well, if you don't remember, you don't remember. We're going to play that video and then I have some questions for you. Your Honor, this is the longer version of the video that's been referenced. It's 1 minute and 59 seconds.
House, when you're ready.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going on?
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear somebody got stabbed, and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it?
Yeah, and I seen people gather around it.
Okay. All right.
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about it.
Okay.
Our whole group was pretty interested in finding out what happened.
Okay. And that's your whole group over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
All right.
I don't know. Okay, well,
Did you see anybody injured?
no.
You didn't see anybody injured?
No.
Did you see anybody fighting?
I heard people screaming at each other, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Screaming in anger or screaming in pain? Do you know?
Everybody's drunk, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say, I don't know, just screaming. You know, calling each other names. It's, I've seen that all day. And we've all been drinking a lot. I'm sure they're drunk. I'm sure they're doing, I don't know, kids being kids.
Kids being kids. Where's your group from? Where did you drive from today?
I drove from Prior Lake.
From Prior Lake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I didn't drive it. We came here.
Your wife and you met the group here?
Yeah, but we know each other.
Okay. All right. As long as the temperature's good, I'll check back with you in a minute, okay? Thank you.
You lied to Sheriff Knudsen, right?
I don't remember that conversation. But yes,
You
I
told him that you heard there was a stabbing, right?
I don't remember any of this stuff.
You're fishing for information about what happened, right?
I don't know what you could say I was fishing. I don't know.
You asked him some questions about what had happened, right?
Again, I don't remember this conversation.
But you were pretending that you didn't know what happened. Isn't that true?
No.
At the point that you were talking to Sheriff Knudsen and saying these things, you didn't know there was a video of what happened on the river, did you?
I didn't know whether I was dead or alive at that point.
But you also didn't know that there was a video, right?
No.
When the sheriff asked you what had happened, one of your responses was it was kids being kids, right?
I don't remember any of that conversation.
You just heard yourself say it on the video, though.
So
Objection, no foundation.
I'll move on. Prior to being taken to jail, you were transferred from that squad car that you were in to a different squad car, right? Remember that? You remember at some point Deputy Thomason telling you that you were under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide?
I don't remember any of that.
When you spoke with Lieutenant Hart, even though you'd been informed that you were being arrested for homicide, you pretended to know that, to not be aware that someone had died, right? Right? When you were talking to Lieutenant Hart, you
over here at the jail?
Yeah.
I don't remember any of that conversation.
don't recall pretending to not be aware that someone had died.
Objection assumes fact. Sustained.
When you're talking to Lieutenant Hart, that was about 4 hours after you'd been arrested, right?
Yeah, that's what I learned.
And said you had time to put together a story, right?
No,
Overruled.
You had 4 hours to come up with a story about what happened on the river before you were interviewed by Lieutenant Hart, right?
no,
You didn't have that time.
I didn't put a story together.
Okay. So when you told her things like, 2 of these boys pulled knives on me, you're telling the truth?
No,
That was a story, right?
correct.
And when you said that you somehow managed to grab one of the boys' arms and bend their wrist back and stab them with their own knife, that's a story you made up, right?
I told her what I remembered.
You remember doing that?
No, everything I told her is what I remembered at that time.
At the time you told her these things, you thought that you would grab someone's arm and stab them with their own knife?
As you can see, I was very confused.
Did you not testify earlier that you lied about the knife?
That I did.
And that nobody else had a knife on the river except for you?
That I lied about the knife.
So it's impossible then for you to have twisted someone's arm and stabbed them with their own knife, right?
I saw the video.
No, I'm asking what you said to Lieutenant Hart.
I don't remember the interview, but I saw the video. And
You're aware,
and I know that it's not right. It's not true.
not just a couple of little lies, but lie on top of lie to Lieutenant Hart, right?
Sustained.
Well, let's talk about some of the things you told her. You said, these boys took the goggles off my head and threw them down the river, right? You told her that?
If that's what the video recorded, yes.
All right. You told her that these boys tried to pull down your shorts, right?
That's what I saw in the video, but I don't remember the interview.
That's a detail you added for your benefit, right?
No,
You said these boys attacked you, right? You told her that multiple times, right?
I saw the video.
Did you say that or not? Yes or
I
no?
said that in the video. Yes.
And you knew that wasn't true, right?
So in the video, I lied. I totally lied about the knife. I didn't remember a lot of details. I didn't remember of anything. I don't even remember the interview. I just looking at the video. It's I can look at it like anybody would look at it for the first time. I don't remember any of that.
You told Lieutenant Hart that these boys told you, don't run away from us. Remember saying that?
No,
In fact, it's just the opposite. They were telling you to go, right?
I don't remember.
You told her that a second boy had a knife, attacked you with the knife, and you took that from him, right?
That's what I saw in the video.
That's not true either, right? Right?
That's not true.
You said that when you walked back to your group, and this is talking to Lieutenant Hart, that Ernesto asked you if you had found the phone, right? You remember saying that to her?
I don't remember any of that conversation I had with her.
Yeah, that wasn't true either, right?
If this is all part of that interview, I don't remember anything.
Yeah.
So
That's what we're talking about. We're talking
Right.
about the interview with Lieutenant Hart.
then I don't remember the interview.
Okay, I still get to ask you questions about it.
Sure.
You were specifically asked, did you have a knife, right? You remember being asked that?
I don't remember that, but I know I was.
Your answer to Lieutenant Hart was no, no, absolutely no, right?
Right. Which I lied. I know I lied about the knife.
You said to her, why did they want to scare me with a knife, right? Talking about the boys, I mean, the 17-year-olds. When none of them ever had a knife, right? Is that right?
Apparently not.
You said I grabbed it, meaning the knife, from him because he tried to poke me with it. Do you remember saying that?
Nope.
You said a woman hit you in the ear. Do you remember saying that?
Nope.
You know that's not true, right?
Objection, foundation.
You know that's not true as you sit here now, right?
Right.
told the police and Lieutenant Hart, I think, that you thought it was two different groups of people fighting against each other, right?
I don't remember telling her that.
Right. You know, I just said her today that that's completely made up, right?
Again, I don't remember any of that you're talking about right now, if it's about the interview.
You told Lieutenant Hart that you wanted to stay in the area and watch the police come and arrest these people for fighting, right? That's what you told Lieutenant Hart?
That's what's in the transcript, yes.
When you were told that a person had died, your response was, is it because they fought each other? That's what you told her, right? That's how you responded?
If it's in the transcript. But I don't remember.
You never told Lieutenant Hart that you punched or pushed or did anything to Maddie Cohen, right? You left that part out?
Is that what it's in there?
I'm asking if you ever told her that.
I don't remember.
You didn't mention that you had stabbed and severely injured another woman, Riley Madison. You didn't mention that to Lieutenant Hart, right? Overruled. You never mentioned that part.
I don't remember.
You didn't mention being strangled at any point, right?
If that's the transcript, then that we go by that, but I don't remember that interview.
And I think what you said earlier is that you were afraid you were going to die from being strangled, and that's why you stabbed Isaac Schumann in the heart, right? That was your testimony earlier? Didn't you say that today, this afternoon, here in court?
Yes.
That's not anything you mentioned to any police officer, right?
If I didn't mention, I didn't mention it. I don't remember that.
If that's not an important detail that you thought you might want to point out.
Objection argument.
Everything is every detail is important. We all know that. But I don't remember saying any of those things to Lieutenant Hart.
Because you didn't say them, right? That's why you don't remember.
Is what?
You didn't say those things to her. That's why you don't remember, correct?
I don't remember what I said or what I didn't say to her. I don't remember even having an interview with her.
So you can't remember anything about what you told her, but when Mr. Nelson's asking you questions, you can remember all these feelings you had at the time. Is that true? You remember answering his questions about how you were feeling that day?
The feelings I had when I was attacked?
And when you were meeting with the Lieutenant Hart?
Objection.
Yes.
Me, right?
I don't remember what I told those guys either. Like I said, I don't remember lots of the interaction I had with anybody here at the jail.
But today, almost 2 years later, you remember that the next day your throat hurt.
Yes, because yeah, and my back.
You can remember that detail, but not the other details.
My back still hurts right now.
The sergeant nurse specifically asked you when she was doing the exam, where are you hurt? And you pointed out some things to her, right?
I may have.
Yeah, but you never once said, I had been strangled, I have an injury to my throat hurts, nothing like that.
I don't remember.
When she asked you what hurt, you said your butt hurt from the rocks. That was your response to the nurse, right?
Don't remember.
You had said that you're in poor health, or you were at least in poor health back on July 30th of 2022. You had your bypass surgery 2 years prior to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And typically people that have medical procedures like that are given restrictions on what they can do in their activities, right?
Yeah.
And you apparently weren't restricted from swimming, snorkeling, doing outdoor sports on a river, right?
I was for a while, but 2 years later, lots of the restrictions, I believe, got lifted.
Those restrictions got lifted because you got better, right?
You can say the doctor makes that decision, but he says if you feel a little better, do as much as you can.
Yeah, and then you were in fact snorkeling and swimming and doing things like that, physical activities, right?
Snorkeling in 15 inches of water. I was mostly I didn't even snorkel. That was not a lake but I was my whole plan for the day was to just flow down the river and relax.
You're able to run, at least you were back on July 30th of 2022, right?
Run?
You were able to run at that time, right? You weren't restricted from running.
I mean,
you didn't have a medical restriction to keep you from running, right?
No.
And in fact, you did run when you ran up on Isaac Schumann's group, correct?
You call that run? Okay. That's not a run, but I wasn't running. I wasn't allowed to run or do any activities like that. So I wasn't running.
At the time that this all happened, July 30th, 2022, you felt sufficiently healthy to go off on your own, away from your wife and your group, to go do snorkeling on your own, right?
That's what I felt.
I just want to check my notes. I think I'm almost done. If we can have Exhibit 4, Item 10. I'm going to ask Investigator Schultz to actually handle it since it's evidence, physical evidence.
Can you retrieve the exhibit? Oh, it is now.
If investigator can approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
We're showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4, I guess Item 10. That's your knife, right?
Yes.
That's the knife you used to stab these people.
That's a knife I used to defend myself with. Yes.
I asked you earlier about when you stabbed Dante Carlson. You agreed that he was not attacking you at the point that you stabbed him. He was the last person stabbed, right?
He attacked me.
Earlier, when you stabbed him, Tony Carlson had already broke up the fight, right? You said you agreed to that earlier.
At that time, everybody that came in contact with me attacked me.
Anybody who looked at you?
No, anybody that came in contact with me, I felt attacked.
You felt attacked whether you're being physically attacked or not, right?
I was in the moment, so I felt attacked by anybody that had either previously attacked me or was approaching to attack me.
So you felt like you could stab folks who are not attacking you at the moment that you stabbed them. You walked up to Dante Carlson and stabbed him in the belly, right?
I did not walk up to Dante Carlson and stab him in the belly.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
Jimmy, if you ask some questions about your.
So I figured I would go ahead and I think Carrie was asking about the original video. So I am going to show that just really quickly, and then we'll go into the redirect for Mr. Miu. So we will watch that really quick, and then we'll go into the redirect. Now, I don't know if I was talking over the video. I hope I wasn't talking over it, but we'll see. Because it's a great possibility I was talking and running my mouth.
Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yeah. Further culture. Who is that? Further culture. Who is that? Who the hell is this? Doesn't matter. He said he was looking for a little girl. You're looking for a little girl? Yeah, that's exactly what he said. Weird as hell. I even have that part on camera. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We're trying to have fun. He's gonna claim you? He's gonna claim you. We're not on his own.
Pause at 150. So is that essentially more of the day?
Let me see if I can get to the next part of the video for us, guys. Because they broke down the video in parts. I don't even know if there's a full nonstop.
What I'm interested in is
because they was like different witnesses. They were showing different angles.
Were any of your friends behind him?
No.
In relation to
Let me see. I know it was a bigger chunk of this video. There go me and Jason. Jason always want to come up here and combat me. He wants to be very combative. Wait, maybe it's here. Let me see.
That's Isaac in the background of the middle photo. He's pretty much just standing there in the background. Then you see everybody react and you hear it. You see him try to grab at Tony. That's Tony. You hear that's Tony in the jean shorts. Tony walks by him. Tony has his back to Nicolae. And you'll hear Tony yelling in the video, "Get back, get back." You hear testimony from Tony that he thought he was breaking up a fist fight. So he's yelling at somebody off screen to get back. He has his back to Nicolae. Nicolae gets up still with a knife in his hand. That person in the top left, the left photo, is Riley. So after Tony, you hear him yelling, directing somebody off screen to get back. He turns to Nicolae and he's yelling, "Get back, get back." And you see him pointing in the video and yelling. And you see Nicolae's hand going back, the knife in it. He makes a stabbing motion off screen. Tony's yelling at him, "Get back." And then you see Riley's just been stabbed. That group in the background there that Nicolae's facing with nobody between him and that group, it's his group. That's his group of troopers. Tony, you'll see, you hear from him when he testifies that he's just yelling at Nicolae to go. Nicolae doesn't. Again, that's his group. In the right photo, the guy with the aviators, that's his friend Ariel, almost up to Nicolae. Nicolae doesn't walk back to his group. Instead, he turns to Tony. With the knife in his right hand, he stabs at him twice. You can see Riley bleeding in the background. Ariel, Nicolae's friend, is there as he's lunging the knife at Tony. That hand there on the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see more clearly in the next still shots. Isaac goes to shove Nicolae. See the gold bracelet? As he's shoving Nicolae, Nicolae lunges out with the knife. Nicolae kind of stumbles back from the push, comes back with his knife covered in blood and dripping blood. You can see the women recoiling from him. Nicolae ends up by his friend Ariel as he's stumbling from the push. You don't see Dante get stabbed in the video, but I expect you'll see evidence and testimony that it was after this. It's not until this point in the video.
So just for the record, I do know we have a more free-flowing copy of this. That was kind of like the still images. I'll find that as we listen to some more of the testimony. I just gotta, I gotta find it. I gotta find it, how I got it broken up. Ain't no telling. I thought Jawan has showed the video, but maybe he didn't. And that was the first one of the guys that was actually videotaping it off. But I will try to find it and get us that copy so you can just see it in real time, or as real time as I can get it for you. Okay, here we go, guys.
On July 30th, I want to ask you some questions about that, okay? Just maybe we can get it done in one question. Did you feel fit enough to take on 13 teenagers and adults in a fight by yourself without a weapon?
I didn't, no.
You were asked some questions about what happened with each of these people, right? And you were shown some stills.
Mhm.
Were you in court when, do you know how many frames are in per second of these videos? I
learned they're like 24, 25.
So one frame is a 24th of a second, is that right?
Correct.
When you were in that, let me play the video. I'm going to play Exhibit 2.
connected?
I think so. Before I am. Want me to start over?
Yeah, start over. I don't have anything on my monitor either.
That's not the screen I'm looking at, Judge. I apologize. My screen looks like that.
Screen is this, the library.
That was my, that's my home screen, but. Let me take another chance here, Judge, sorry. See what it looks like for a second. Okay, that's. I don't know, just maybe I need to take a break. I'm looking at my screen and it shows the video, so I apologize. I'm flummoxed.
This is Exhibit 2,
This is Exhibit 2. I want to play it from the 150 mark where you, for 14 seconds.
the spirit of cooperation. Are you able to use your exhibit?
Sure. Apologize, sorry. The video, please. We can start the video at 150, just when he's. All right, before we press play, Mr. Miu, do you see what's on the screen there at 149?
Yes.
Is that you falling backwards?
Yes.
I want to press play and ask him to stop it at 2:05, okay?
Okay.
Please press play.
He ain't a woman. He ain't a woman.
Did you observe those 16 seconds or so?
Yes.
Were you, if there's 24 frames a second and we watch for 16 seconds, as you sit here now, are you able to break down exactly what happened in each of those 284 frames? I mean, do you have a memory of
No.
1/24 of a second?
No, absolutely not.
How, as far as time goes, if you can, I apologize, but if you can, just put yourself back in that space for a moment.
Mhm.
Can you do that?
Yes.
When you're back in that space, on that river, in that time, did you seem like you had 284 different chances to do different things and feel different things?
No.
How did time feel in that moment?
It was not real. Everything was not real. Time wasn't following the same rules.
When you
slow, very slow.
When you said you didn't have a memory of some of the details, but you had a memory of the feelings, can you explain how is that?
So feelings are brought on by what's happening, at least with me. If you get hit in the head, that's a feeling of hurt. If you fall back and you hit your head, you fall back on river rock and you get hurt, you feel pain. When you know you can't get away and you feel like you're drowning and there are people on top of you pounding you and holding you in the water, that's a timestamp in a filing cabinet that says this is what I suffered.
Do you exactly? Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, it's something I would love to erase from my memory, but unfortunately, there are lots of those feelings, very strong feelings I can't erase.
How confident are you in the accuracy of your feelings?
I know my feelings. I lived with my feelings for 54 years.
How about this feeling? How confident are you in the accuracy of this feeling? That
100% confident that is my feeling. 100% confident.
Even if you can't remember the details of everything you saw? Correct. Even if you can't remember the details of everything you heard?
Right.
Let me, because there were some questions and I want to just make sure we cover it, right?
Mm-hmm.
AJ, Mark, do you remember each of these acts that you're charged with, each of these acts of stabbing?
No.
Do you remember the particulars, that is, I should say, the particulars of like X person did this or Y person did this or Z person did this?
No.
Do you have any memory of just randomly stabbing people?
No.
What is your memory as to why you did what you did?
I was afraid for my life, and what I did, I had to do to defend myself.
Do you have a memory of stabbing anybody that didn't come towards you or attack you or touch you or push you or hit you?
No. Did
you ever just randomly go up and hit somebody?
No.
Do you have any memory of Tony Carlson trying to break anything up?
No.
You were asked about that, but I know there's some frames on that. Do you remember the frame in which Tony Carlson's coming up from behind and pushing you?
I didn't know who he was, but I remember being held in the water. I mean, it's a feeling that it gives me the nightmares, the trauma that was caused by that. That's the trauma that I remember.
There were asked some questions there at the end about the Larry and Davis video. Could you make anything out in there?
No, I thought I was looking at Sasquatch.
Do you remember anything about Dante? Dante Carlson is the person on the video previously that we saw here that had hit you. You know that, correct?
Yeah.
And he's the person in those two-tone shorts, correct?
Yeah.
Do you have a memory of how it came to be that you defended yourself against him that's not on the Juwan Cockfield video?
No.
You remember him coming up to you?
I remember lots of people coming onto me. I couldn't distinguish who. I don't remember color of shorts or anything like that.
Did you ever swing or hit the knife out of anger?
No.
Why'd you use the knife?
I use because I'm a mechanical engineer. I use it as a tool. But what I used it for that day, I used it to save my life, for self-defense.
That's all.
Mr. Smestad?
So, Mr. Miu, we hear over and over again that there was 13 people there, and you're there by yourself, right?
Apparently, yes.
But we know that's not true because Ariel was behind you.
Objection.
It's the same.
13 people did not attack you, correct?
Looking at the evidence, correct. In the picture at the time, I didn't know that.
13 people were using words that you didn't like, right?
In action, right?
2 women touched you on your shoulders and arms, right?
They didn't just touch me on my shoulders and arms. You know that.
You were 250 pounds at the time, right?
Yes.
And these women touching your arms caused you to fear for your life?
You're not touching.
Objection.
It's the objection.
That's not the evidence. That's not what he said.
Again, members of the jury, disregard what the attorneys say because what they say is not evidence. What the witness says is the evidence that you're relying on. Next question.
You said the time slowed down for you on redirect, right? You said the rules didn't apply, time slowed down.
To me, at that time, everything felt different.
If time had slowed down, you would have time to consider your actions, right?
If it did slow down, yes. So I was wrong when I said it slowed down, but yes.
But that's what you said, right?
I understand.
You never told the SART nurse that you had been drowning, right?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I don't remember what I told the doctor.
You never told Lieutenant Hart that you had been drowning?
I don't remember.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Miu. You may step back to the table. You get a few minutes?
Just a couple minutes.
All right. Let's come back at 3:45. Please take the jury out.
All right, so the jury.
We're in recess, 3:45.
And good afternoon from our Fox 9 streaming center. You've, of course, been watching our Gavel to Gavel coverage of the Apple.
You know, he wasn't up there as long as I thought he was up there. Like, that was pretty quick. Oh, maybe because we watching it on a faster speed than the normal speed, but wow, he wasn't even up there that long. So let me see. I don't know if they had any additional witnesses. I'm not sure. Let's see. I know we probably getting closer to closing arguments, but let's see here what we got.
Mr. Trofasi, is there another witness? Mr. Nelson?
The defense rests.
All right, defense rests. Mr. Anderson,
they
will there be a
rest.
rebuttal?
No.
Wow.
All right. Members of the jury, that means the evidence is closed. We're almost at the end. I have some matters to discuss with the attorneys. It would not be practical to keep you here and try to push through closing arguments and end up working into the night. So I'm going to release you now. I'd like you to come back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. What is going to happen tomorrow morning is we'll all come back into the courtroom. I will give you the jury instructions. The attorneys will deliver their arguments, and then the matter will be handed over to you for your deliberations. Again, the reminders are the same. No independent research or investigation. Do not talk about this case among yourselves or with anybody else. Do not consult news reports or social media posts about this case. Enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at... Yes.
Okay, so it looks like from all accounts, we are going into closing arguments. So let me get that part up for us so we can do our closings. Let's do our closing arguments. It's going to be day 8.
In at 8:30, so they are probably assembling as we speak, but this gives us some extra time to wrap up some of our work.
Okay, I don't know. We can see I don't know what they're arguing right here, but I'm gonna put us in so we can see what they are arguing. If it's something that we don't want to see, then we can skip past it. Okay, guys?
I do have a few things I want to address before we get back into the jury instructions. I meant to make a record yesterday about the sidebar. During Mr. Miu's direct examination, Mr. Nelson asked questions about nightmares. There was a state objection. We had a sidebar. It was my judgment that since Mr. Miu's credibility was being attacked, Mr. Miu's life experiences dealing with the traumatic events on July 30 were relevant. So I limited the scope of the inquiry to the fact that Mr. Miu was having nightmares, that they were about July 30, 2022, and that he sought out treatment or counseling for them. I did not allow the defense to get into what the medical treatment was, including prescription medication that he may have been given. I also instructed the state that given the objection and given my ruling, that the state would not be permitted to make arguments that Mr. Miu's experiences should be discounted because there's no evidence of a medical provider, a psychiatrist, psychologist, or prescription medication because they had objected to that evidence. So that's my summary. If anybody wants to add to it, you may do so.
That's my recollection, Judge.
Yes, Judge, just to make it clear, I wanted to, as an offer of proof, I wanted to ask Nicolae about how his body responded to those nightmares. That is, when he woke up, what was his body feeling? Was he chills? Did he have sweat? Was he shaking? If I had asked those questions, I would anticipate that he would have told me all of those things would have existed. I again think that that would further support his claim that the nightmares were real. Secondly, I wanted to ask him about the treatment, and I expected him to testify that yes, he saw a doctor and a nurse, mostly a nurse in the jail, and that he received a prescription for Prazosin, which it's his understanding and confirmed by my research that that is a prescription for PTSD-related nightmares. And so again, as Your Honor somewhat articulated, it's our position that if the state affects his taxes credibility on that, I should be able to get that into evidence. It's our position that since they're attacking his credibility in general, anytime I can have his credibility supported on relevant matters, I should be allowed to do so. Your Honor gave the ruling that Your Honor articulated.
Right. And the attorneys do have the ability to rehabilitate the credibility of their witnesses. I just put limits on the extent that we were going to go into it. That's largely how I arrived at my ruling. I'll also note too that we've had a number of other sidebars where we didn't make records. Everybody has the opportunity to make a record if they feel one is necessary. It's been my recollection that most of these substantive rulings have had records made in close proximity to the time of the sidebars. Others, I may have made rulings on form questions, foundation questions, given the attorney's direction to move in a different direction or approach a problem from a certain perspective. I don't think they were substantive in nature. It was more technical. I think some of the other sidebars had to do with the attorneys putting me on notice about things that are likely to occur or may happen. But I don't remember any other sidebars that involved the inclusion or exclusion of meaningful substantive evidence over the objection of one of the parties. Anybody remembers something that they want to make a record of, you have an open invitation to do so. I also want to circle back to exhibit number 24. Yesterday, there was a request to seal a trial exhibit. Neither of the attorneys have provided me with any law authorizing it. And unless you do so now, I conclude that you still do not have supporting authority. As a judge, I
believe yesterday I articulated, I think exhibit number 24, I would just note chapter 950. I appreciate it's probably not my space to make that argument, but it will nevertheless. And chapter 950 involves the dignity of human beings, in particular victims. And I've been in the photos I think we're talking about the photos.
Yes.
Those photos being made public is contrary to respecting the dignity of those people that have that right.
I understand the thought and the sentiment. In a way, as a human being, I agree. However, as a judge, I have to follow the law when it comes to sealing records. And judges are very restricted, at least in Wisconsin, about what records can be sealed from the public. And the authority is defined specifically by statute. Things like juvenile records, trade secrets, social security numbers, pre-sentence investigation reports, psychological studies, things like that are all defined in statute that a judge either is permitted to or is required to seal. Judges do not have broad authority to seal records that the judge thinks would be appropriate or to protect the interests of individuals, unfortunately. So because this is a trial exhibit, it's been received into evidence, because this is a public trial that does not involve a enumerated statutory basis for sealing, I don't have the authority to do so, even though I may prefer to do so. I simply just don't have the authority. So the request for sealing is denied on exhibit 24. I provided the attorneys with a printed version of all of the proposed verdict forms. Did anybody have any objections?
No.
I don't.
Okay. So those will stand and be submitted to the jury. Is there anything else you want to address before we get back to the jury instructions? Okay. Okay, hearing none.
Actually, can we approach quick, Judge?
Yes. All right, let's table the sidebar for a moment. I want to get these jury instructions done so I can have them printed. We left off at 1072, the attempted crimes for counts 2 through 5. Mr. Nelson, you had a lot of objections yesterday that applied to 1017. Those same objections would apply to 1072 because the same issues exist in both instructions. So I've noted all of them for purposes of preserving the record. Are there other matters that you want to address in 1072?
Yes, Judge. In 1017, as well as in 1072, regarding the matter of second-degree reckless homicide on page 10, when you're talking about the homicide, and on page 20, when you're talking about the recklessly endangering safety, both in the second-degree matter, both of them merely say the difference between first and second is the additional element. There is no mention in that discussion of second-degree reckless homicide, nor mention in the second-degree reckless endangering safety that it is the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I appreciate that it is in first-degree reckless homicide and it is in first-degree recklessly endangering safety. However, I think not including it in second to make sure and clear that the burden is on the state is in direct contradiction to the State v. Austin 349 Wisconsin Second 744 case that we've been discussing. This mistake, error in the instructions that were included is, I think, exactly what Austin says on paragraph 7, mentioning the jury instructions in Austin. It said, however, there was no mention of the burden of proof relative to self-defense. And it talks about that in the context of recklessly endangering safety. And then later on page 17, it talks about the standard instruction implies that the defendant must satisfy the jury that he is acting in self-defense. In doing so, the instruction removes the burden of proof from the state to show that the defendant was engaging in criminally reckless conduct. So I'd ask that on page 10 and on page 20, when discussing the second-degree reckless homicide and the second-degree recklessly endangering, that Your Honor add the words that I believe were added in other aspects, and that Mr. Miu was not acting lawfully in self-defense.
All right, the objections noted. I am declining the request with the modification. Again, this comes from the pattern standard language from the jury instruction book, authored by the jury instruction committee. It's a committee of multiple judges who have studied these issues and have vetted appropriate language. The self-defense language appears in connection with first-degree reckless homicide and first-degree recklessly endangering safety. The jury will be instructed that one is not engaging in criminal reckless conduct if they're acting in self-defense. When we get to the second-degree versions of those offenses, the instruction makes explicit reference back to the wording from the first-degree offense, but simply tells the jury that the absence of utter disregard for human life, but the instruction for the second-degree offenses instructs the jury that they do not have to find the utter disregard for human life. So it's incorporating by reference the first-degree language. I think it is adequate. I think it is accurate. The attorneys will have ample opportunity to argue their respective points, including the importance of the self-defense being disproved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. What's next?
That was the only additional request after reviewing the instructions.
Okay, and then last night we went through all of the other instructions. I'll give again another open call to additional instructions that you think, additional removal of instructions. Is there any changes, objections, concerns that you have to the jury instructions as presented?
Judge, regarding the excuse portion, I agree you can take that out. I'm not going to argue that in any way of provocation. So it was one of the bracketed instructions. It's on page 3.
Yes.
It's a single sentence paragraph.
It is removed. Anything else from the state?
Not on jury instructions.
Mr. Nelson?
No, Judge.
Okay. So I'll have the instructions finalized. My intent is to read before you argue. I'll also have the instructions displayed on the monitors so the jury can follow along. The jury will be provided with a few copies of the printed instructions in the deliberation room for their reference. Mr. Anderson, at sidebar, you said you had a motion to make?
Yes, Judge, I have a motion to strike one of the jurors. It was brought to my attention yesterday that during portions of testimony yesterday, one of the jurors was sleeping for an extended period of time and to the point of nodding off and then jerking awake. Both sides have a right to a fair trial, which includes juries that are attentive. I'm looking at Wisconsin Supreme Court case, State v. Novi, 346 Wisconsin 2nd, 289. It could, if there's a conviction, the defense could also try to argue that it violated defendant's right to fair trial. So obviously we want jurors who are paying attention to the evidence. So it's a two-step inquiry. One, it's a fact determination whether the juror was actually inattentive to the point of potentially undermining the fairness of the trial. And two, whether there's, this is the appellate review standard, if there's prejudice as a result.
Which juror?
4021.
Judge, we don't agree. I'm not looking at them, so I don't agree with factual basis.
Mr. Anderson, if you want to pursue the matter further, you'll have to provide a witness.
State calls Investigator Schultz.
Investigator, please stand, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson?
You've already testified, but can you state your first and last name?
John Schultz.
And were you present throughout testimony yesterday?
Yes, sir.
At portions of the trial, were you watching the jury?
I was.
Was there a specific point during trial period of time, I should say, where you noticed a concern about whether a juror was paying attention?
Yes.
What did you notice?
I observed one of the jurors with her head down and would startle up with her head on numerous occasions.
What kind of time period, if you can recall? Was it like 10-minute time period, half hour, hour, longer?
About an hour.
And she was dozing off and appearing to start awake?
Yes.
Multiple times?
Yes.
And from reviewing our jury list in our office, we believe that to be juror 4021.
Correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
What time did this occur?
I can tell you during what portion of the trial, sir, but I don't recall the time. I apologize.
Just yesterday this happened and you don't know what time it was when it happened?
Correct. I can tell you the portion of the trial.
Let's start from there. During which witness?
Lieutenant Hart.
And during Lieutenant Hart's direct exam or cross exam?
It would have been during her direct exam.
And that was the before the video or after the video?
During the video.
So was it during the exam or during the playing of the video?
I apologize. I think I'm getting confused. It was during the playing of the video.
Was it any time other than during the playing of the video?
Not that I observed.
When you made these observations, you were sitting next to attorneys representing the state?
Yes.
Did you make note to them, pass a note, give an elbow, whisper in an ear?
No, I told them after or during a break.
So you made this observation while it was happening and you just, for lack of a better term, sat there and let it happen?
Yes.
Didn't bring it to the attorney's attention?
I did during the break.
When you say the break after the playing of the video?
I believe so, yes.
Was there a discussion about whether the state thought the juror was on the state side or the defense side?
No, sir.
What was that discussion? Who did you tell?
During the break, I just told the attorneys that I observed a juror who I believed was sleeping But I noted that I believe she was sleeping and not just closing her eyes because of her head quickly coming up like you would when you startle from waking.
And did you, at the time you didn't, your estimate of the time is fair to say rough?
Yes, sir.
You, during the actual live testimony from Brandy Hart, you didn't make an observation of any of this, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was
Correct.
It was only during the playing of the video.
Correct.
And it was only during a portion of the playing of the video.
Correct.
And your observation was just as you said, she had her chin tilted forward towards her chest at a couple of times during the playing of the video.
Yes, sir. Her chin tilted, eyes closed, and then head would come up quickly.
And when her chin was down and her eyes would close, would that last for a moment or would that last for 10 minutes or you don't know?
I was not watching her over 10 minutes, so I would say a moment.
Okay. So her chin would go down for a brief moment and then she would bring her head right back up. That's what you observed.
Yes, sir.
You didn't look over and see her chin down with her eyes closed and then look over and see her chin down with her eyes closed and then look over and see her chin down with her eyes closed. Agreed?
Sorry, I think I'm getting confused. Yes, that is what I would see.
I'm trying to figure out this, whether or not you observed her chin down, eyes closed, and she stayed in that position for some continued period of time, or whether you observed her chin go down, there was a startled moment, her chin would come up, or whether you saw something else.
I understand what you're saying now. So I was intermittently looking over, and during that period of time, there was times where I would just see her chin down, eyes closed. I would look back, and it would be that way, and then I would see her startle with her head up.
So you're not in a position to tell the court the length of time that you observed her to have her chin down with her eyes closed? Meaning
continuous? No, sir.
You don't know whether that was for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 minutes. You can't say.
Correct.
You just essentially noticed it a couple of times.
Correct.
And by a couple, 2 to 3, is that fair?
I'd say 4 to 5.
Okay. And of those 4 to 5 times, half of them were you saw her with her chin down and she didn't make a response, and half of them were when she had her chin, you saw her make this, what you've called a startled reaction up.
Yes, sir.
Would that be a fair estimate?
That would be fair, yes.
And the times that you saw her with her chin down and eyes closed, it was again just a brief glance. You weren't dialed in, focusing on her. Agreed?
Yes.
You agree with that?
I do agree.
Nothing else?
So the 4 or 5 times, is that when you saw the head jerk?
It was both. At times I'd look over and she just chin down, eyes closed. And then I would look over again and I would see that and then see the head jerk.
And did you see that for what period of time approximately from when you first noticed that till the end? Was it half-hour period of time, 45 minutes, hour?
Approximately over an hour.
When you looked over, if you recall, was it one of those 2 states, or were there several times where you looked over and she did appear to be alert?
Those were the only times that I'd looked over.
So when you looked over during that period, it was either chin down or startling awake?
Yes.
Nothing else?
You said it was only during the playing of the video. Agreed?
Yes.
You understand that the video was less than an hour, correct?
Approximately an hour, yes, sir.
It's about 50 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So based upon that, you couldn't have been observing this for over an hour. Agreed?
I object that we played it for 56 minutes.
The record's
56 minutes.
It wasn't over an hour. Agreed?
Yes, sir.
And you can't tell the judge during those 56 minutes when you made the first observation. Agreed?
Agreed.
So you don't know if it was 15 minutes into the video, 30 minutes into the video. You can't say.
I cannot give an exact time, no, sir.
And all you do is, you said you saw it about this 4 or 5 times, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And you're not in a position to say whether her head was down for any continuous period of time. Agreed?
Agree.
That's all, Judge.
Thank you. Becca.
Thanks, Judge.
Is there anything else you want to say in support of your motion?
Judge, the video is obviously very important for the state's case. It was only played once. Clearly, we don't have enough time to play it again in closing, given the length of it. That would be our entire closing argument. Both sides are entitled to a fair trial with an attentive jury. So I think I ask that the court strike juror 4021 as one of the alternates.
I don't think they've established a factual basis that she was sleeping. I think that there's reason to believe, but I don't think that they've established a factual basis of that.
I tend to agree. There are some clues to suggest that the juror may have been nodding off, but there's certainly nothing conclusive, certainly nothing that would allow me to make such a significant finding. I'll say, for my part, I was scanning the juror from time to time during the playing of the video as well. And my eyes were not fixed on them the entire time, obviously, because I'm trying to pay attention to the video, but I also was watching the jurors. I did not notice anything that would suggest somebody was sleeping. I have a different perspective than others. I'm not saying mine's better, it's just different. I did notice a number of occasions where people were looking down because they were writing on their notes or they were averting their eyes, but they weren't sleeping. So I just say that to point out that there can be other alternative explanations for certain observations. The other point, too, is that even if we did have a sleeping juror, and even if that juror slept the entire presentation of the jail interview, it is a recorded interview. And if that juror ends up being one of the 12, that juror has the ability to request to watch the video. So it's not like live testimony that is lost forever. This juror, if they make it to the deliberation room, has the ability to view the video again and take that into consideration as part of her deliberations. So for those reasons, the request is denied. Is there anything else?
No.
All right. Anything else from the defense?
Just like a break before we get into openings.
We will, yes. All right, let's take a short break. We will resume at 8:45. Mr.
So I don't know if any of the jurors have spoke after this incident, after the trial, but I would be interested to know, did number 42 make it? We have to, well, I guess they'll tell us when we get to before the jury goes back to start deliberating. Yeah, they'll tell us, because I wonder if this number 42 is going to be part of the jury, considering that they were nodding off and sleeping. And the state want them off the case. The detective like, look, I seen her nodding. I didn't say anything. Yeah, I didn't say anything. She was sleeping, but I told them on a break that she was sleeping. And, the prosecutor team like, look, we want a fair trial. We want a fair trial about this. So we'll see when we get to, after we get finished with the closing statements, I think they probably going to pull the numbers, to see who are going to be the actual jurors that's going to deliberate the case. And then we'll kind of see, does 42 get picked or do they not? Okay, here we go, guys.
Mr. Drofsey will deliver Mr. Miu's closing argument, and then the state will have the opportunity for a brief rebuttal. After that, you'll begin your deliberations. Members of the jury, the court will now instruct you upon the principles of law which you are to follow in considering the evidence and in reaching your verdict. It is your duty to follow all of these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have about what the law is or ought to be, you must base your verdict on the law I give you in these instructions. Apply that law to the facts in the case which have been properly proven by the evidence. Consider only the evidence received during this trial and the law as given to you by these instructions, and from these alone, guided by your soundest reason and best judgment, reach your verdict. If any member of the jury has an impression of my opinion as to whether Mr. Miu is guilty or not guilty, disregard that impression entirely and decide the issues of fact solely as you view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and the court is the judge of the law only. The state filed an information that alleges that Nicolae Miu committed crimes in St. Croix County, Wisconsin on July 30, 2022. An information is nothing more than a written, formal accusation against a defendant charging the commission of one or more criminal acts. You are not to consider it as evidence against Mr. Miu in any way. It does not raise any inference of guilt. In count one of the information, Nicolae Miu is charged with first-degree intentional homicide, and you must consider whether he is guilty of that offense. If you are not satisfied that Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, you must consider whether or not he is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, or first-degree reckless homicide, or second-degree reckless homicide, which are less serious degrees of criminal homicide. The crimes referred to as first and second-degree intentional homicide and first and second-degree reckless homicide are different degrees of homicide. Homicide is the taking of a life of another human being. The degree of homicide defined by law depends on the facts and the circumstances of each particular case. While the law separates homicides into different types and degrees, there are certain elements that are common to each crime. Both intentional and reckless homicide require that Mr. Miu caused the death of the victim. First and second degree intentional homicide require the state to prove the additional fact that Mr. Miu acted with intent to kill. First and second degree reckless homicide require that Mr. Miu acted recklessly. First degree reckless homicide requires proof of one additional element, that the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. It will also be important for you to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding which crime, if any, Mr. Miu has committed. The Criminal Code of Wisconsin provides that a person is privileged to intentionally use force against another for the purpose of preventing or terminating what he reasonably believes to be an unlawful interference with his person by the other person. However, he may intentionally use only such force as he reasonably believes is necessary to prevent or terminate the interference. He may not intentionally use force that is intended or likely to cause death unless he reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The words great bodily harm means injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or which causes a permanent or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ or other serious bodily injury. There is no duty to retreat. However, in determining whether Mr. Miu reasonably believed the amount of force used was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, you may consider whether Mr. Miu had the opportunity to retreat with safety, whether such retreat was feasible, and whether Mr. Miu knew of the opportunity to retreat. You should also consider whether Mr. Miu provoked the attack. A person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack and who does provoke an attack is not allowed to use or threaten force in self-defense against that attack. However, if the attack that follows causes the person reasonably to believe that he is in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, he may lawfully act in self-defense. But the person may not use or threaten force intended or likely to cause death unless he reasonably believes he has exhausted every other reasonable means to escape from or otherwise avoid death or great bodily harm. As applied to this case, the effect of the law of self-defense is Mr. Miu is not guilty of any homicide offense if he reasonably believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person and reasonably believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann with the intent to kill and actually believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, but the belief or the amount of force used was unreasonable. Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann with the intent to kill and did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann by criminally reckless conduct and the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life. Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree reckless homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann by criminally reckless conduct. You will be asked to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding whether the elements of first and second-degree reckless homicide are present. Because the law provides that it is the state's burden to prove all facts necessary to constitute a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you will not be asked to make a separate finding of whether Mr. Miu acted in self-defense. Instead, you will be asked to determine whether the state has established the necessary facts to justify a finding of guilty for first or second degree intentional homicide or for first or second degree reckless homicide. If the state does not satisfy you that those facts are established by the evidence, you will be instructed to find Mr. Miu not guilty. The facts necessary to constitute each crime will now be defined to you in greater detail. First degree intentional homicide, as defined in section 940.01 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. In this case, first-degree intentional homicide also requires that Mr. Miu did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following elements were present. First, Mr. Miu caused the death of Isaac Schumann. The word cause means that Mr. Miu's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, Mr. Miu acted with the intent to kill Isaac Schumann. Third, Mr. Miu did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The words intent to kill means that Mr. Miu had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that Mr. Miu acted with intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act. It must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from Mr. Miu's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove Mr. Miu's motive in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. The third element of first-degree intentional homicide requires that Mr. Miu did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires the state to prove either, one, that Mr. Miu did not actually believe he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, or two, that Mr. Miu did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent danger of death or great bodily harm to himself. When first-degree intentional homicide is considered, the reasonableness of Mr. Miu's belief is not an issue. You are not to be concerned. I'll start over. You are to be concerned only with what Mr. Miu actually believed. Whether these beliefs are reasonable is important only if you later consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu caused Isaac Schumann's death with the intent to kill, and that Mr. Miu did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find Mr. Miu guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find him guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, and you must consider whether he is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, as defined in Section 940.05 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, which is a lesser-included offense of first-degree intentional homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of first-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of second-degree intentional homicide. However, if after full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of first-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, Mr. Miu caused the death of Isaac Schumann. Second, Mr. Miu acted with the intent to kill Isaac Schumann. Third, Mr. Miu did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. You have already been instructed on the definitions of causing death and with intent to kill. The same definitions apply to your consideration of second-degree intentional homicide. The third element of second-degree intentional homicide requires that Mr. Miu did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or did not reasonably believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires that the state prove any one of the following. 1, that a reasonable person in the circumstances of Mr. Miu would not have believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or 2, that a reasonable person in the circumstances of Mr. Miu would not have believed he was in danger of imminent death or great bodily harm, or 3, that a reasonable person in the circumstances of Mr. Miu would not have believed that the amount of force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. A belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. In determining whether Mr. Miu's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in Mr. Miu's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of Mr. Miu's beliefs must be determined from his standpoint at the time of the acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu caused the death of Isaac Schumann with the intent to kill and did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or did not reasonably believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find Mr. Miu guilty of second-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find Mr. Miu guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, and you should consider whether he is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, which is also a lesser included offense of first-degree intentional homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of second-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of first-degree reckless homicide. However, if, after a full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of second-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide. First-degree reckless homicide, as defined in Section 940.02, Parent 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being under circumstances that show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, the state must prove, by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt, that the following 3 elements were present. First, Mr. Miu caused the death of Isaac Schumann. The word cause means that Mr. Miu's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, Mr. Miu caused the death by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and Mr. Miu was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. You should consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether Mr. Miu's conduct created an unreasonable risk to another. If Mr. Miu was acting lawfully in self-defense, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all the evidence in this case that the risk was unreasonable. The third element, the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. In determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, consider these factors: what Mr. Miu was doing, why he was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. You should consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all the evidence in the case that the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. Consider also Mr. Miu's conduct after the death to the extent that it helps you decide whether or not the circumstances showed utter disregard for human life at the time the death occurred.
Shout out to Marilda. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, you know, if you received a gifted membership from Marilda, we got to say thank you. I think she got a great shot this morning. If I'm not mistaken, I think she hit Carrie. Y'all tell me. That should warm you up a little bit, Carrie. Just a little bit. Maybe not to the 70s and 80s that Marilda might be experiencing, but it should at least get you to 0. Because it'd be so cold. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Marilda. And welcome to the Sweet Pea Gang, Carrie. Carrie, you say you closed both your eyes? Well, you got her. Oh, wow. Nice, nice, nice. It's always wonderful when we can hit somebody when they write in the chat at the time versus to them getting it later and coming to see him. So awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Marilda.
If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu caused the death of Isaac Schumann by criminally reckless conduct and that the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should find him guilty of first-degree reckless homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find him guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, and you should consider whether he is guilty of second-degree reckless homicide, which is a lesser-included offense of first-degree reckless homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of first-degree reckless homicide before considering the offense of second-degree reckless homicide. However, if after a full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of first-degree reckless homicide, you should consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree reckless homicide. Second-degree reckless homicide, as defined in Section 940.06 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being. The difference between first and second-degree reckless homicide is that first-degree offense requires proof of one additional element, that the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all of the elements of first-degree reckless homicide were present, except the element requiring that the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should find Mr. Miu guilty of second-degree reckless homicide. In other words, if you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu caused the death of Isaac Schumann by criminally reckless conduct, you should find him guilty of second-degree reckless homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must find him not guilty. You are not, in any event, to find Mr. Miu guilty of more than one of those foregoing offenses. Mr. Miu is charged with attempted first-degree intentional homicide of Alexander Martin in count 2, Dante Carlson in count 3, Anthony Carlson in count 4, and Riley Madison in count 5. For each count, you must first consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not satisfied that Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, you must consider whether or not he is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide, or first-degree recklessly endangering safety, or second-degree recklessly endangering safety, which are less serious degrees of attempted criminal homicide. The crimes referred to as attempted first and second-degree intentional homicide and first and second-degree recklessly endangering safety are different degrees of attempted homicide. The degree of attempted homicide defined by the law depends on the facts and the circumstances of each particular case. While the law separates attempted intentional homicides into 2 degrees, there are certain elements which are common to each crime. Both attempted first and second-degree intentional homicide require that Mr. Miu intended to kill another person, and Mr. Miu did acts toward the commission of that crime, which indicate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that he had formed that intent and would have caused the death of the intended victim, except for the intervention of another person or some extraneous factor. First and second-degree recklessly endangering safety requires proof that Mr. Miu recklessly endangered the safety of another human. First-degree recklessly endangering safety requires proof of one additional element, that the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. It will also be important for you to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding which crime, if any, Mr. Miu has committed. For count one, you were instructed on the law of self-defense.
I just happened to be looking in the crowd, and I'm assuming that they behind the prosecution's case. But God, where they get that wowzer of a black guy from? Gee, please. Who is that got popped in the eye? I'm sorry, I just had to stop. You know, when you, I'm like, whoa, what a, oh gosh, I'm gonna knock you out. Sheesh, that's a black eye, baby. It's a puffy black eye too. I don't know, but she definitely need to be in the doctor's office. He or she, I can't tell if it's a he or she, but they need to be in the doctor's office with those questions. You know, now when you go to your doctor's visits, they tell, even if you got somebody in the room with you, they want to know if you safe at home. I don't know if they was in the fight or if they done fell on something or opened the cabinet, but golly, it's a dude. I couldn't tell if it was a dude or a female. All I see is black eye. Wow. Ran into the door. I guess it's different ways to get a black eye, right? It don't mean you had to be abused, right? Or is that he could have been in a fight. Maybe he was in a fight and got punched in the eye. That's what kind of a bruise that that's the kind of bruise that Miu needed. Miu needed those after the picture, so then he can really show that he was really getting beat up. Instead of some instead of saying that he got some little scratches, he needed a whole eye concoction or conclusion. Then he could have probably said something to us, but he can't come out with no doggone scratches. Need to get this person's black eye. I know, that's why I stopped. I said, God, that's a black eye, baby. Now, whoever did this to them, I think they can claim self-defense. All right, I'm just saying.
The same self-defense standards apply to your consideration of the charges of attempted intentional homicide that are alleged in counts 2 through 5.
Y'all ain't hear that.
If you find that the elements of the crime have been proved in this case, the effect of the law of self-defense is as follows. Mr. Miu is not guilty of either attempted first or second degree intentional homicide or first or second degree recklessly endangering safety if he, 1, reasonably believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, and 2, reasonably believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted second degree intentional homicide if he actually believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, but the belief or the amount of force used was unreasonable. Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide.
You said you want me to go back? What you want me to go back to, Jason? She said she had an appointment this morning, Marilda. A doctor's appointment. You want me to rewind back to the black eye? Oh, okay.
Homicide if he did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety if he recklessly endangered the safety of another human under circumstances that showed utter disregard for human life. Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety if he recklessly endangered the safety of another human. Because the law provides that it is the state's burden to prove all the facts necessary to constitute a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you will not be asked to make a separate finding on whether Mr. Miu acted in self-defense. Instead, you will be asked to determine whether the state has established the necessary facts to justify a finding of guilt for attempted first or second-degree intentional homicide or first or second-degree recklessly endangering safety. If the state does not satisfy you that those facts are established by evidence, you will be instructed to find Mr. Miu not guilty. The elements of each crime will now be defined to you in greater detail. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, Mr. Miu intended to kill the named person. For count 2, the state must prove Mr. Miu intended to kill Alexander Martin. For count 3, the state must prove that Mr. Miu intended to kill Dante Carlson. For count 4, the state must prove that Mr. Miu intended to kill Anthony Carlson. For count 5, the state must prove that Mr. Miu intended to kill Riley Madison. Intent to kill means that Mr. Miu had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. The second element, Mr. Miu did acts which demonstrate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that he had formed the intent and would have caused the death of the named person except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor. Unequivocally means that no other interference or unequivocally means that no other inference or conclusion can reasonably and fairly be drawn from Mr. Miu's acts under the circumstances. Another person means anyone but Mr. Miu and may include the intended victim. An extraneous factor is something outside Mr. Miu's knowledge or control. The third element, Mr. Miu did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. While the law requires that Mr. Miu acted with intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from Mr. Miu's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove Mr. Miu's motive in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. The third element of attempted first-degree intentional homicide requires that Mr. Miu did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires that the state prove either, 1, Mr. Miu did not actually believe he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, or 2, that Mr. Miu did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or 2, that Mr. Miu did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent danger of death or great bodily harm to himself. When attempted first-degree intentional homicide is considered, the reasonableness of Mr. Miu's belief is not an issue. You are to be concerned only with what Mr. Miu actually believed. Whether these beliefs are reasonable is important only if you later consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu intended to kill the person named in each count, Alexander Martin for count 2, Dante Carlson for count 3, Anthony Carlson for count 4, and Riley Madison for count 5, and that Mr. Miu's acts demonstrated unequivocally that he intended to kill and would have killed the named person except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor, and that Mr. Miu did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find Mr. Miu guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find him guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, and you must consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide, as defined in Section 940.05 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, which is a lesser included offense of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of attempted first-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. However, if after a full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in a unanimous agreement on the charge of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 3 elements were present. First, Mr. Miu intended to kill the named person. Second, Mr. Miu did acts which demonstrate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that he had formed the intent and would have caused the death of the named person, except for the intervention of another person or some extraneous factor. Third, Mr. Miu did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. You have already been instructed on the definitions of intent to kill, unequivocally, another person, and extraneous factor. The same definitions apply to your consideration of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. The third element of attempted second-degree intentional homicide requires that Mr. Miu not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires that the state prove any one of the following. 1, that a reasonable person in Mr. Miu's circumstances would not have believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or 2, that a reasonable person in Mr. Miu's circumstances would not have believed he was in danger of imminent death or great bodily harm, or 3, that a reasonable person in Mr. Miu's circumstances would not have believed that the amount of force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. A belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. In determining whether Mr. Miu's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in Mr. Miu's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of Mr. Miu's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of Mr. Miu at the time of his acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu intended to kill the person named in each count, Alexander Martin for count 2, Dante Carlson count 3, Anthony Carlson count 4, Riley Madison for count 5, and that Mr. Miu's acts demonstrated unequivocally that he intended to kill and would have killed the named person except for the intervention of another person or some extraneous factor, and that Mr. Miu did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or did not reasonably believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find Mr. Miu guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find him guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide, and you must consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, as defined in Section 941.30 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, which is a lesser included offense of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of attempted second-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. However, if after full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberations would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of attempted second-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. First-degree recklessly endangering safety, as defined in Section 941.30, Parent 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who recklessly endangers the safety of another human being under circumstances that show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, the state must prove by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, Mr. Miu endangered the safety of another human being. Second, Mr. Miu endangered the safety of another by Mr. Miu endangered the safety of another by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and Mr. Miu was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. You should also consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether Mr. Miu's conduct created an unreasonable risk to another. If Mr. Miu was acting lawfully in self-defense, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all the evidence in the case that the risk was unreasonable. The third element, the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. In determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, consider these factors: what Mr. Miu was doing, why he was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. We should also consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence, in this case, that the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. Consider also Mr. Miu's conduct after the act alleged to have endangered safety to the extent that it helps you to decide whether or not the circumstances showed utter disregard for human life at the time the act allegedly to have endangered safety occurred. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu recklessly endangered the safety of another, those named in each count, Alexander Martin for count 2, Dante Carlson count 3, Anthony Carlson count 4, and Riley Madison count 5, and the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should find him guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find him guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, and you should consider whether he is guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety, which is a lesser included offense of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of first-degree recklessly endangering safety before considering the offense of second-degree recklessly endangering safety. However, if, after full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, you should consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety. Second-degree recklessly endangering safety, as defined in Section 941.30, Parent 2 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being. The differences between first and second-degree recklessly endangering safety is that the first-degree offense requires proof of one additional element: that the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all of the elements of first-degree recklessly endangering safety were present, except the element requiring that the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should find Mr. Miu guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety. In other words, if you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu endangered the safety of Alexander Martin, Dante Carlson, Anthony Carlson, or Riley Madison by criminally reckless conduct, you should find him guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety. If you are not so satisfied, you must find him not guilty. You are not, in any event, to find Mr. Miu guilty of more than one of the foregoing offenses for each count.
Sorry, Judge. Could we take a brief break, please?
Yes, please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
They about to be like, juror number 42 sleep again. Oh, man. Wait, let me see what the judge gonna say. I thought it was almost done, so that's why I didn't fast forward. I thought he was almost done. They just stopped the judge in the middle.
Let's return in 5 minutes, 9:40.
Okay.
What's that? No, I just wait.
They like, look, juror number 42 sleep again. We don't know how to keep juror number 42 up.
Picking up on page 20.
Oh no. Okay, we gonna skip past the this part.
To
Y'all.
find.
So you see him walking
I
off.
can't do him no more. I'm glad that
You determine for yourselves the reliability.
Okay, let's go into our
And opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence under the instructions given to you by the court. First, we'll hear from Mr. Anderson. When he's done, we'll take a short break. After that, we'll hear from Mr. Sharafi, and then Mr. Anderson will be permitted to give a short rebuttal. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Judge.
Absolutely senseless and horrific acts of violence. And all Nicolae Miu had to do was walk away. All he had to do was walk away. That's what you've seen in this case. You saw he told Lieutenant Hart, "They told me I can't run away." Obviously not true. Think about the result of his actions. Everything you've seen in this trial, the horrific injuries, the death of Isaac. Why didn't he just walk away? His only explanation when testifying was, "I stood my ground. I stood my ground." First of all, Wisconsin is not a stand your ground state. Objection.
Overruled.
I'll talk about that specifically from your jury instructions. Second, that's not true, as I'll show you. He didn't just stand his ground. I'm not going to defend the actions of the boys who testified. It was cruel what they were calling Nicolae. They shouldn't have been mocking him, calling him predator, raper. But their conduct did not justify what Nicolae did. You heard from Alina, Isaac's mother, about her son Isaac. He was 17 years old when he was killed. He enjoyed golfing, spending time with friends. He recently started a new business, detailing cars. He was an honor student looking forward to going to college. His death was senseless. One of the things defense said in the beginning of trial in their opening was they're glad there's a video. So are we. Without the video, Nicolae would have slipped away. The only reason he was apprehended was because law enforcement had that screenshot of him. The video doesn't fade with time. It's not biased, not influenced by alcohol. As I told you in the beginning of this case, the violent episode from the video is about 25 seconds, from the point he punches Madison until you see him walking off after stabbing 5 people. Nicolae is not seen in that video for 8 to 9 seconds until the point you see him walking away. You don't see him stab Dante. Some of you may wonder why we called Marion Davis. Certainly wasn't for his eyewitness testimony, but he took a video. He took a video that captured a different angle than Juwan's video. It's grainy, it's difficult to see, but you can see enough. And it shows Nicolae seeking Dante out and stabbing him when his group is in the opposite direction. Nicolae walks into a crowd of people, stabs Dante. Before I show you that video again, I need to provide some context from Juwan's video.
Take it on.
Can we have the screen, please? So So here at 2 minutes and 6 seconds, this is after Nicolae has stabbed the 4 people that you do see parts of on video. He's standing next to Ariel. Ariel's there. Nicolae's not by himself. Two minutes, 8 seconds. That's the last you'll see of Nicolae until you see him walking off in this video. You see Dante or AJ, the boys running back to their tubes, and you see Larian filming in the background. Larian captured what Nicolae was doing at this point, even though this video did.
I'm only stopping and be wait a minute. Cause me and Carrie, we go, y'all see they covering their face. They see when the camera panning over there, they trying to make sure that this black eye is not. So when the camera is, they covering their eye now. Everybody they wasn't told them on the break, like, look, dude, they all in your eye. Man, he should have wore some sunglasses or something. Oh gosh. Yeah, we already seen it. Sorry, guys. Who are they shaking? Which one? Who is that?
And here, in a moment, you can see the edge of Dante's swim trunks on the right. You can see the light on top, the dark on bottom. At this point in Larian's video, Dante's just been stabbed. The next you see of Nicolae, he's walking off. You can see Dante in the background, holding his stomach, looking down at his wound. Well, actually, you can keep it up for a second, sorry. And then for further context, you see Alex Bang running to Isaac. Let's see Larian's video. Okay, I have a screen. Remember, Nicolae admitted he walked up to Larian. He walked up to Dante and stabbed him. He admitted Dante was the last person he stabbed. Here you can see Nicolae, dark swim trunks, bigger build. On the right, you can see Dante, swim trunks, lighter on top, darker on bottom. You'll see Nicolae walk up to Dante and stab him in the chest. You'll see Dante recoil from the stab. You see the boys on the right running to their tubes. And in the second here, you'll see Alex Bang. You'll zoom in on him as he runs to Isaac. I'm going to show that again. So, a few things to note. There's nothing between Nicolae and Larian. He's not surrounded. His friend Ariel is there at this point. There's nothing to the left and behind Nicolae, except his group in the distance that you can't see on video. He walks away from those directions towards a group of people and stabs Dante in the chest, not standing his ground. He's seeking out Dante. That's retribution, not self-defense. And recall, too, the DNA results. Isaac's DNA and Dante's DNA was the only DNA on the knife. They're also the last two that are stabbed. It makes sense from how the analyst described DNA, how it can wash off. You've probably noticed throughout this trial, not a lot of witnesses come off looking great after they testify. There's some exceptions. Obviously, the Good Samaritans who went to aid Isaac and AJ. Eric Von Williams included in that from Nicolae's group. He's the only one who went to their aid. Sheena Lowell, you heard her testify from the crossing group. You saw her just standing in the background watching what was going on the whole time. She was completely sober. You heard her testify, Nicolae punched Madison. She has zero connection with the group anymore, zero contact. Her and Quentin broke up. Tony is another one. He only comes in to break up what he thinks is a fist fight. He's directing Nicolae towards Nicolae's group. Nicolae turns and stabs him twice. Another one I submit to you is an exception that acted admirably is Isaac. His death was tragic and horrific. This is what you see of Isaac in the video. On the left, he's standing next to his tube, not moving away from his tube. He's pointing at Nicolae to leave. In the middle, when Nicolae turns back to Isaac, Isaac puts his hands up, fingers splayed. The only other thing you see of Isaac is him standing in the background. When the other boys are mocking, calling names to Nicolae, Isaac is just standing in the background. He's not saying anything. He's not doing anything. He's not jeering. He's just standing there holding their tubes. There's been a pretty serious mischaracterization of Isaac's actions with regard to when he gets stabbed. Defense has tried to classify it as a strangulation. Defense accused the state in openings of being selective in the photos we used, the frames, to try to show a certain narrative about Nicolae smiling. As you've seen, he's smiling a lot in the video. But defense is actually doing that when it comes to Isaac. Nicolae never said anything about being choked, never said anything about pain on his neck, even when specifically asked by the SART nurse, never mentions anything. And the video doesn't lie. So on the left, Nicolae has just stabbed Riley, who you heard from multiple witnesses were just standing there. Tony comes to try to break it up. Nicolae stabs him twice. Isaac, just off frame, I submit to you, he just saw Nicolae stab those two people completely unprovoked. Although he was in the background the whole time, not doing anything, he came to their aid. And he pushes Nicolae. You can clearly see it's a push. He has one hand on the arm, other hand on the chest. It's Nicolae's own action of thrusting the knife into Isaac's heart that moves Isaac's hands. You can even see from the release, it's a push. He's not sitting there left holding his hands out in the choking motion. Can we take the screen down? Yes. I'm going to show you the video so you can see it's obviously a push. While my computer is loading here, even if it was a strangulation, which it clearly isn't, Isaac was justified in using any level of force. He just saw Nicolae stab two people who posed no threat to Nicolae. Tony was breaking up the fight. He had actually ignored Nicolae at first, walked past him, pushed Dante out of the way. Riley was just standing there. Met 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Can we have the screen? Clearly a push. Defense has mischaracterized the entire situation as 13-on-1, implying it's some sort of mob beating up Nicolae. It's not even 13 people yelling at Nicolae. As you saw in the video, Gabby, Janelle, they're just standing in the background. Isaac, he's just standing in the background, not yelling anything. It's 13 people in the proximity, only 2 close to him, 2 tiny females. Nicolae's clearly not afraid of the boys. He ran up on the boys, turns his back on them and others multiple times. Even at worst, this is a 2-on-1 with AJ and Dante. But even then, as you saw in the video, Ariel's right there. It's more like a 2-on-2. Ariel's right there. Plus, Tony comes in as a neutral party to separate things. It's not 13-on-1. As soon as AJ gets disemboweled, you see people start to move away. So there's not even 13 people immediately around. You saw Owen way in the background because he saw the knife. So why try to mischaracterize the situation? Because there's some things that are hard to explain otherwise for defense. Turn on the screen, please. This is the second time you saw in the video that Nicolae turns his back on the boys and people from the Carlson group. You don't turn your back on somebody. It's common sense. You don't check your common sense at the door when you serve as a jury. You don't turn your back on somebody if you're afraid of them, especially if you're so afraid you got to reach for your knife. You can't be that afraid that he's got to reach for his knife and so unafraid that he turns his back on them. He was angry, not afraid. That image on the right is only less than 30 seconds after he turns his back on them, touching his knife. The defense tried to explain that change from in that 30-second window by saying he was getting pushed by Madison and Riley. He was getting pushed. They're lightly touching his arms and they're tiny. They're not in his face. You can see in the images, they're standing close. They're not in his face. They're not shaking their fists at him. They're not even sticking their fingers in his face. They're standing close to him, touching his shoulders, pointing, yelling at him to leave. I'm going to back up a little bit and talk about Nicolae looking for the phone. So Eric Von Williams from Nicolae's group, you heard testify, before any of this happened, he was concerned about Nicolae's behavior. He was concerned that people were going to think he was a predator. Ernesto told Nicolae not to go look for the phone. Others in the group told him not to. You heard they didn't care about the phone. Ariel didn't care about the phone. Nicolae went. Sandy said he went twice, was back for 5 to 10 minutes, then went again over by the boys. Defense argued in opening that the boys' goal, their goal was to humiliate Nicolae. Clearly, he wasn't looking for little girls. But the boys are not completely unreasonable in their belief. Eric Von Williams thought the same thing. They reacted wrong, but they just didn't invent this whole thing in order to humiliate Nicolae. What about Nicolae? 52 years old, apparently sober, according to, I think, what defense will argue. He didn't have any signs of intoxication when law enforcement made contact with him, but he certainly made a point of telling Lieutenant Hart multiple times how much he was boozing and drinking on the river. He can't let it go that he was insulted. So much so that as the boys are tubing away from him, all Nicolae has to do is stand there. He doesn't even have to take a step back. He just has to stand there, let the boys continue tubing. They're down in their tubes. He starts walking up to them, touches his knife, and then runs up to them. You heard Nicolae's ridiculous description or explanation for why he ran up on the boys. Because one was holding a phone, he thought it was Ariel's phone. You also heard Nicolae had to concede, had to admit that pretty much everyone on the river had those phone cases. Another double standard from defense is physical attributes of those involved. They wanted to elicit evidence that Nicolae is feeble. Sandy, he wasn't feeble according to Sandy. He had a surgery a couple years ago, recovered in a few weeks. Maybe things took him a little longer than they did before. He wasn't feeble according to Ernesto. You heard Ernesto, when he was being asked about the stabbing, said, he's a big guy, he was in the Army, he doesn't need a knife to defend himself. He didn't say, oh, he's this fragile old guy. He's clearly not feeble, as you see in the video. He runs up on these boys in the water. He leaves behind devastating injuries. Slices clean through 2 of Isaac's ribs. He comes out of the whole event essentially uninjured. While defense tries to argue that Nicolae is this feeble old man, they ignore that the only 2 people actually standing close to Nicolae are these 2 females that are barely over 100 pounds. If the boys are a threat, why does Nicolae run up on them? And clearly he knows they're not a threat to him. When he ran up on them, grabbed their tubes, standing over them, they did nothing. They didn't kick up at him, they didn't punch at him, they jumped out of the tubes and moved away from him. He knows they're not a threat to him. They're mocking, saying cruel things, but not violent. You saw how awkward it was for Nicolae to try to explain this transition. From 0 fear to 10 out of 10 fear, he's got to take out his knife. Tried to explain it with what I submit to you is obviously rehearsed testimony about his scales of fear. You heard from witnesses recounting what they recall of Nicolae, the demonic look in his face, staring through people, smirking. Defense argued in opening, it's a slide 2 or here there. You know, after seeing the video so many times, that's not the case. When he's not glaring, he's smirking in the video. Recall, I asked Ernesto, his best friend, when he was trying to describe the shock of Nicolae, I asked, was he smiling? He didn't say, yeah, he smiles when he's scared. He smiles when he's nervous. He said, who's going to smile in a situation where they're in shock or in fear? Nicolae was angry. He wasn't afraid. He's smirking even as he's holding the knife. Why didn't he just walk away? Defense had tried to argue that his rock's unstable, his sandals were bad, didn't stop him from running up to the boys as they're tubing away from him. Why didn't he just hold the knife up? Say, hey, I got a knife, back up. You saw Owen is the only person who saw the knife and you saw his reaction. So everyone else is moving forward and responding to Nicolae punching Madison. Owen's trying to pull people back. Next you see him, he's off in the distance. This whole thing would have ended if Nicolae just held up the knife. Instead of opening it down by his waist without looking down, because it's human nature, if he would have looked down, people would have looked down. He holds it down by his waist, opens it up, never displays it, or says he has a knife. Nicolae did not act as any reasonable person would in that situation if they were truly in fear of their life or great bodily harm. So let's talk. Here's Owen reacting as you see. Again, Isaac just standing in the background in the middle. You see when other people are moving forward, Owen's trying to pull them back. You heard him yell, bro, he's got a knife. So let's talk about the punch to Madison. I submit to you the evidence shows clearly, beyond a reasonable doubt, Nicolae punched her. She fell backwards, but caught herself. Multiple witnesses testified to seeing her falling backwards. Defense is saying, arguing on cross, well, she's not wet. She didn't actually fall down. If witnesses are all standing in that kind of semicircle around Nicolae, she gets punched and falls backwards, and then their attention's back to Nicolae because Dante's hitting him. They're not going to see that she caught herself. They're going to think she fell down. Look at her position next to Riley. Her shoulder to shoulder in front of Nicolae before the camera pans away. When the camera pans back, now Dante's shoulder to shoulder with Riley, and Maddie is back. She clearly got knocked backwards. Her sunglasses aren't on her head anymore. Defense has a double standard about that too. If there's not a photo of it, it didn't happen. If there's not a photo of an injury, it didn't happen. We know Nicolae got punched. He didn't have any injury. Defense can't have it both ways. So turn and talk a little bit about memory, credibility. Obviously, a witness's memory is better closer to the event. That's obvious. Alcohol is going to affect memory. Dramatic events going to affect memory. How fast it happens is going to affect memory. But crucially, and absolutely crucially, there's a huge difference between getting some details wrong, right hand, left hand, sequence of events, and making up an entire story like Nicolae did. Defense has tried to highlight throughout the trial, Nicolae was in this traumatic experience, give him a break. It's understandable, he made up all these lies, told this whole story. Even though he looks calm and collected in the videos, he's convincing in the videos, talking to the sheriff, talking to Lieutenant Hart. But don't give any sort of credence to the theory that trauma affects memory for anyone in the Carlson's group, any of the boys, any who were stabbed, any who had to drag Isaac as he's bleeding to death to the shore. AJ, who's disemboweled, don't give any credence that trauma might affect their memory and how accurately they can remember all the details. But Nicolae, who invented an entire story, tried to skip through the crowd. Give him credence for that. You saw what happened to all these witnesses, how fast it happened. It's not surprising, some of the details are wrong. But the major point is accurate, is consistent. This all started when Nicolae punched Madison, whether it's a right hand or left hand. You heard the turmoil of the boys when they realized Isaac is stabbed. Clearly a traumatic experience. There's a big difference between details and invention. Think about the most basic example. You and say your partner go to the grocery store. Park your car, you're leaving the grocery store. You think your car is parked over there, they think it's parked over here. You still know the car is parked in the parking lot, even if you can't remember where it's parked. The same is true for the punch to Madison. You heard from 10 people, both from the Carlson group and the boys group, that Nicolae struck Madison. So let's talk a little bit about witnesses from Nicolae's group. Ariel, what did he say? At trial, he says Nick defended himself. Can't really say how. Never said that when interviewed with law enforcement. He denied even being close to Nicolae. Remember, Ariel was there when he stabbed Dante. He was right there when Nicolae stabbed Riley, Tony, and Isaac. Law enforcement went there with the frame of Ariel standing next to Nicolae when Nicolae has the bloody knife. Ariel denies seeing anything to law enforcement of what Nicolae did. Ernesto, at trial, testified he didn't see Nicolae get hit, just saw him down in the water. Said he couldn't remember Nicolae saying, "They took my knife." You saw the body cam. He said that repeatedly. He testified that somebody was walking towards him. He pointed at him, "Get back." Never said that to law enforcement, although he did describe to law enforcement, as you saw, him saying, "Nicolae, get out," Nicolae walking out, and then he said, "And that's it." Never said anything about anyone pointing at him and walking towards him. When I asked, he said, "I wasn't asked that question." But he described that event. He also wasn't asked more than 10 times if Nicolae said they took my knife. So, about the punch to Madison again. Sergio, he's in Nicolae's group. He had walked out a little ways. You can see him in the photo on the left, in the top right. He had the white shirt, white bucket hat. He testified he saw the blonde girl in the black leotard walk over to Nicolae and say, "Go, go, go." He said it repeatedly to law enforcement. And he said Nicolae pushed her. So this is what it would have looked like from his perspective, although a lot farther back in that photo on the right. How could he have seen Nicolae do anything to Madison unless she got pushed back, punched back, something violent, not some light push? He's not going to see that from where he was. Madison testified, and you saw in the video, after she was hit, she goes back to her group. Why would she walk away back to her group if Nicolae just lightly maybe touched her, maybe didn't? She told Quentin she was punched. She told police at the scene she was punched. She told police in the interview she was punched. She testified about feeling the throbbing pain in her cheek, her heartbeat in her cheek. Mandy testified she was told by law enforcement, sheriff's office, they didn't need the photo. You heard about that misunderstanding. She had anxiety about deleting the photo. In an effort to console her, she was told, "Don't worry about it." This is an important jury instruction in your jury instructions. Although we're not a stand your ground state, there's also not a duty to retreat. But in determining whether Nicolae's actions, whether his use of force was reasonable to prevent or terminate the interference, you may consider whether he had the opportunity to retreat with safety, whether such retreat was feasible, and whether he knew of the opportunity. He turned his back on them multiple times facing open water. People were yelling at him to leave, to walk away, to go. And he didn't. Instead, he took out his knife. That is not reasonable. You heard from Sheena Lowell, Janelle Duxbury, Ghazi Khazri Nazimpour, Dante Carlson, and AJ about the strike to Madison. You heard from the boys, Ryan Nelson, Juwan Cockfield, Landon Wire, and Alex Bain. Alex Bain originally described it as slap. You heard from Owen that he heard an impact and saw Madison fall back and catch herself. Defense has to argue that they're all either lying or mistaken. All these witnesses, including Sergio. If they're lying, why would Quentin say, "I saw some swelling and some slight redness, but didn't see the punch"? Why wouldn't he just say, "Yeah, I saw the punch too"? Why wouldn't Tony say he saw the punch? Why wouldn't Tony say he saw Riley get stabbed and she's just standing there? They tried to explain what happened as best they could remember. The punch isn't on video, but you see the reaction. You hear Dante yell, "You can't hit a woman before Riley is stabbed." They obviously didn't plan this lie in the chaos of the moment. So the only thing defense can argue is they're mistaken. That all these people standing around Nicolae in that half circle proximate shape, they're all looking in that direction, including Sergio, including Sheena, who was by the group, the tubes for the Carlson group. They all were wrong in what they saw. Another defense double standard, it's relatively minor, but I submit to you it shows that they're grasping at straws, is this trying to put Nicolae's group in a different category. There's the drunks on the Apple River, then there's Nicolae's group. About half of you raise your hand that you've been on the Apple River. That's what people do on the Apple River. They go out, they tube, and they drink. Nicolae was in the exact same boat they were in. He wasn't bird watching in this group of drunk teenagers ran up on him. He knew what it's about. He'd been on the river before. Another thing about the punch to Madison, you heard that they didn't get to see the video before giving their statements. Even Jawan, who took the video, said he got far enough to get the screenshot of Nicolae, and then law enforcement took his phone. He didn't get to see the video. You saw what happens in this case if somebody lies about something that happened on video, because Nicolae got burned by that. He made up complete and total lies. The video showed he wasn't telling the truth. The video happens to not show the punch, but it still corroborates what all those witnesses said. So, count 6 is battery to Madison Cohen. It has 4 elements. Nicolae caused the battery to Maddie, or caused the injury, the harm, the pain. She testified to that. He intended to cause the harm, despite his denial. I submit to you that's clear. You don't punch somebody without intending to cause harm. She didn't consent. She testified to that. He knew she didn't consent. She's a stranger. Obviously, she didn't consent. He knew that. Punching Madison was not self-defense. Again, there's no duty to retreat, but you have to consider the opportunity to retreat, the knowledge of the opportunity to retreat, and whether the use of force was necessary in preventing the unlawful or the interference in Nicolae's person. So what is the interference at the time he punches Madison? The boys are saying cruel things to him. Maddie and Riley are standing in front of him, lightly touching his shoulders. People are pointing and laughing at the boys. They're not, Maddie and Riley aren't in his face. They're standing close, but they're not in his face. What amount of force was necessary to prevent that interference? People yelling at him, Maddie and Riley standing close. What amount of force was necessary? Absolutely zero. Just walk away. That's what people are yelling at him to do. Just walk away. Instead, he takes out his knife and punches Madison. Regardless of whether you were convinced beyond a reasonable doubt it was a punch, Nicolae essentially admitted to pushing her. Sergio said it was a push, although when asked, he couldn't remember if it was a push or a punch. There's still provocation. Your jury instructs them to talk about provocation and how that affects self-defense. A person may not use or threaten force intended or likely to cause death unless he or she reasonably believes he or she has exhausted every other reasonable means to escape or otherwise avoid death or great bodily harm. Remember, Nicolae ran up on these boys who were tubing away. They didn't run up on him. He ran up on them as they're tubing away from him because they insulted him. He was angry. He didn't walk away from the boys to leave the situation. He went over to Maddie, who was yelling at him to leave, and he lies to her and says, "They took my snorkel." I'm going to play that for you so you can hear it. All right, this is at 105 in the video. I'm ready.
Go to the kid, go, go, go to the kid, go, go, go to the kid, go, go, doesn't matter.
You didn't take it down. He didn't go over there to extricate himself from the situation. He went over there and accused the boys of taking a snorkel, which was a lie. And he had just ran up on the boys. So after he runs up on the boys as they're tubing away, he goes and tells Maddie they took my snorkel. He's standing there smirking at people, takes out his knife, either punches or pushes Maddie. That's provocation. Defense has zero reasonable argument, especially when it comes to Tony, Riley, Isaac, and Dante. Nicolae gets punched. He gets struck with an open hand twice. He gets ineffectually pushed by AJ. It doesn't do anything. Nicolae pops right up and disembowels AJ. After Nicolae goes down in the water, nobody approaches him. Nobody. Nobody goes to kick him. Nobody goes to punch him. Nobody goes to push him again. Tony, with Nicolae down on the ground, Tony walks by Nicolae with his back to Nicolae, yelling, "Get back to Dante." He turns around to tell Nicolae to get away, and Nicolae turns around and stabs him. Nicolae was facing his group with an open path of escape after provoking a reaction. He just stabbed Riley before stabbing Tony. After stabbing those two, he stabs Isaac. After that, after Ariel's there, he walks over to Dante, stabs Dante in the chest, right below his ribs, right below his heart. So self-defense. I submit to you, the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt this was not justified self-defense, and Nicolae knew it. He knew it from the moment he did it. First of all, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. He's not in an alley with no way out, with people blocking his exit. He's on an open river, 150 feet wide, people yelling at him to get away. None of them are armed. Punch, 2 open hand strikes, ineffectual push. Look at the definition of great bodily harm, whether he reasonably believes death or great bodily harm is imminent. For attempted first-degree homicide for Dante, AJ, Tony, and Riley, the state has to prove that he intended to kill each of them. And the acts demonstrate unequivocally, under all circumstances, that he had formed the intent and would have caused the death of each of them, except for the intervention of some other person and an extraneous factor. Third, I did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent death, imminent death, or great bodily harm. So for the intent to kill, but for outside circumstances. AJ, it's beyond clear. He would have died but for the blood in the helicopter. He would have died, but not for the surgery Dr. Miu performed. He is lucky, extremely lucky to be alive. What else was Nicolae's intent but to kill when he slices him up like that? He had the knife blade up. That wasn't an accident. He did not know. The first thing he does with it is slice up AJ's stomach. Riley, he slashes across the ribs. You saw the horrific nature of those wounds. He cut into her stomach, cut into her diaphragm. Luckily, he didn't hit any major arteries or her heart or lung. Tony blocked one stab, so Nicolae stabbed him again. When he blocked, you saw the injury. It was very close to where AJ's artery was severed. Dante was stabbed again, just below his heart. But for Nicolae missing vital organs, but for medical intervention. Miu claimed he had tunnel vision. Oh, sorry, back up. So Dr. Miu also testified, you heard about anytime there's a puncture wound to the torso, the stomach, they have to go in because there's so many major veins, arteries, organs, they have to go in to make sure something major isn't done. Nicolae killed Isaac, almost killed AJ. Riley needed emergency surgery. Luckily, but for dumb luck, he missed the vital organs of Dante. But for AJ blocking one strike and missing vital organs, he survived. Nicolae said he had tunnel vision. I thought everyone close to me was attacking me. I thought anyone touched me was attacking me. He didn't stab Ariel, and Ariel came up. It makes the tunnel vision claim a little bit unconvincing. For first-degree intentional homicide, Isaac Schumann, Nicolae stabbed him so hard he cut clean through 2 ribs. The wound was deeper than it was wide. He sliced Isaac's heart. There's no other intent when you stab somebody directly in the heart than to kill. An intent to kill doesn't need to be planned ahead of time. Your instructions talk about that. It doesn't have to be formed a week, a month, a day, even a minute in advance. As long as he had that intent when he does the act, that's intentional homicide. The first element is he caused Isaac's death. That's obvious. Acted with intent to kill. I've addressed that. Did not actually believe the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. I'm going to get to that in a little bit for all the counts. Third element, he did not reasonably believe the force was necessary. That also goes to, oh, sorry, that's part of the third element. So how do we know, what Nicolae believed? What a reasonable person would believe? That there's only one person on the planet who experienced what Nicolae experienced, saw what he saw, was standing in his place. And what did Nicolae believe? He believed it was unjustified. The very first thing he does is walk away, doesn't run, doesn't tell Ariel or Ernesto anything, doesn't tell them to run. He walks away from his group to the other side of the river, at some point rinses the knife because it wasn't covered in blood, throws the knife on the bank before walking back to his group, says nothing to his group other than they took my knife, puts on his hat, sunglasses, and shirt, and sits down in his seat. He's the one, as he said in his interview, who says, let's go, let's get out of here. They can't right away because Eric isn't there. You saw, as they're tubing down the river, you saw the video of him casually paddling along. You saw, so plan 1, get away. Slink away with the crowd. That didn't work. Plan 2, play dumb. Can you take the screen down, please? Okay.
recording started.
Still doing all right? Okay.
What's going
Temperature's okay in here? Okay.
Somebody,
All
I hear somebody got stabbed,
right.
and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it?
Yeah, and I seen people gather around it.
Okay. All right.
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about it.
Okay.
Our whole group was pretty interested in finding out what happened.
Okay. And that's your whole group over there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know. Okay, well,
Did you see anybody injured?
no.
You didn't see anybody injured?
No.
Did you see anybody fighting?
I heard people screaming at each other, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Screaming in anger or screaming in pain? Do you know?
Everybody's drunk, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say, I don't know, just screaming.
Okay.
You know, calling each other names, but, that's, I've seen that all day. And we've all been drinking a lot. I'm sure they're drunk. I'm sure they're doing, I don't know, kids being kids.
Kids being kids. Where are you? Where's your group from? Where did you drive from today?
Sure, they're drunk, kids being kids. That's what I told Sheriff Knudsen, and he's acting like he has no idea what's going on. Clearly not in shock. You can take it down, sorry. Clearly not in shock. Clearly Nicolae knows that was not justified, and he's looking out for Nicolae. Slinking away didn't work. Plain dumb didn't work. He's told he's under arrest for homicide. Plan 3. Completely lie about what happened as to justify him using lethal force. The boys pulled out the knives. They twisted their arm, poked him. That's what he used, poke, with their own knife. So first degree intentional homicide and second degree intentional homicide are very similar. For first degree, did Nicolae actually believe? Did he actually believe that he was not justified? For second degree, it's the reasonable person standard. I submit to you, it doesn't make a difference in this case. It's crystal clear. He knew he wasn't justified. He knew he wasn't justified. It's crystal clear from his actions after the fact. Can't be explained away by shock. He's clearly not in shock. The use of force on AJ, stabbing Riley just standing there, stabbing Tony trying to break it up, stabbing Isaac directly in the heart. Ariel's there, walking up to Dante and stabbing him. The injuries he left behind, that all shows his intent. Again, you have to consider whether he knew he could retreat, whether there was a safe escape. He could have just walked away. He could have just raised his knife. He didn't do any of that. He just stood there with the knife until he punched Madison. He touched his knife when running up on before running up on the boys. He takes out the knife, opens the blade up, never says anything, never walks away, never takes a step back, never raises the knife, never yells for help. He's smirking with the knife in his hand. Finally, after stabbing 5 people, then he walks away. Doesn't run, walks. It's shocking to see what Nicolae did in this case, to see the injuries, and then see his calm, cool demeanor after the fact, tubing down the river, sitting in his tube at the scene of chaos, casually talking to Sheriff Knudsen, making up this huge lie to Lieutenant Hart. He even lied to the start nurse at 9 p.m., so 5 hours after the incident, about the boy pulling a knife, twisting his arm, poking him with his own knife. He even lied to Sandy after the arrest. Nick recognizes that what happened is not justified self-defense. Just standing there with the knife, not walking away when he clearly can. So even to Sandy, after he's charged, he casts blame on her and the group for not hearing him yelling. He never yelled. Normally, it'd be difficult to know what a defendant believed in a self-defense case, not in this case. Nicolae was not in fear, he snapped. He was angry and he snapped, and he knew it. His actions show he knew he did not reasonably believe the amount of force was necessary. He was not actually in fear. If he was actually in fear, he would have left. How else? Do you know what other clues? Think about his testimony. We submit to you that this is first-degree intentional homicide and first-degree attempted homicide. His acts clearly show intent. But if you can't agree unanimously on that, as your jury instructions tell you, you have to consider second degree. Again, the difference in second degree is Nicolae's belief versus reasonable person. You know, I submit to you his belief from his own conduct. Afterwards, he knew it was not justified. If you can't agree on second degree, you consider first degree reckless homicide, first degree reckless endanger of safety. Element 1, Nicolae endangered the safety of another human being. That's obvious. Endangered the safety of another by criminally reckless conduct. The jury instructions define criminally reckless conduct, creating a risk of death or grave bodily harm. It's unreasonable and substantial. He was aware of the risk. Again, obvious when he's stabbing people. When you talk about reckless conduct, let's say you believe his testimony that he just thought anyone touching him, anyone close to him was attacking him and he's stabbing him. That's reckless. That's criminally reckless conduct. That's utter disregard for human life. What other clues are there utter disregard? He just walks away. He just walks away. He doesn't call 911. He just sits on his tube as other people are helping the victims, and he tubes down the river. Your jury instructions talk about the question, the special question, yes or no. Did he commit these crimes while possessing a dangerous weapon, a pocket knife? There's nothing inherently wrong with carrying a pocket knife. A lot of people carry pocket knives. Totally fine to carry it as a tool. Totally fine to carry it for self-defense. Totally fine to carry any legal weapon, firearm, knife, if it's used legally. Nicolae did not. He was not justified in self-defense when he attacked these people. So we ask that you answer yes on that question. In the end, what is beyond clear, Nicolae knew this was not self-defense. All of his actions, from the minute the stabbings are done, from the second the stabbings are done, he knew it. It's obvious. His actions were horrific. They were senseless. He killed Isaac Schumann, stabbed him directly in the heart, disemboweled AJ, stabbed Tony who's trying to break up a fight, Riley who's just standing there, and then walks up to Dante. That walking up to Dante, stabbing him when he's got clear path to retreat, that destroys any argument that this was self-defense. He was angry. There's no rational reason Nicolae, his group's over here, would walk this way towards the group of people to stab Dante. Senseless and horrific acts. The state has to find Nicolae Miu guilty of all charges. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take a 10-minute recess. We'll be reconvening at 11:05. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
All rise for the jury.
11:05.
All right.
Madam Clerk, can we just,
I am guilty. You know, I can't, it's so funny because I wanted to put up a survey for us, but like it's so many.
All right, good morning again from our Fox 9 streaming center. You've, of course, been watching our gavel coverage of the Apple River.
Right? Let me get us where we need to be. Because I know it's levels to his guilty, but I just don't know. You know, like they offering levels to everybody. Let's say it that way. Not from night court. Yeah, so that's the only thing that I'm having a hard time with right now. Because I was gonna put a survey up, but to see what y'all thoughts were in regards to like, is he guilty of this first degree? Is he guilty of second degree? Is he guilty of third? I don't know. I don't know how to do that. You got so many. And I guess it varies with each person. Because, you know, like, yeah. Because, like, after the first stabby, I don't know if he had any rights to stab all the other people. It don't, you know, so I think they on different levels. So even if I find him guilty of the first one, I don't know. I think it depends Yeah, and I wonder how long the jury gonna be out on this one. But let's go in here and let's see about our closing arguments. Let me see. I think he gave them like an hour or so apiece. Yeah, so it looks like his is gonna be a little bit over an hour. Yeah. Okay, let's go in. I don't know what I could do a poll on. That's why I didn't do one, Allison. Because all them different degrees, I think it's hard it's 5 different people. It's different degrees for each person. So I really don't know how to do one. That's what I was explaining. Like, I don't know how to do one on this one, because each person, like, I can see even where each person they may feel a different degree on. So maybe like the first person that he stabbed, maybe he could have had his life in threat, being threatened, or felt like he was in a threat mode, and that may be like manslaughter. But then when you get to like maybe the next person that he stabbed, if you I think the prosecutor said it in his closing statement. He was like, you know, he stabbed these people after these people were trying to get after him for stabbing the other person. So yeah, I don't know. So that's why I didn't do a poll on this one, because I thought about it and I was like, I don't know how you do one correctly without having the actual verdict form and going through each person, because I think it's levels to at least this one. I think it could be levels. And that's why the jury instructions were so long. But here we go, guys. And see, I don't, when you say second degree for the unalive and then first degree for all the other victims, are you saying second degree because he wasn't stabbed first? Not that I'm aware of. Okay.
Be quiet now. We'll see you after the closing arguments from Nicolae Miu's legal team.
All right, we are back in the presence of the jury with the attorneys and Mr. Miu. Mr. Truffsy.
May it please the court, counsel. So, ladies and gentlemen, in his opening statement, Attorney Nelson said to you, one of the things you're going to have to determine is what happened on July 30th, 2022. Well, what happened on July 30th, 2022 is a group of drunk teenagers led by the ringleader, Juwan Cockfield, saw an opportunity to torment a man who was by himself. They taunted him. They called him names like raper and pedophile and predator. They did this for no legitimate purpose. When they did this, they're yelling and carrying on. It attracted the attention of another group, right? Led by Madison Cohen and Dante Carlson. 6 drunk teenagers quickly turned into 13. 13 against 1. They got in his face. They screamed at him. They called him names. They swore at him. They put their hands on him. And the group of 6, they became brave. The group of 6 became brave to the point that they circle him and start taunting him. They do this to a man who has done nothing, absolutely nothing to them. Then, when that man Mr. Miu, tries to create some space between him and Madison Cohen, they pounce. They punch him. They push him. They slap him. They hit him again. They choke him from all directions. And Nick Miu acts in self-defense. That's what happened on July 30th, 2022. I just want to give you guys a little bit of an indication as to kind of where I'm going to go, and more importantly, what I think you need to think about when you are back there thinking about the evidence, okay? First is the law. 1, there is no duty to retreat, period. That is the only requirement. In this state, bullies like Madison Cohen don't get to tell us where to go. Bullies like Madison Cohen don't get to get in our face and require that we leave. That's not a requirement here. Keep that in mind. 2, subjective beliefs, okay? When you're listening to or contemplating the evidence and replaying it in your mind, you are to do that and consider the beliefs, not the actions, but the beliefs of Mr. Miu. And when you do that, you are to do that from his perspective at the time that the events were occurring. So while we have a video, that video is from the perspective of Juwan Coffey. The video perspective that the jury is required to consider it is as Nick Miu is holding the camera. I'm going to address this a little bit later, but the idea of provocation. Whether or not Nick intentionally caused harm to Madison Cohen, that is something that you should consider when you're considering provocation. And the other main one I want to talk about is what it means, because it's different here, beyond a reasonable doubt. So normally, beyond a reasonable doubt is this hurdle, and the state has to jump that hurdle in order to prove a case. It's a little bit different here, okay? Because in this case, self-defense has been alleged. Remember when you're back there, Nick Miu doesn't have to prove he acted in self-defense. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he didn't act in self-defense. They have to prove that his beliefs were unreasonable, okay? So the way that I look at this video, the main video of Juwan Cockfield, we've all seen the 9-second video where he's screaming at Mr. Miu, calling him a raper. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the video that you've seen probably more than you want to. But I'm breaking that up into really 3 parts, okay? 0 to 149 is the first part, all right? Before anything actually happens in terms of the attack. And what is in dispute in that first minute and 49 seconds? I think 2 things were raised in the case that were in dispute. And that is, first, whether or not these drunk teens were actually afraid of Mr. Miu. Right? I think to a person, they testified, yeah, we were really concerned about Mr. Miu. And you get to use your everyday experiences in life when you decide what to believe. Does that look to you like teenagers who are afraid of that person? Is that what that looks like to you? Does this photo of drunk teenagers taunting him, does that make you believe in your experiences in life that they're afraid of him? Or is this what drunk teenagers who are terrified, is that what they look like? Does that make sense to you? Because you heard this. As the numbers rose, as the number of people grew, their fear, it decreased. And you've heard Mr. Anderson say over and over again, all Nick Miu had to do was walk away. Well, you heard from each one of those tubers, those drunk teenagers, we could have passed. when he walked over by Madison Cohen, we could have passed. And you heard Owen Pelican. I didn't want to pass. I wanted to see how this was going to play out. Why? Because Joanne Packfield was recording this entire incident. They wanted to see what was going to happen. They're not afraid. They want to see how this is going to play out. And Joanne Packfield said it best of all. It's for the culture. He wanted to put it on the internet so other people could see. And when you're using your everyday experiences in life, ask yourself this. Do people who are afraid of other people, do they walk up on them? Is that what people do when you're afraid of someone? Or do you try to get away from them? If you're afraid of someone, do you taunt them? Do you call them names? Do you circle around them? Those are questions that you all can answer. Or an alternative hypothesis to them being terrified is, do they do those things because they're drunk teenagers and what they want to do is make a video and put it on the internet? Which one of those two things, based on the evidence that you've seen, which one of those things makes more sense to you? The second thing that I think is in dispute, or was at least raised in the first minute and 49 seconds of that video, is whether or not Nick Miu's looking for little girls. Now, Mr. Anderson gets up here and says, no, he wasn't looking for little girls. But he also says, the boys didn't invent that. No, they pretty much invented that. And why do we, or how do we know that? So that's not on video anywhere, right? They don't mention it. They don't say anything about Nick Miu telling them that, right? Every one of them who speaks to the police provides a statement about what happened. Zero mention to the police that he said he was looking for little girls. This gentleman over here, Investigator Schultz, I think he said that he was a sensitive crimes investigator. He saw some of this stuff come across his desk, and that would have interested him. Investigator did testify. Said he would have mentioned, if any of these kids would have mentioned little girls, I would have taken note of that. So, what's the alternative? Why did they say that? I would submit to you that what kind of person does what these kids did to him, and what would they look like as people if all they did was pick a guy out and start to torment him? What do we think of people who do that? What do we think of people who call grown men rapers and pedophiles and predators for kicks? What do we think of those people? They had to come in and say that. Because if they don't, we know what we think of them. That's the reason they came in. And they said this to you guys under oath. They got on that witness stand and swore to tell the truth. And they told you that he said he was looking for little girls. Well, the cops got up under oath and told you, no, they never mentioned that to me. What are the odds? What are the odds that that actually happened and nobody mentions it to the police? What are the odds? Two other little points on that. In your everyday experiences in life, would you expect a man that you never met to walk up to you and say, you ask him, how's your day? What are you doing? Oh, I'm looking for little girls. Would you expect someone to actually do that? Does that make any sense to you? He's with his wife. He has lunch with his wife and his friends. In order to believe what these drunk teenagers are saying, you have to believe that he has lunch with his wife, he's with his friends, they're having a fine time. Ariel loses his phone, and Nick goes, this is my chance. My wife's right over there, but this is my chance to go look for little girls. And I'm going to tell a bunch of drunk teenagers I've never met before, that's what I'm doing. Tell me that makes sense to you. Because you get to judge the credibility of what people have said to you. Okay? But I want to talk about what we know in that first minute and 49 seconds of the video. What do we know? We know, based on the evidence, that Nick's looking for a phone. We know that. Ariel said that. Nick said that. They find Ariel's phone in the river. So we know that. We know that Nick comes up to the teenager's tubes, and we know that Cockfield's looking for a phone, and Cockfield's holding a phone. Join Cockfield's holding a phone. We know that Nick Miu walks away from them as he passes them. We know that. We know, right, that the drunk teenagers move toward him and start confronting him. We know that. We also know that Nick sees what he believes to be a reasonable, rational adult. So he heads over there to talk to her. And what we know is you can see his thumb. He's motioning back, trying to explain what happened. And we know that Madison Cohen, who knows nothing about what happened, zero, starts screaming at him to leave. We know that Madison Cohen feels comfortable enough to put her hands on him for the first time and move him because, well, she's queen of the river and she decides where people go. So she's moving him. We know that. We know that Nick is uncomfortable, so he waits for his group to come over because the state can say whatever they want. He's by himself. So we know Nick does that. We know that when Nick waves to his group, so does Madison Cohen. But there's one big difference here. Her group shows up, and they show up in numbers. We know that the group of teens are brave, and as this is going on, they start taunting this man who's done nothing to them. We know that. We know that Riley Madison comes over, and now she thinks it's necessary because she's been anointed something in the river, and she gets to tell him where to go. So we know that she puts her hands on him. We know that Nick's uncomfortable enough that he waves the group over a second time, trying to get someone to come to his aid. We know that. We know that Madison Cohen pushes him, puts her hands on him. Again, he tells her not to touch him, but she does it anyway. We know at that point it's 13 against 1. The other thing that we know, because we heard it, was someone in the group, the brave group of 6, tells Nick Miu, you got 10 seconds. In your everyday experiences in life, when someone tells you that you have 10 seconds, what normally comes after that? If we have children, I'm going to count to 3. You got 10 seconds to do this. Nothing's good is coming after that. It's reasonable in our experiences as adults to take that as a threat, right? And if you think about it, they all blamed. They didn't know it, but the guy holding the bag is Isaac. We know it's not Joanne Cockfield, and everybody else denied it. So who's left? Their buddy Isaac. They all blame, without saying his name. It's like, wasn't me, wasn't me, wasn't me. Well, you're saying it's the one person who isn't you, right? That's what we know. We know everything here I just told you is what we know in the first minute and 49 seconds. And why does that matter? What does...
I can't see the exhibits.
And step up and go over to the side.
What does that matter? Why does this matter? Because one of the things you have to consider when you consider self-defense is Nick Miu's reasonable belief that there is going to be an imminent interference with his person. And when you add all of these things together, he has to subjectively believe that. As a jury, as you sit here today, we don't get to look at it and say, what would an objective, reasonable person do? Does Nick feel that way? Does Nick feel, with all of these things listed here, that there is an imminent unlawful interference with his person? And I would submit to you, he does. He told you he did, right? We're going to see the video one time, promise, broken up into those parts.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away! Oh God! He up! He up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all, homie? He's on camera. Tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What did you say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes. Further culture. Who is that? Further culture. Who is that? Who the hell is this? Bro, doesn't matter. He said he was looking for a little girl. He said he was looking for a little girl. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. We're in the South. I even have that part on camera. That's some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We trying to have fun. He's gonna claim you. He's gonna claim you. We don't want this one. That is on camera. He on camera. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. He on camera.
The second part of the video that I think is important, and Attorney Anderson's talked a little bit about it, is really the 1 second that we don't get to see, right? The 1 second where the state is insinuating and is claiming that Madison Cohen was punched, and where Nick Miu has testified that he raises his arm to get her out of his space. So those are the two possibilities as to what happened in the video that you don't see. And I am, once again, asking that you use your everyday experiences in life when you make this determination, okay? And I understand that people in stressful situations don't get everything perfect. I get that. I'm not holding anybody to this exact standard. But what have we heard in order to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this happened? Well, you heard AJ Martin say that he grabbed her by the back of the hair and was slugging her from behind. Okay, no one else says that. You hear Alex Vang say he slapped her with a right hand in the face. Then I say, Mr. Vang, how can that happen? He's got a knife in his hand. And he says, you're right, that can't happen. He punched her. You hear Juwan Cockfield, who's not looking at it, he's holding his camera in another direction, says he threw a hook at her. I saw that. Right? Madison Cohen says, she said on direct examination, he hit me with a left hand to the left side of my face. And it sat there. Then when I asked her questions and I said, can you explain how that's humanly possible? And her response was, you're right. I get lefts and rights wrong. He hit me on the other side. Okay. But the state says she had a heartbeat in her cheek. She should remember what side of her cheek the heartbeat was in. She doesn't get that right. But how about the things when you use your everyday experiences in life that the state, they didn't talk about what he was up here talking about her issues. He talks about her falling back and people seeing things. Okay, people can be wrong. How about things that make sense, though? We know that she's wearing sunglasses, right? We know that. Her sunglasses are not broken. She doesn't have a mark on her face from being cut by sunglasses. None of that. Is that what would happen if a 250-pound man squared up on a woman and threw a hook to her face? She doesn't have redness on her face. She doesn't have swelling on her face. She doesn't have puffiness, a bruise, or a mark. How do we know that? Investigator Schultz told us. I saw her shortly thereafter and she didn't have a mark on her. He says, if I would have seen a mark, I would have taken a photograph of that mark. Makes sense, right? She doesn't drop her drink. She doesn't drop her vape. Her cell phone doesn't leave her bathing suit. Is that what happens when a 250-pound man squares up on a woman? She doesn't drop a thing, and she doesn't have a mark. Does that make sense to you all? Or does it make more sense that Nick Miu pushes her out of his space? Attorney Anderson said she's not in his face. Well, most of her friends said, no, she was. She was in his face. She was in his face. She was in his face. Right? If he makes this motion, she's not going to have broken sunglasses. She's not going to have a mark on her face. She's not going to have redness, puffiness, swelling, a bruise. She's not going to drop her drink because he doesn't hit her. Which one of those two things in your everyday experiences in life makes more sense? You get to decide that. And I want you to think about this. She knows the seriousness of the case. She tells the police she takes a photograph or photographs. Then she claims to have deleted them in a homicide case. Then the police say, that's okay. That happens. You give us your phone, we can get the pictures. Right? Wrong. They do a Cellbrite downloaded extraction of her phone. Investigator Schultz doesn't do it, but he reviews it and says, there's no deleted photos that I saw in there. He even goes so far as to reach out to Madison Cohen's mother because maybe she either took the photos or were sent the photos. No, not there either. You get to judge the credibility of people and whether or not that makes any sense. That is not provocation. And just briefly on retreat and provocation. I told you when I started, there is no duty to retreat. And that is true. That's the first sentence in the retreat instruction. If you want to, it says you may consider whether or not when he was retreating or if he had to retreat, whether the defendant reasonably believed the amount of force used was necessary to terminate the interference. You may consider whether he had the opportunity to retreat. Okay? Now, you don't have to. But when it starts, when it matters, is when he's using the force. And when he's doing that, he's surrounded. He told you he was surrounded. I asked Lieutenant Hart, do you have any information that would be contrary to Nick Miu's belief or statement that he was surrounded? She said, no, I don't. Where's he going to go? So he doesn't have to go anywhere. We don't let people dictate what we do, and the loudest voice in the room doesn't have to win. Madison Cohen doesn't get to make these decisions for people. He doesn't have to leave. The drunk teenagers don't have to leave either. They told you they could have left, but they wanted to see the show. He doesn't have to go, and there's nowhere to go. That should be the beginning, middle, and end of that evaluation on retreat. Same analysis, same result on provocation. Okay? You have to find that Nick Miu committed an unlawful conduct against Madison Cohen to provoke this attack. He wanted her to get out of his personal space. The bully in the room doesn't get to yell at you and tell you to leave, and then when you don't leave, doesn't get to get in your personal space because you are not leaving. That's not how this works. The last part of the video is the 150 to 205 mark. Okay. Now you heard yesterday, the state wants to break this video, this last 15 seconds or so, down into stills. 1/24th of a second. No one lives their life in 1/24th of a second. And you're not supposed to in this case because you're supposed to look at this case through the eyes of Nick Miu. And if you've watched that video, The first time I saw it, I didn't see what happened. I didn't see him pull a knife. I didn't see some of these people getting injured because it's moving like this. When you break it down to 1/24th of a second, it's just not how we live our lives. You have to look at those 14 seconds through Nick Miu's eyes as he was standing there in the room. And remember, he told you yesterday that he believed that he was going to die, but he doesn't have to believe that. He just has to believe that he's going to suffer serious bodily injury. That's what he has to believe, okay? And before I start this video, I'm going to ask you this again. What do we know in those last 15 seconds? We know that Anthony and Dante Carlson were asked by their dad to go over there. Why? To help him. Quentin Carlson testified that he was concerned that Nick Miu was going to get the brakes beat off of him. So Quentin Carlson wanted his boys to go assist. I would submit to you that Quentin Carlson was concerned that Nick Miu was going to suffer serious bodily injury if someone didn't help him. Alex Vang told you Miu's getting his butt kicked when this is going on. And Owen Peliquin said those guys got on his ass. Right? Anthony Carlson is yelling, stop, stop, stop. He's not yelling it to Nick Miu. Nick Miu's tail down in the water. Presumably, he's telling it to the people who are beating him. Right? That's what we know.
He ain't a woman. He ain't a woman. You ain't a woman.
Now, do you want?
I don't know. Every time I see that part of the video, y'all, and Kerville, just let me know. Does he have the knife in his hand as they pushing him, as he being pushed all around in the water right there? And see, right there, like, I would be scared. I don't know how me. Okay, so he does have the knife in his hand. I don't know, but they keep pushing him down, Jason. Golly. All right. Nick would have been better off just letting them off him. Then maybe he'd be not guilty. They just push it. I don't care. Oh my gosh. That's messed up. Like, they just pushing him around, but you don't know when they gonna stop. You don't know how this is gonna end if you just keep letting them push you around. That's very scary. I don't know. I could see how he could be scared. If he was true, I mean, I could see it. I would be scared. So please don't push me. I'm forewarning all of America and anywhere that I travel to. Please don't push me. Because I'm scary and I'm going to think it's going to turn into more, and I'm probably going to not just stab you. You right there scares me. No. It doesn't. I'm not flopping. I'm not flopping, drunkie. I'm just saying I can see parts where he is scared. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that he was supposed to, like, I think he's guilty, but I don't know if he's guilty of the level of, I don't know what level they're going to find him guilty at. Let me say that first. Because the judge read off all types of different levels. So I don't know what level they're going to find him guilty at, but I definitely feel like, so many things went wrong, but I can also see if I don't care how many knives, who I started something with, if they, yeah, No, well, I mean, you understand because that don't scare me. No. But if you driving over the speed limit like 60 and a 30, yeah, you about to scare me. I can't believe you wouldn't be scared, Jason. Even if you wrong, you telling me that a person can't be scared? Did y'all see that? Like, I would be horrified. I don't care who all my badness, all that stuff that I thought I was talking to that girl would have went out the window. Look at this.
Now, Juwan Cockfield found that to be. That's what we know.
Look, they smacking the crap out of him, pushing with his face. Oh, yeah, I will be good. I don't care what I think. Please don't do me like that. Oh gosh, y'all telling me, y'all badass. I don't care about no low water. Oh, what if he's scraping his knee? Oh God, all right. Y'all some gangsters out here. Y'all better not ever do shit. Don't call me. Don't call me and ask for me to be a special person on y'all jury. Cause I'm like, nah, they sit in the chat all the time. All the time. Talk about everybody guilty. Don't nobody get a break. They shouldn't be scared. They shouldn't be doing nothing. Okay, let us get through the closing.
Cockfield found that to be funny for quite some time. You can hear him cackling on how he thinks it's funny that Miu's getting punched in the face and knocked in the face, slapped. Okay, but what we know from that video is a 250-pound man. 250-pound man has been knocked clean off his feet backwards into the water by getting punched in the jaw. That's what we know. We know that in 1 second, Dante Carlson, who throws that punch, runs around to the other side of Nick Miu while he's still on his back, kind of on his lower, on his butt, kind of on his lower back, and he cracks him across the face. We know that. That's not in dispute. We know that AJ Martin, who says he's the peacekeeper, that's what he said. He runs up from behind and shoves Nick Miu while Dante Carlson comes in for thirds and smacks Nick Miu in the face again. I would submit to you at this point, it's coming from all sides and from multiple people. And this man who had heart surgery is terrified as to what's going on. We know, well, let me just remind you of this. At this point, after he's been punched, slapped, pushed, slapped, he hasn't stabbed anyone, right? And if you listen closely to what AJ Martin said in his testimony, when he was shown the picture of him making contact with Mr. Miu before Mr. Miu stabbed him, he said, he got me before I got him, I guess. What does that tell you about what AJ Martin's intention is? He's back in the water now for a third time after getting pushed down by AJ Martin. And what do we see next? That's Anthony Carlson. He walks right by me. Miu doesn't do a thing to him. Mr. Miu doesn't do a thing to Anthony Carlson as he walks by. You will then see, and what we know is Anthony Carlson comes up from behind him, appears to be yelling at him and putting his hands on him. So now Miu has been touched at that point, punched, pushed from behind and slapped. And now Anthony Carlson comes up to him. We know that. And then we know 1 second later that Isaac Schumann comes up to him. You guys get to make the decision on whether or not he's choking him around the neck. You get to make that decision. I'm not telling you what that is. You get to decide if that looks like a choke to you or not. So at that point, 4 people have attacked Nick Miu. And why does it matter? Why does any of that matter? Because if you find the following, Nick Miu is not guilty of all the charges, okay? If you find that Nick Miu believed that there was an imminent unlawful interference with his person, if you believe that he believed that was coming, the 19 or 18 reasons that I put up there supports that and he told you that. And that's his subjective beliefs. Okay? If he believed the amount of force that he used was necessary to terminate that interference. Okay? So if he believed that he did what he had to do, right? I would submit to you there's only two answers to that. Only two possible answers. He either did what he had to do to survive, or this man who you watch the video, who's never got a speeding ticket, who decides to go out with his wife that day, who's floating down the river and having lunch, decides, you know what, today's the day I'm going to start stabbing people. I'm going to leave my group, I'm going to go over and I'm going to start stabbing people. Mr. Anderson says he snapped. If he was in fear, he would have left. I think anybody would dispute that he was in fear. So when you're determining whether or not what he did, if he believed that he had to do that to terminate that interference, I would submit to you, why else would he do it? He either believed that or he just lost his mind. Right? This 52-year-old engineer who's married just lost his mind that day. Those are the two options I think that you have on that. And the final thing that you need to decide is whether or not his beliefs were reasonable. And the standard is when a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed standing in his shoes at that moment. Okay? Quentin Carlson is about his age. And Quentin Carlson is concerned enough for his safety that he sends his boys over. Quentin Carlson tells the police that after his boys have been injured. He tells the police, I get it, they're injured. I sent them over there because I was concerned for the old guy. Brandy Hart. Did you watch that video yesterday? There's a point in that video where Nick Miu puts his hand in his head and says something like, my life is over. And Brandy Hart says, I don't know about that. They're self-defense. She says, I don't know what I would have done. But I can tell you I would have been scared shitless. She's been a police officer for 25 years. And that is her response. State never followed up with her on anything after that. That was her statement to the police. Or that was her statement on the tape. And as I mentioned, Alex Vang and Owen Peliquin say he's getting his butt kicked. They're all over him. Are those reasonable people? You get to decide what a reasonable person would do in that situation. But I would submit to you, you've got something to work with. You've got something to work with. Briefly on the charges, okay? Before you even get to self-defense, you get to intent. You have to find intent on the homicide charges initially for Isaac Schumann, and you have to find them for the others involved, okay? And the question on intent is mental purpose. Can you watch that video and say that Nick Miu's mental purpose is to kill Isaac Schumann? Or is his mental purpose to get another person off of him? You get to decide that. Okay? Under those circumstances, you heard everybody say, anybody who never touched him, he never touched. Right? People were like, I didn't want to get near him. They didn't touch him. He didn't touch them. He didn't say anything. You get to consider all the facts and circumstances. He didn't say anything, guys. Right? Isaac grabs him by the throat and he stabs him one time. Is that an intent? Is that his intention to kill Isaac Schumann? And when you started this case, you heard that was the charge. Well, those charges have changed. Now you get to consider all other kinds of charges with all other kinds of mental states too, right? Maybe it was intentional. Well, maybe not. Maybe it was reckless. Pick a theory. Don't let them just throw things against the wall and hope that you guys let something stick. They're telling you they thought it was intentional. Now it might not be. Now it might be reckless. They don't have it. Nick Miu wanted to get Isaac Schumann away from him. He didn't chase Isaac Schumann down. He didn't move toward Isaac Schumann. Isaac Schumann moved toward him. And on the attempted homicide, read the instruction on attempt, you guys. In order to convict someone of an attempted homicide, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that demonstrates unequivocally that Nick wanted to kill these people and would have, except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor, okay? And unequivocally means there can be no other inference which can reasonably be drawn. No other inference. And an extraneous factor is something outside the control of Nick. You heard D.A. Anderson say, but for medical intervention, some of these people would have died. Well, A.J. Martin would have. Dante Carlson had a hernia. He repaired a hernia. Sorry, medical intervention doesn't prevent him. He's not going to die from that. Anthony Carlson gets 2 stitches. He's certainly not going to die from that. And Riley Madison could have got an infection, they said. I understand that. But if he wanted to kill them, why didn't he? If you believe Attorney Anderson, he's alone with Dante Carlson. Why does he stab him one time? He wants to kill him. Why doesn't he smash him up? He wants what he wanted all along, to get away from these people. He's leaving, and Dante Carlson, who has beaten him up, has hit him in the face repeatedly, confronts him again. What does he think? What does Nick Miu believe is about to happen? You don't have to let somebody beat you before you respond. Doesn't that make sense? And because they don't have the attempts here, because there was nothing, no outside extraneous factor, they also say might not be attempts. Take a chance on reckless. How about that? Again, not really a theory, but you get to make that decision. I'm going to comment on the video because I think it's appropriate that was played, the interview with Nick and Randy Hart. He lies about the knife. He lies about the knife. What Lieutenant Hart said is he's never wavered on is that this was self-defense, that he was fearful, and that he was being attacked. Okay, that he's never wavered on that. He said it over 20 times in the interview, and it's the first words out of his mouth when he's interviewed by Lieutenant Hart. Some people get some facts wrong. Some people lie about stuff. He's not telling you the truth about the knife. But does it change one thing that you saw on that video? That's the reason we want there to be a video. Is so you're not taking the word of 13 people who don't get it right. That video is not subject to change. Attorney Anderson's right. It is what it is, right? What has persevered through this case is Nick Miu's fear, how he felt, the shock. You heard people testify about that. The whiteness, the wide eyes, the ghost-looking color of his skin, that has persevered through this case. He lied about the knife. Doesn't change one thing that's on that video. You should feel sympathy for Isaac Schumann's family. I have a 19-year-old son. He would be in Isaac Schumann's grave right now. Everyone feels sympathy for Isaac Schumann's family. I'm sure he was a wonderful kid, and I know that his parents love him. But you don't get to decide this case based on sympathy. The judge tells you that. You decide this case based on facts and evidence. That's what you are required to do. And put most succinctly, in terms of the burden of proof and what the state has to do, is they have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt it's not self-defense. And what does reasonable doubt mean? Well, the judge read it to you. You'll get to hear about it again. But it's a doubt that would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when deciding the most important affairs of life. And I would submit to you the most important affairs of your collective lives are your health, your family's health, loved one's health. When you're thinking about that and you have to make hard decisions on those things, if there is a pause or hesitation about what you need to do because you're getting information from various places, you say, I need a break, I need to figure this out. That's reasonable doubt. Okay. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given. That reason is self-defense. And I just want you guys to know this. When you go back there and you have those verdict forms, if you believe it's self-defense, he's not guilty. If you believe it's probably self-defense, he's not guilty. If you believe it's possibly self-defense, he's not guilty. If you're like, it likely is, I don't know, not guilty. If you believe it might not be, not guilty. If you believe it's probably not self-defense, not guilty. All of those considerations that you would have require a verdict of not guilty, because the state has to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense. So, as I go to sit down, we, Attorney Nelson, Nick Miu, and I appreciate all of your time that you've taken away from your families and friends to do this, the attentiveness that you've given us. And I think it's time for people to go home when you're done. And what we're asking that you do is that you send Nick Miu home, that you find him not guilty on all of the charges. Thank you.
While we swap people out, if you'd like to stand and stretch for a moment, you may do so. And then we'll hear a brief rebuttal from Mr. Smith.
Free Nick.
What you just heard Mr. Troxy say, his entire defense is based on what Nick Miu told you during his testimony was thoughts in his head, the beliefs in his head. What do we know about Nick Miu? We know he's smart, speaks multiple languages, has a couple of degrees, one's in math. He's a calculating person. He's a cunning person. He's a skilled and prolific liar. We know that because every word that came out of his mouth, practically since he started walking away from this group, was a lie, including to his best friend, who he said they took my knife while the knife is still on him. The things he said to Sheriff Knudsen, where he pretended to not know what was going on. And then everything he said to Investigator Lieutenant Hart. He is skillful at crafting a story that matches what he needs to say to avoid the consequences for his actions. We all know that. It's undisputed. He told you himself. He's a liar. All right? He did not just not lie about the knife. He lied about all kinds of crazy things, bizarre things. Why would he say that these boys pulled his pants down? What a bizarre lie to make up, right? Why would he say the two boys pulled knives on him? He's got to say that because he knows what he did wasn't justified. He thinks to himself, if I say one boy pulled a knife, it would be good, but if it's two, that would be better. So he crafts this elaborate story. His entire defense rests on you believing what he said on the stand yesterday. His testimony was a disaster. He got caught in several lies on the stand. He changed his answers a couple of times when he realized that what he said wasn't helpful to his defense, right? He consistently remembered details from July 30th, 2022 that benefits his defense, but doesn't remember anything about what he did, any of the facts, any of the stories that he told Lieutenant Hart. How is that possible? That he can only remember the facts, the beliefs he had that assist his defense, and nothing else? How many times did he say on the stand, I don't remember, I don't remember, I don't remember? He repeated it over and over and over again because he doesn't want to answer questions about what he did because he knows dang well it wasn't justified. He's lying. He's lying. One of the many things I'm going to be grateful about when this is done is that I never have to hear again that the actions he took that day was the fault of these boys. That's ridiculous. It's despicable. There's never been any explanation from the defense as to why Nick Miu ran up on these boys, why he grabbed their tubes, why he was groping around where their legs were. They don't even respond to it. They didn't bring it up. There is no explanation. That behavior is inexplicable. He's a bizarre person. He made bizarre choices that day. It is not their fault. It is not their fault. I'll say it 100 times. It's not their fault. These boys have beat themselves up every day since this happened. You saw the raw emotion on the stand. Their best friend was murdered by this guy. And to say that it's their fault is despicable. Nobody's responsible for Nick Miu's choices but himself. He chose violence at every turn. There's been some question about whether he's fragile. Part of him is fragile. His ego is fragile. As his attorney had said early last week, when he's questioning these boys, you were trying to humiliate him. You were trying to insult him. You were taunting him. He was humiliated. He was insulted. He didn't like these boys treating him like that. He certainly didn't like Madison Cohen getting in his face, so to speak. And eventually, he did just snap. He pulled his knife out, getting ready for violence, pulls it out, holds it down where nobody can see it, holds it to the side, and then hits her. That started the violence. He prepared for the violence before he started it. He felt humiliated, and he wasn't going to let it go. I asked him, did you ever take a step back at any time when she was yelling at you? No. With no explanation. We're dealing with what we call false narratives in this case. Things that the defense repeats over and over and over again, hoping that you think it's fact, okay? One of these is this 13-to-1 narrative, okay? We've heard it 100 times in the trial. This is not a 13-to-1 situation. We've got the 6 teenage boys standing on the side by their tubes. He's confronted by the 2 girls. Everybody else is in the background. He hits Madison Cohen when he's only got 2 girls standing in front of him. After the fight, it's 1-on-1 to start. It's Dante hitting him, and then arguably 2-on-1 when AJ comes up and pushes him in the back. Tony breaks it up. The fight's done. He gets off. And AJ, of course, is already tore open, so he's laying in the river. But that's the end of the fight. Mr. Miu continued violence. He chose more violence after that part of the fight was done. Tony, who did exactly what his dad told him to do, came up to try to break it up. You can hear him telling Dante, his brother, get away, get back. Mr. Miu turns around and stabs him, and Tony blocks it and stabs him again. He chose violence at every turn. There's another false narrative. They circled him. They surrounded him. Baloney. You've seen the video how many times there's open water everywhere. That he was attacked from all directions. False narrative. He said that Owen Peliquin testified that they stuck around because they wanted to see how it played out. That's true, but what he didn't mention is that Owen also said he wanted to make sure he didn't do anything to this woman. And you know what? Those instincts were exactly right. Those instincts were right. He keeps talking about how these boys wanted to make a video. Well, they were making a video. And what does that matter? They didn't start the violence. None of those boys laid a hand on him, despite the fact that he touched both Joanne Cockfield and Landon Ware when he ran up on him in the tubes. Nobody laid a hand on him until after he had already stabbed a number of people. Isaac Schumann tried to stop him. He got killed for his efforts. He seems to be arguing, the defense seems to be arguing that Isaac somehow deserved it. I don't understand that argument. He's trying to protect people. He calls Maddie Cohen the queen of the river, and he calls her a bully, calls her a number of other unkind things. Her testimony was, and it's clear from the video, she was trying to protect these boys. She saw that he was over there doing something, that it was freaking them out. She tried to protect them. You know, maybe if we had more people on the river trying to protect people, maybe the world would be a better place. They've made, over and over, they've argued that Maddie was never punched because she has no marks on her face. Nick Miu, who, as Mr. Trosty said, was lifted off of his feet by the punch from Dante, punched in the jaw and fell in the river, gets up and there's no marks on his face. We have pictures from him. We have the video. We have his interview with Lieutenant Hart later. We have the pictures that the jail nurse took 5 hours after. There's no bruising. There's no puffiness. There's no swelling. The fact that they're arguing that Maddie had no mark doesn't matter because he didn't either. It happens. They're trying to say that he was terrified. His face tells a different story. He has expressions of anger. He has expressions of, I guess, humor. He's smiling. He's smirking. Well, after he has his knife out, he clearly feels comfortable. There's no look of terror in his face at any time. KJ Martin was not armed. He pushed Mr. Miu in the back. We know that. He didn't kick him. He didn't punch him. He didn't hold his head underwater. He pushed him in the back. And for that, he got a incision on his body from his belt line all the way up. You saw the pictures. It's horrible. He used no weapon against Mr. Miu. They made a big deal about Lieutenant Hart telling Mr. Miu in the interview that she would have been scared too. Well, she made that response after he'd been feeding her a load of BS about all this stuff that supposedly happened, about having 2 kids pulling knives on him and pulling his pants down and all the baloney that he fed her. Based on that, she said, yeah, I would have been scared too. They're arguing that he had no intent to kill Isaac. Isaac weighed 134 pounds at the time. He's 250. He rams his knife up, not down, up, severing 2 of Isaac's ribs right into his heart. All right? If he didn't intend to kill him, why not stab him in the belly? Right into his heart. We've heard no explanation whatsoever as to why he stabbed Riley Madison. We know from the video she's standing off in the background after Tony's trying to break it up. He just walked over and stabbed her. She wasn't attacking him. They don't explain that because there is no explanation. None. He wasn't in fear for his life from Riley Madison. She said she was 110 pounds now, might have been 115 back then. There's no fear for his life. He just was mad because she touched him. They've talked a little bit about the extraneous factors. It's not just medical attention that can be an extraneous factor. As we know, multiple people on the river stopped to help these folks, putting compressions on. One witness said they used a sandwich bag to try to make a chest compression. There was a lot of interventions for these folks. We know with Riley Madison specifically that Larry and Davis and his brother, we saw it on the video, got her to shore on a tube. People went out of their way to help these folks. These are extraneous factors. But another extraneous factor is he just got unlucky. You know, if he, as Mr. Anderson had said, we've got arteries, we've got organs. Dr. Meyer said, whenever you have an abdomen wound, you have to check all those things. It's kind of a miracle that more people didn't get killed. It's not by anything he did. He just got lucky. He missed major organs and arteries. The bottom line is he had 4 hours from the time that he was arrested to the time that he concocted this ridiculous story about the boys pulling knives on him and pulling his pants down and all this other bizarre baloney. He used his intellect, and we know he's smart, to craft this story. And he was very deliberate and detailed because he wanted to come up with a story that he thought would be sufficient to convince people that he acted in self-defense. We know he lied about all of it. So now today, he's saying, well, sure, I lied about everything I said when I talked to Lieutenant Hart about what happened, but now I'm telling the truth. So now believe me. No. You have my full confidence. I know you're going to return just verdict of guilty and deliver justice to Isaac Schuman and everybody else who got hurt by this man. Thank you.
Now, members of the jury, the duties of counsel in the court have been performed. The case has been argued by counsel. The court has instructed you regarding the rules of law that should govern you in your deliberations. The time has now come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision of this case is to be thrown wholly upon you, the jurors, selected for this important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, prejudice, or passion. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duty steadfastly in mind and, as upright citizens, to render a just and true verdict. You are to decide only whether Mr. Miu is guilty or not guilty of the offenses charged. Any consequences of your verdict are matters for the court alone to decide, and they must not affect your deliberations. Multiple forms of verdict will be submitted to you concerning the charges against the defendant, Nicolae Miu. For count 1, 5 forms of verdict will be submitted. They read, as to count one of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged. Another form, as to count one of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of second-degree intentional homicide as submitted. Another form, as to count one of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as submitted. Another form, as to count one of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of second-degree reckless homicide as submitted. Lastly, as to count one of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nicolae Miu not guilty. Return only one for your verdict. If you return a guilty verdict, you must also answer this question. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? As to count two, 5 forms of verdict will be submitted. They read, as to count one of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide as charged. Another form, as to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide as submitted. Another form, as to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Another form, as to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Finally, as to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nicolae Miu not guilty. Again, return only one for your verdict. If you return a guilty verdict, you must also answer the dangerous weapon question. As to counts 3, Dante Carlson, count 4, Anthony Carlson, and count 5, Riley Madison, the court will give you 5 verdict forms for each count that are worded similar to the ones given to you for count 2. As to count 6, Madison Cohen, 2 forms of verdict will be submitted. One reading, as to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of battery as charged. Next, as to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nicolae Miu not guilty. Again, if you return the guilty verdict, you must answer the dangerous weapon question. It is for you to determine whether Mr. Miu is guilty or not guilty of each of the 6 counts submitted to you. You must make a finding as to each count of the information. Each count charges a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged in one count must not affect your verdict on any other count. This is a criminal, not a civil case. Therefore, before the jury may return a verdict which may legally be received, the verdict must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. The presiding juror's vote is entitled to no greater weight than the vote of any other juror. If you need to communicate with the court while you are deliberating, send a note through the bailiff signed by the presiding juror. To have a complete record of this trial, it is important that you communicate with the court only by a written note. If you have questions, the court will talk with the attorneys before answering, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for an answer. The court will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. When you have agreed upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the person you have selected to preside. After you have reached a verdict, the presiding juror will notify the bailiff that a verdict has been reached. Everyone will return to the courtroom. The verdict will be read into the record in open court. The court may ask each of you if you agree with the verdict. At this time, please administer the oath to the bailiff.
You swear that you will, to your utmost ability, keep all jurors on this trial together in some private and convenient place, subject to the direction of the court, until they have agreed upon your verdict and they are discharged by the court, and that you will not, before they render their verdict, communicate to any person the state of their deliberations or the verdict they have agreed upon. So help you God.
The bailiff has extra copies of the jury instructions. I imagine you'll probably want to consult with them during the course of your deliberations. I believe he has 4 or 5 sets. If you need more, let him know, and I will print more for you. He also has the verdict forms in each of the manila envelopes, 1 envelope per count. If you reach a verdict, please put that verdict signed by the foreperson back into the envelope. The other forms that you don't use can be discarded, but there only should be 1 verdict form returned back in each envelope. Now, members of the jury, as I mentioned to you at the beginning of the trial, only 12 jurors can deliberate. 2 alternates were seated in the event that we lost jurors due to health, emergency, or some form of misconduct. The alternates have been determined by lot by the clerk of court. The alternate jurors are not released from jury duty. Alternate jurors may be called upon to deliberate if we happen to lose one of the 12 jurors during the course of deliberations. So basically, the alternates are needed to be at the ready and stand by in the event that they are needed. The alternate jurors will be free to leave the building, but you may not talk about this case with anyone. You may not research or investigate the case on your own. You may not read social media posts. You may not read news reports about this case. If we need an alternate juror to participate in deliberations, the clerk of court will contact you. So we'll need a phone number before you leave. You will be expected to return relatively quickly. So please stay close to home or close to your place of work if it's nearby. We will keep your personal notes safe in a secure private location in the event that you're called upon to deliberate. At this time, I'll ask for the envelope. The two alternate jurors are Darren. You may, if you'd like to have a private place where you can eat it here in the courthouse, we'll provide you with that facility. But the alternate jurors may not eat with the other 12 because the other 12 may begin their deliberations once they are back in the deliberation room. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Dang, that's messed up. You ain't gonna even let me eat with them?
Have you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
So Jason said
I
that
was surrounded. They were yelling. They had just pushed me.
that knife put in. That knife put in.
The courtroom, and it needs to be played in here. That
I'm assuming they must have had a question or something. Let's see.
the courtroom, and it needs to be played in here. That.
My judgment, the jury is entitled to see the evidence, and this has been a multi-day trial. There's lots of things to consider. There are lots of nuances in the jury instructions. So I think it's reasonable for the jury to re-examine the exhibits. They can't have the video in the deliberation room, so they'll have to come out into the courtroom to see it. If the jury thinks that watching both videos will be helpful to their deliberations, they're entitled to see both videos. So we'll have them brought back in, and we will play them both. We'd like to have the videos played in chronological order. So we'll start with the 9-second video, watch it, and then we will move on to the next video. Now, when they come in, this won't be the opportunity for Q&A or comment or discussion. The opportunity for persuading the jury is over. I may ask the jury if they want to see it again because it moves fast. So if they want to see it again, we'll play it again. But I'll be the one doing the questioning. Any questions about the process?
Who do you want to play in?
It doesn't matter.
I don't have my computer, so I'm happy to go get it, but
I can do it.
Okay, so you'll play the video. I'll give you the cues to start.
Oh, I want to see what
I will check and see if you want to watch it again. We can replay it. Once you're satisfied with that video, then we'll move on to the longer one. And we'll do the same thing. If you want to watch it a second time or third time, we can. But we're going to run it from beginning to end in real time. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up the video.
Man, trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell?
Hold up. Start over, please.
Start it over.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell?
I'm gonna have to reset the system. You can't just play. Otherwise it's gonna be cut up. Okay. Bear with me a second. You ready?
Yes. All right, action.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? Out! He's a raper. Whoa.
Anybody want to see it again?
Do we
No hands. Let's move on to the next. One more time? Okay.
One more time? Okay.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? Out! He's a raper. Whoa.
Anybody else? Okay. Let's move on to the next video then.
Okay, let's move on.
You can keep it on.
That's not. What is he on? Whoa. Whoa! Whoa! Get away! Oh God! We up! We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all, homie? He's on camera. Tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What did he say?
Because Jason, we are part of the jury, and the jury wanted to see this again, and I wanted to see exactly what they wanted to see again during deliberations. And now I understand why this could make a lot of difference. Like, y'all see that first part of the video, like some of these things have to be slowed down for me. I would be the juror back there, like, okay, I need to see it multiple times. What I noticed in the first video that we seen, that he was walking away, right? And when the guy was like, "What are you doing? What are you, a reaper?" That's when we saw that one video, Jason, where he came running back, and he stumbled or fell, or he just intentionally went to go grab their tubes. So that we are actually seeing in this part. Yeah, well, I wanted to see it. Sorry. I'm sorry. I was just trying to see what they wanted to see. That's all. Okay, let me see.
Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes. For the culture. Who is?
Yeah, I bet.
Okay, so I don't think they was asking for anything else. Now let me go see if I can find the yeah, I wanted to see it. Yeah, I wanted to see it again, because now I know that the jury might have went back there with the same questions that I may have had, right? And I mean, I know what the verdict gonna be, but yeah, okay, whatever. Let me find it. Let me find the verdict for us. Okay. Let me share. Okay. So the jury is walking in. It appears that they have reached a verdict. We are TiVoing our time in real time, right? And we are expediting this. So here we go, guys.
In mere moments.
All right, please be seated. All right, we are back in session on the record in State of Wisconsin versus Nicolae Miu. The attorneys are present with Mr. Miu. 12 jurors are in the courtroom. Mr. Ashland, I understand you are the foreperson.
Correct.
Did your jury reach a verdict?
Yeah.
Did you reach a verdict on each of the 6 counts?
Yes, we did.
Okay, please hand the verdict forms to the bailiff. Verdicts read as follows. As to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as submitted. Question, did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 3 of the information, Dante Carlson, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 4 of the information, Anthony Carlson, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 5 of the information, Riley Madison, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of battery as charged. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. Members of the jury, I do have to verify that this is in fact a unanimous verdict. So I'm going to ask each of you if I correctly read the verdict and if you agree with it. So when I call your name, if you agree with the verdict that I read, please answer by saying yes. If you disagree with the verdict, you can answer by saying no. Ms. Navarro, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Cook, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Snell, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. Pelzel, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Wiley, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. Knapp, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Diedrich, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. McMahon, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Henderlong, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Ashland, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. McMullen, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. Lewandowski, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Any additional polling? No? All right. It is a unanimous verdict. Members of the jury, your service in this case is completed. You are free to read accounts about this trial. You are free to talk about this case with anyone. However, you do not have to discuss this case with anybody or answer any questions about this case other than from the court. So this includes the parties, the lawyers, the media, or anybody else. If you do decide to discuss this case with anyone, please treat any such discussion with a degree of solemnity, such that whatever you would say, you'd be willing to say in front of your fellow jurors or here in open court. It is in the public interest that there be the utmost freedom of debate in the jury room, and that jurors be permitted to express their views without fear of incurring the anger of any litigants or the public. For that reason, please respect the privacy of the views of your fellow jurors. If you do decide to speak, please only speak for yourselves and not for anybody else. On behalf of my colleagues, Judges Needham, Vlack, and Nordstrand, along with my courtroom staff, thank you for your participation in this important case. Court is now adjourned. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Based on the unanimous verdict, I will enter convictions on each of the 6 counts. Bail is revoked. Mr. Miu will be held in custody pending sentencing. My staff will contact the attorneys and will schedule the sentencing date. I will order a pre-sentence investigation report, but we can do the scheduling at a later time. Is there anything else, Mr. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Schroffesi?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Court is adjourned.
Y'all cool with it and y'all want to go into the sentencing part, I have no problem with doing that. I would like to, but you know, one of the jurors called in and it was like, hey, we want to tell you what I was thinking back there. So I want to play that footage, that little spiel first. And then if we want to go into the sentencing, I believe that's where they'll have the impact statements. We can do that next, if that sounds okay. Let me get it up.
the whole thing.
I mean, it's not like anybody was had a fence behind him or were holding him there. He could have went, even if it was the wrong direction, he could have walked away.
We felt like we put on a good defense, but in many ways, self-defense is a community standard, and it's very dependent upon which group of 12 people within the community you ask.
Or he could have walked right past everybody and went back to his group.
Both jurors reasoned if Miu threw the first punch, as several witnesses testified, he could not then claim self-defense.
You went to Mr. Miu, correct?
Yeah, I went to the guy who was punching people first.
Correct. Again, based upon your memory that he pulled someone's hair and punched them from behind, correct?
Based on the memory that I know that he punched someone, yes,
Okay.
it doesn't matter how he punched them. I know he punched them, and he shouldn't have.
Prosecutors included a charge of battery, arguing Miu struck Madison Cohen first, sparking the physical altercation.
Why was it important to start your kind of deliberations or conversations around the battery?
The Madison Cohen battery charge was a really big thing for the whole case because what that basically amounted to is, who threw the first punch? We had more people that said that he punched her.
While there was little support in the room for Miu's claim of self-defense, I am told that 2 or 3 jurors pushed for a conviction on the intentional homicide charges.
But after looking at everything overall, I think it was just more of a freak thing. It was people in the moment. I don't think initially he had the thought of, I'm going to kill one of these boys or all these boys.
Do you think he hurt or helped his case by going on the stand?
I don't think he had much choice but to go on the stand. I think if he really was going to plead self-defense and have a case, I think he needed to take the stand to explain himself.
I lied about the knife.
Was that your knife?
Yes, it is. It was.
In this case, which I think is probably with a lot of cases, it actually hurt him. Just like I was saying, because the stories did not match. There were so many things that were not true that he said.
As to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as submitted.
In the end, it took jurors less than 7 hours to wade through 8 days of testimony, nearly 50 witnesses, and some 30 pages of jury instructions to reach those unanimous verdicts convicting Miu.
Okay. So that is the conviction part. Yeah, and I don't mind playing the sentencing part and us listening to the statements and things like that. Y'all know y'all definitely take care of y'all mental health as we going through this. If it becomes to be too overwhelming, take a break, close it down. Just so we can hear what I don't know. I don't remember what he got sentenced to. Sorry. So I would like to see. I mean, I know I can Google it, but okay. And I would like to see what the judge says too. What is that? I wonder will he speak on his own behalf? He looks scary to me, but that's just me. I can be real weird, but he looks scary. Y'all know I'm scared of everything. Okay. Okay, so our guy, orange is the new black. He got it on. He looking mean. He is looking like a mean machine, boy. Sheesh. He look mean. But let's go back to the beginning of this. Oh, he gonna talk to us. Okay. I like when they talk. He likes to talk. He likes to talk. I see he got something in his hand, so he gonna talk to us.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Judge. I can't think of a better way to frame this case than how we did at trial. Completely senseless and horrific acts of violence when all Nicolae Miu had to do was walk away. Or he didn't have to run up on them in the first place. I think, we talk about this 30-second incident, but I think it's important to remember too, the only reason he was by this group was as they were floating away after he was insulted, he charged up onto the boys and grabbed onto their tube. I'm going to start by talking about the seriousness of the offense.
Are you going to project on the monitors?
Yes, I just have a exhibit labeled Exhibit 1. It just has 2 photos on it.
You ready?
Yes. Obviously, a homicide, any homicide is serious. This case, Nicolae Miu killed 17-year-old Isaac Schumann. There's very little I can say about the effect on the victims that hasn't been said or expressed better by his family, both at trial and today with the victim impact statements. What part of what makes this so tragic and horrific is how easily Nicolae Miu could have avoided all of this. As I said, after he was insulted, he could have just let the boys float away. Instead, he charged up onto them. When the boys were yelling at him to leave, he doesn't. When another group comes to intervene to help to yell at him, tell him to leave, he doesn't. Instead, while multiple people are telling him, pleading with him, yelling at him to leave, he's smirking and he takes out his pocket knife. The defense filed a memo that presumes that Nicolae Miu actually believed his life was in danger, and that belief was just unreasonable based on the verdict. I don't think that's the case. I think the evidence shows he snapped, as we argued to the jury. I think that's evidenced in his attempt to flee afterwards to avoid responsibility, and his washing the knife, ditching the knife, saying nothing to his friends and family that were there. His playing dumb with Sheriff Knutson when he's first apprehended, acting like he didn't know what happened, saying he saw what looked like kids being kids. Maybe they were fighting. I think it's shown by his countless lies in his interview with Lieutenant Hart. As he's standing there smirking, as we all saw in the trial and the screenshots in the video, holding his knife, he never raises his knife. He never says, get back, like any reasonable person would do if they're afraid. I think anybody who's studied self-defense statistics whatsoever knows how many potentially violent situations are diffused simply by somebody pulling a weapon if they feel threatened and saying, get back, I have a weapon. He didn't do that. He held it down by his side where nobody saw it. After he took out his knife, when there's just 2 small females standing in front of him, he then punches Madison Cohen in the face, starting the physical altercation. It had up to that point been strictly verbal. Understandably, unsurprisingly, after he punches a barely 100-pound female in the face, he gets hit back, and he gets up and starts stabbing anyone within reach, regardless of their role, what they're doing. Riley was just standing there, as witnesses testified. Even after his friend Ariel was there, even after he had stabbed multiple people, even after AJ is disemboweled, trying to hold in his intestines, Nicolae Miu, instead of going back to his group, walks away from them, up to Dante, and stabs him in the chest. There's nothing that shows other than vengeance, because Dante had punched him. So he was going to get even. And then clean the knife, ditch the knife, and return to his group. He encouraged his group to leave. He never called 911. He never tried to help any of the victims. He casually floated by the carnage that he left. Members of his group saw people getting CPR. But for the prompt response from the Sheriff's Office, Somerset Police Department, AJ likely would have also died, also but for the medical intervention. But for the prompt response from law enforcement, Nicolae Miu might have gotten away. He tried, once he got to the exit, tried to walk past the first officer. It was only because of the video and the screenshot that was circulated by law enforcement and witnesses that he was found. Because law enforcement thought they were looking for a single person, shirtless. Miu had changed his appearance, put on clothes, hat, sunglasses, and tried to just disappear with the crowd. In his interview, he made up many bizarre lies, some of which I think show his own state of mind, including his own recognition that he should have just left, because he specifically told Brandy Hart, Lieutenant Brandy Hart, they told me I couldn't run away. Obviously not true. That's what they were begging him to do. He said, I don't know why they wanted to scare me with knives. Not true. He was the one with the knife. He said he absolutely did not have a knife. Obviously not true. He feigned to not know the state of the other people. When he was told that 4 people went to the hospital and 1 was deceased, he said, oh no, as if he didn't know and he hadn't floated by the carnage that he created. The river was running red with blood. AJ Zid disemboweled and he pretended to not know. The defendant's actions, as we've heard today from the victims, affected so many people beyond Isaac and the other stabbing victims and Madison Cohen. It affected his friends, his family, classmates, teachers, the friends and family of the other victims, innocent bystanders around the river, the sense of safety in our community, and what's otherwise known as a recreational area. We heard from the victims earlier the lifetime physical damage as a result of this for AJ and Riley. There's obviously a lifetime emotional damage for all of the victims and family. Dante and Tony were lucky, no vitals were injured. Madison Cohen, for the battery, her injuries were pretty minor. It was pain, essentially. But she talked to the PSI writer about the emotional trauma from this event, as we've heard from other victims this morning. When we first met with Madison, she told us similar things that she told the PSI writer, that about how when she got to shore, Isaac, who she didn't know was there getting CPR, and that Isaac's mom showed up. And Isaac's mom was holding his feet and saying he's going to be okay, and sobbing. And Madison, sobbing, telling us this, said she decided she's never going to have kids because she can't stand the thought of suffering trauma like she witnessed with Isaac's mom on the shore. Proper consideration for sentencing, as outlined in Galleon, is the character of the deceased in a homicide. We've heard about Isaac from his family. His mother also provided us with some letters from other friends who aren't victims, describing what kind of person Isaac was. His friend Alex Vang, who was with him on the river, described him as always wanting to make sure everyone was happy, always cracking jokes, generous, talked about how they'd spend times talking about their dreams and goals after high school. He said Isaac was one of the people who inspired him for his future because of how driven and motivated and energetic Isaac was. He talks about anger, grief, and guilt following this incident. Landon Wire, who was with Isaac, talks about how this has affected him, loss of one of his best friends, about how he'll be scarred and traumatized by seeing the blood, the guts, and losing his friend, about how he'll never get the chance to grow because of the actions of Nicolae Miu. Juwan, who filmed the video, hopes that justice will be served and his conviction is a step forward, but talks about how he'll never replace being able to see Isaac again, having one more hug, telling him he loves him. Isaac's girlfriend, who he'd known since middle school, talked about how they were looking forward to the future and what kind of house they would buy. Described Isaac as hardworking, intelligent, caring, charismatic, funny, and loving young man. As she knows, he's protecting her and his family now. Character of the defendant is also relevant for sentencing. The defendant's 54 years old. As the PSI talks about, he came here from Romania when he was 15, worked as an engineer, had no criminal history. He's been divorced 3 times. He has one son who lives in Romania who he hasn't seen in 10 years. One odd thing from the PSI I noted is he spoke very highly of his dad and denied any abuse from his dad. But there's a public restraining order where he and his brother said that they're abused by their father. I don't know how relevant it is. It's just a little bizarre discrepancy I noticed. He talked a lot about his own struggles, about how he's depressed and his health issues. In the PSI, he talked very little about the effect of his crimes. And that's been a present fact throughout this case, is no remorse from the defendant. You'd think, one would hope, even if he truly believed this was self-defense, he would at least feel sorry that somebody was killed because of his actions. There's been no evidence of that. At trial, he was only emotional talking about his dog, never emotional about the horrific injuries or the death of Isaac. I'm sure his attorney and maybe even himself will talk today about how remorseful he is. I think that rings hollow. Every defendant claims remorse at sentencing. What's much more enlightening about how he truly feels is how he acts, what he said leading up to today. All he really mentioned in the PSI that would suggest remorse is he's very sorry for everyone involved. No specific mention about killing Isaac Schumann, a 17-year-old, or the loss of Isaac for his family. Throughout trial, the heartbreaking testimony of Elena and the other witnesses and victims, there's no emotion from him. And I believe his true feelings are evident in his calls with his brother. He has numerous jail phone calls with his brother speaking Romanian, or perhaps he was a little less careful about what he was saying because he thought maybe it wouldn't be translated. He has a tendency, well, one, he consistently disparages the boys. He has a tendency to refer to them as other than human. There's no, and defense can correct me if I'm wrong, there's never any hint of remorse for his actions. Instead, I'll just read from one section. He says, "At jail, these bastards got me here. Well, it is what it is, but at least I'm alive. I was able to fight in order to survive. You got it? At least I survived the attack. And now look, the bastards are free. The bandits from hell, they are free, and I'm here. I'm victimized again." No, the bastards are free, and I'm here. No acknowledgement whatsoever that Isaac is not here. He killed Isaac. I'm sure there's going to be a large attempt to paint him as this great person. His jail phone calls, I think, tell a different story. He refers to Lieutenant Hart as a dirtbag policewoman, that wretched lady, suggests she's hiding evidence. The common theme is throughout his calls, he can't accept any personal responsibility. He blames Lieutenant Hart. He blames his own group, including his wife, for not stepping in. He also can't stop lying in his phone calls. He maintains there's other knives. He maintains with his brother, even well after he's arrested, after he's seen evidence, that he didn't take out the knife until after he was attacked and down in the water. That is undeniably untrue. You can clearly see him in the video before anything turns physical, smirking and holding that knife with the blade open. He claims he didn't try to leave the scene, claims he tried to run away from the confrontation. His continued lies, no, even he knows it's not self-defense. He didn't think it was self-defense. He knows it's absurd when if somebody looks at all the facts, to claim self-defense, so he continues to twist them, even with phone calls with his brother. As well as that section I read where he described the boys as demons from hell, he describes them as baboon bastards. But most often he refers to them as bastards. At one point, expressing frustration that his wife and friends didn't get to help him, we get a little bit more insight into his thought process. He says, friends, but when it's about a fight, they don't come to intervene. Man, had it been Sandy in that kind of situation, surrounded by those guys in the water, I would have rushed there terminating those guys. There's so many, like you said, it would have been more of them like that, bellies up. So that's the cold and callous way he refers to killing Isaac, as leaving him belly up. Obviously, he's still angry. As we argued in the trial, he was angry at the time, he wasn't afraid, and he's still angry and accepts no responsibility. Clearly has no idea that self-defense is meant to stop a threat, not to terminate people and leave them belly up. I'm sure defense is going to spend a lot of time talking about his lack of criminal history. It's not unusual we see horrific crimes committed by somebody with no criminal history. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion about him being a peaceful person. A peaceful person doesn't rush up on a group of teenagers because they insulted you. Doesn't refuse to walk away. A peaceful person doesn't take out a knife when they could have just walked away. Doesn't start a fight and stab 5 people. I think there's more. A big question in this, I think defense is going to argue, is he's not a danger to the public. One, I think the crimes speak for themselves. Clearly, he's a danger. No reasonable person in his situation would have acted like he did. This would have ended before it was even anything. Talking about leaving people belly up and terminating them is not the words of a peaceful person. His lack of remorse is certainly an indication of his lack of respect for human life. His dehumanizing the boys, including Isaac, with this terminology he uses to describe them. Another thing that's perhaps a clue that maybe this shouldn't be that surprising is when law enforcement went to his residence after he was arrested, they got consent from his wife to search his Jeep. In that Jeep, they found a machete concealed. Can we have the screen? That was concealed between the center console and the passenger seat. When law enforcement asked his wife about it, she said, described that he has that for protection for possible road rage incidents. She then later said, well, actually, maybe it's from camping. I think nobody hauls camping material, camping equipment concealed where it's in easy reach of the driver. It's absolutely bizarre that somebody would decide, one, that they're so concerned about road rage that they have to carry a weapon. I completely understand people conceal carrying, but to do it specifically because of road rage is strange. But absolutely bizarre is choosing to carry a machete. That makes no sense to me. It's not a defensive weapon if he's attacked in a car. It's only an offensive weapon because he'd have to get out of his car. The state's recommendation is a total of 60 years initial confinement. For count one, for the homicide of Isaac, the state's recommending the maximum sentence of 45 years initial confinement, followed by 20 years extended supervision. For the recklessly endangering safety, counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, state's recommending 6 years initial confinement, followed by 5 years extended supervision. And on count 6, the battery, the state's recommending 1 year, with all counts running consecutively. State believes a lengthy prison sentence is appropriate to protect the public. It's appropriate as punishment. I know defense is going to talk about that a lot. The reality is that's a proper consideration, whether they like it or not. Punishment is a consideration in sentencing, but mostly to not depreciate the seriousness of the offense. It's hard to put into words how graphic and horrific this was. Everybody saw the evidence at trial. The public didn't see all of it. Some of it we kept or tried to limit what was shown because it was so graphic. The only other thing, Judge, is the state would ask for 30 days for restitution. I believe there will be some, I'm hopeful that we could reach an agreement, but if not, we'd ask for a restitution hearing.
Is that all?
Yes.
Why don't we take a short recess? It seems to be a logical place for a break. We'll come back at 9:45. Mr. Miu and his attorneys will be escorted to the waiting room. We'll reconvene in 10 minutes.
All rise.
Please be seated. Okay, we are back on the record. The attorneys are present along with Mr. Miu. Mr. Nelson, will you be delivering Mr. Miu's argument?
Yes, Judge, but I believe the state had something to add before I start.
I just noted my total was incorrect. All the specific lengths I gave for recommendations is correct. The total of initial confinement is 70 years.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Judge. I just want to start by obviously acknowledging that this was a tragedy all around. completely understand and appreciate the heartbreaking loss and the grief that was suffered by the Schumann family, the other victims, and their entire family, their friends, everybody here in the courtroom for the most part. It's obvious that Isaac Schumann was a unique and special human being that was loved by innumerable people. As Your Honor knows, here today, defense has a unique role in this process. And so while as a human being, I definitely heard what was said, I'm going to focus on our role today, and I'm going to focus on the galleon factors. And the galleon factors, as we all know, and we'll talk about it later, talk a lot about Mr. Miu, the seriousness of the crime, and the need to protect the public. So I just want the court to know, and obviously the public to know, that we heard the victims. We understand and appreciate that. I'm just going to move through and talk about the galleon factors. I think it's always important to, when I think of galleon, which I think it was cited in my sentencing memo, Your Honor, and I'm sure Your Honor's heard me say this before at other times. I've been in front of Your Honor numerous times, but my favorite quote in all of Wisconsin jurisprudence is from paragraph 36 of galleon. Experience has taught us to be cautious when reaching high consequence conclusions about human nature that seem to be intuitively correct at the moment. Better instead is a conclusion that is based on more complete and accurate information and reached by an organized framework for the exercise of discretion. I know Your Honor knows that quote. I know Your Honor will appropriately exercise your discretion. I didn't mean to imply that you wouldn't, but I think it's good for all of us. And I know obviously the court, Your Honor, is my audience today, but this isn't happening in a vacuum. And I think it's important for all of us as members of the court system to take that real responsibility on when we speak about things of this serious nature, which at the end of the day, this is as serious it gets in our profession, in the criminal justice system, the sentencing. How do we deal with loss within our society, within the court system, within this courtroom? It's a profound question that I think demands incredible attention, and that's what I'm going to try to give it today. That quote ends with the exercise of discretion, and in galleon, again, as Your Honor knows, the courts talk about discretion in a way that makes clear the use of discretion is using the process of reasoning and a logical rationale. And so if you indulge me for a moment, just to quote from paragraph 3, discretion is not synonymous with decision-making, rather the term contemplates a process of reasoning. Paragraph 6, in this opinion, we examine the process of reasoning. Paragraph 19, quoting McCleary, the term discretion implies a process of reasoning. This process must depend upon facts that are of record and that are reasonably derived by the inference from the record and a conclusion based on a logical rationale founded on proper legal standards. They go on to say in paragraph 22 more about a rationale, paragraph 39, a rational and explainable basis, paragraph 49, a rational and explainable basis, paragraph 15, a rationale for sentencing. Decisions must be knowable. And I'm going to address that a little bit more when I do get to the, I think at near the end, when I address punishment and retribution. Because I think this framework for us here in a court system using rationale to try, maybe unsuccessfully, but to try to figure out what we do as a society when loss has been suffered. And part of that rationale, Judge, is clearly morality, right? I don't want to go on too far about, what's the purpose of the criminal justice system, but I think in many, many, many ways, it is a system to try to impart and show our common morality and the morality that we believe in as a community. I think morality, and I think there's hundreds of years of philosophers who support that essentially morality is by its nature both forward-looking and functional. And I think that's a key theme at any sentencing is we're looking towards the future. Obvious, we're here about the past, right? There's been crimes that were committed that he was convicted of. There's loss that happened in the past. But morality in sentencing, I think at its core is forward-looking and functional. The natural purpose of morality, even the retributive impulse, is to shape future behavior advantageously for our community, for our society. Any reasoned moral response to past behavior must consider the best means to achieve what our community's desired ends are and how most effective we can be on those future offenses. And I say that, and I'm maybe taking some things out of context, but one of the matters that Mr. Anderson addressed, right, in his comments, and I appreciate this, that he was critical of Mr. Miu's actions on the river. He essentially said, and you, Honor, just heard it, so I'm not quoting word for word, but what I heard him say, he was critical because according to Mr. Anderson in the state, Mr. Miu was acting on vengeance to get even. That's one of the things that the state had said. Now, I don't want to get, this isn't the time for factual disputes. I get that. So I'm going to put that aside, whether I agree with their conclusion about what the facts lead to show. But what we know and we both agree upon is that's a recognition that vengeance is an emotion that we ought not promote. Vengeance is not something that we ought to model. Vengeance is not something that I think any of us should aspire to or aspire others towards. Justice is different than vengeance. And I don't think this court, any court, while the natural human feelings of those who've suffered loss may involve those very instinctual, common, emotional feelings that all label vengeance or some sort of strike back. That is not something we all agree we should promote. And my hope is at the end of this that Your Honor will have some words to address that and address the meaning of sentences and the purpose of that and how they may differ from vengeance. So back to Galleon. As Your Honor knows, Galleon cites the law, the starting point for the law on any sentence, even this sentence, and I'm quoting the law. Probation should be considered as the first alternative. That's what Galleon says. It then quotes Bastion, B-A-S-T-I-O-N, paragraph 25, adopted the ABA standard 1.3 relating to probation. And again, as Your Honor knows, maybe Your Honor will address this in your comments, but this is the framework where we as lawyers in the court of law in a in a system designed by social contract that we've all agreed upon. This is the framework which we do. And it says probation should be the sentence unless the court finds that, one, confinement is necessary to protect the public from future criminal activity by Mr. Miu, or two, Mr. Miu is in need of correctional treatment, which can most effectively be provided if he is confined, or three, which I think is what the majority of what we'll be talking about today, I will be, is number three, or it would unduly depreciate the seriousness of the offense if a sentence of probation were imposed. So with that framework, Judge, I want to talk about those three different factors, or three different questions that need to be answered. Obviously, within that, Gallion also talks about the 3 sentencing factors, which I think are somewhat parallel, if not consistent with that, and that is the character of Mr. Miu, the need to protect the public, and the seriousness of the offense. So I'm using it in the framework of these 3 questions outlined by the standard 1.3 of the ABA standards. So first off, is confinement necessary to protect the public from Mr. Miu? That's where I think we think of his character, right? And I understand that the state and some of the other speakers today made comments about Mr. Miu's character, and I understand why they may have those opinions. But the facts, the cold hard facts, are that Mr. Miu, prior to this time when he was on the river, had never been in trouble. He was an upstanding, moral human being. He had, as you know, in the sentencing memorandum and in the PSI, but just to quickly outline, he was born in Romania. He and his family, for lack of a better term, were treated poorly there. A circumstance that was outside of his control, and they managed to leave that circumstance and come to America. But like some other things in Mr. Miu's life, that wasn't in his control. He didn't sign up to be born into a communist Romanian country. He didn't sign up to be persecuted in that communist regime. He came here and had what I think we would all consider the American dream. An immigrant, came here, he learned the language, he adopted America, he assimilated into our country, and he was a productive member of society, getting an education, being employed, and having positive relationships throughout his adulthood. The state has mentioned some things about his character that I feel like I don't want to belabor it too much, because I don't think at the end of the day there's really much question about his character. The state's talked about his phone calls, right? What Your Honor probably knows is he's been in custody for 2 years and a day. About 732 days he's been in the St. Croix County Jail. During that time, he's had some phone calls. The state mentioned some of these phone calls. I will just say, without us being distracted by these phone calls, that we dispute the translation on many of those phone calls. In particular, the word bastard. That's not the Romanian word that Nicolae used. I think the proper translation would be an unfortunate. And so that's a very different context in which this was said. Second thing I think is Mr. Miu has been in custody for this time. Like, I think anybody, whether he was involved in this traumatic event, right? He's been suffering PTSD while he's in the jail. That's documented through the jail records, through the medical records. He's been going through his own process. These phone calls that are mentioned, you don't get a timeline. You don't get a date. Many of them, based upon my memory of those phone calls, which wasn't a huge part of the trial, was these happened in the first 30 to 60 days of his incarceration. These weren't from yesterday. These weren't from last month. These weren't from around the time of the trial. These were much, much further back in time. And I say that because remorse is something that the state talked about, and they talked about it in the context of Mr. Miu's character. I think Your Honor knows the criminal justice system in America is good at several things. It's not really good at allowing sometimes a space for a person in Mr. Miu's position to express remorse in a safe space. The only people that he'd be able to do that with are myself and Mr. Chirafisi. I don't want to make myself a witness, but I can tell Your Honor, as officer of the court, he has processed this. He has shown in the numerous times, the tens, if not hundreds of times that I've met with him, remorse over different times in the action. A lot of mixed emotions, probably not one emotion that he's been showing, but there has definitely been remorse. One story that he's given me permission to tell is very soon into this, after the event. The state approached me as his lawyer and asked about the release of Isaac's body. As we heard from his sister, Isaac's body was evidence. That must be a devastating thing that they had to deal with. And Mr. Anderson reached out to me to see if the defense would release the body. And of course, I did my duty. The first thing I did is I went and I spoke with my client, Mr. Miu. And when I made that question, I approached Mr. Miu with that question, he looked at me aghast. He could not believe that that had not already happened. And he broke down emotionally and wept. He just wept. Maybe there was other things that came in. Maybe this was a time when I first met him, when we were starting to get to know him. Maybe it's a time that this loss that had happened became more real for him. But in that moment, he showed what I think was remorse. They weren't there to see it. And they weren't there to hear about it until today. And if we could redesign this criminal justice system in a way that maybe we could give some of those things to the victims' families beforehand as we're going through this, I think there might be other healing, there might be other things that can go through. I understand and appreciate why they might feel the way that they do. But I can tell you, I've been with him. I've been with him over those 732 days, and he has shown remorse. Is it mixed? Is it complicated? Absolutely. Are there times that he has some other feelings that are all mixed in with this? Yes. But I submit to you that he has shown remorse, and it has become more and more and more so as we have moved through the process. His character, Judge. At the end of the day, we're here to judge him on his actions, right? He's here because of an action. And I think that all of us as human beings, at the end of the day, we have thoughts, we have opinions, we might make comments, and sometimes our words might be considered actions. But at the end of the day, when you add it all up, you're going to judge me, all of us, the world judges us on our actions. And this day, July 30th, that 2 minutes, right? We'll expand the time limit. That's the first time that his actions, I think, become into question. And what in any other context, I'm not trying to belittle what we're doing here. Serious. If I make an analogy that's poor, I apologize. But in any other context, if we were seeing somebody's performance across a field, whether that be in a sport, whether that be in academics, whether that be in a profession, if they've demonstrated through factual data points, and we measured all of their actions, and they had one data point, horrible, glaring, big red data point that's at the bottom of the scale, right? If all of our points are measured across a scale, birth to death, and we hopefully develop and grow as we go across time, and our actions improve on our development of moral development in society. If somebody has one data point that's below that line, common sense tells us in every other capacity, in every other field, you don't overcorrect based upon one data point. And that's why I think his character, and I get that that's just one part of this, I don't want to say it's equation, one part of this analysis, but that's what common sense tells us in everything else. If you objectively measure it with the PSI did, he is low risk statistically. He didn't ask to take the PSI. He didn't ask to get measured on a compass, but it happened. And one of the things that the compass came back and told us is he's low risk, which makes sense for somebody who's 54 now. At the time he was 52 and had never been in trouble before. That's low risk. That's what the objective evidence, if you're going to use a process of reasoning or rationale, that's what that shows. I do think, I appreciate that there's been a guilty verdict. I'm not trying to relitigate matters about what happened on the river. But I think when you think of his character, and later when you think about need to protect the public, or when you think about punishment, all of those aspects, we have to consider the circumstances of the event. That's just the plain reality of this. And the circumstances, the factors, the conditions, the circumstances played an essential role in shaping Mr. Miu's reactions. He didn't put himself in that position. I've definitely heard talk, and I will address it later, about could he have gotten himself out of that position in other ways. I understand that, and I'll address that. But we have to know that he didn't put himself in that position. The state, I think even again, in their acknowledgement, right, one of the things that they were critical of him is they said he should have de-escalated by showing the knife. And I'll get to that. But I think that's also just a common sense acknowledgement that somebody else, other people, the circumstances were being escalated by people other than Mr. Miu. He was in that position. There may have been other things that he could have done to do that, but it's not of his necessarily control. So I just, again, we're here to talk about Mr. Miu, and we're here to talk about Mr. Miu's actions or reactions, and you're here to judge those, and you're not here to judge or blame others. I get that, and I appreciate that. But his actions, his reactions did not occur in a vacuum. It did not occur in a vacuum. The second question, moving on from his character to some degree, is, again, just I sent Your Honor a letter. There was numerous quotes from all of his family and friend. He's got numerous family and friend that are here. And some of them even asked me, could I approach, could we say something on behalf of Nick? And I appreciate why somebody would want to do that. My hope is that Your Honor, through the PSI, through the letters that that I submitted, through the letters that other people wrote and that I submitted, Your Honor gets a picture of who Mr. Miu is. And it's, while calling witnesses might help this process today, I don't think it's going to help Your Honor. And at the end of the day, I think my audience is the court. So what's the next question? The next question is Mr. Miu in need of correctional treatment, which can most effectively be provided in confinement? And I think the answer to that clearly is no. There is nothing in the PSI, there's nothing in his character, there's nothing in any of the information that's been submitted to the court that he has any treatment needs. There's been this potential about alcohol. I understand that, right? And one of the things that Mr. Miu wanted me to point out regarding the correction from the PSI regarding substance abuse history, in particular pages 22 through 34. It's probably just easier for me to quote his words. It's not as much a correction as just maybe some things were left out. And his words to me were, I rarely drank any alcohol in college. And when I did, it was beer only, never hard liquor. Rarely drank more than 1 to 2 beers, and rarely until I would get a buzz. I avoided getting a buzz. I did not like beer or any type of alcohol in the beginning at 23 years old. I drank socially only. So that's, again, it's not, I don't think, nobody said that he was intoxicated on that river. The PSI acknowledges that that's not what the evidence was. Was there alcohol involved? Yes. The witnesses that testified, the witnesses that submitted to him, he's not in need of treatment for any substance abuse. There's no other need that he could only get in prison, right? And even if there was, whatever, again, I don't think that there's an alcohol problem, but I think it's undisputed that treatment for alcohol can best be provided in the community. So he doesn't have needs. He's educated, he's employed, he has no record, no past behavior. The treatment, right? I think at some point, if we're talking about sentencing is about modifying the court system, the court attempts at modifying another human being's behavior, right? Either through moral education or giving them other tools, other skills so that they are reduced risk. In this situation, if you're talking about the morality, we have to again consider the circumstances of this event. We have to, right? I understand Mr. Anderson does not agree with my analysis of the verdict. There's probably never going to be an answer as to whether or not, to what degree self-defense was considered by the jury, or whether there's been any factual finding that he, in fact, had an actual belief that he was acting in fear. I think the evidence supported that. My conclusion, as I put in the writing, was that the jury determined that his beliefs were unreasonable, and that's why self-defense didn't apply. Your Honor is going to be able to do that in your own context. So I'm not trying to relitigate, but I think that that's important here because it's our position that he had a sincerely held belief. Mistaken, wrong, unreasonable, but the jury found it to be reckless. This is not an intentional act that needs to be modified. The state, even though they didn't say that, their implication is what he did was something that's intentional. They talk about his smirking. They talk about his doing other things as if this is something that he intended. The jury denied that. They denied that theory. They rejected that theory. This is a reckless act. And I think when we're talking about how do we modify someone's behavior, you're different than if you're modifying a reckless act than if you're modifying an intentional act. This wasn't criminal thinking, right? This was somebody who was in a situation and again, I appreciate this people might be overreacted, right? That there was a tool, he used that tool, and he used it to a degree that the jury found to be reckless. But I think that becomes something that we need to consider, right? There's no treatment modification because he didn't act with malice and forethought. He didn't act with malice and forethought, right? He reacted out of fear. And while that may be criminal, that's not something I think that he needs any treatment for. So again, that's all in response to that second question, right? Which really leads us to, I think, the core of this matter. Would probation unduly depreciate the seriousness of the offense? I think the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes. I imagine Your Honor's not surprised that I would say that. But I think we need to think about how that should be issued, right? And I say that there are, what I'm afraid of in this case and in all cases, and in general, when we talk about sentencing and we have to make sure it's not unduly depreciated, is that we have an entire system, right? An entire system of justice that appreciates the seriousness of crimes. And for, I think, anyone, a PSI writer, an attorney representing the state, the public, the media, for anyone to try to simplify it, to say that the only way in which we can appreciate the seriousness of something is a number in prison, a length of prison sentence. I think that is disrespectful to the entire criminal justice system. I think that undermines all the other things that we do in the criminal justice system, because we appreciate, in this part of this whole process is an appreciation of that. And I hope that the public, everybody understands that. There's an arrest. There's incarceration. Incarceration for 732 days, which, as Your Honor knows, that doesn't happen in most cases. Most people are let go on bond. I'm not critical of the decision to not, but that is obviously an appreciation of the seriousness of the offense. There are numerous court hearings. There is jury selection. We went through the jury selection process in this case through all of those questionnaires, all of those other things to make sure that we get it right. And I appreciate the level of detail that we did, but that is, again, a way in which we appreciate the seriousness of this case, because we don't do that in all of the cases. I know that. We don't. And we should have done it in this case, and we did do it in this case, and we did it because of the seriousness of the case. There's clearly a trial. There's now been a conviction, right? He's now a felon, and he's going to be sent to Wisconsin State Prison System, right? Those are all recognitions of the seriousness of the offense. My complaint might be the wrong word. My criticism, I think, is of sometimes how we do sentencing is that we push all of that aside and try to say, we have to do a number, right? It's like a contest. Whoever can produce this bigger number, that's where we go to. That's not what I think we should be doing in the criminal justice system. It should be measured. It should be thoughtful, right? It should be wise. I don't think, it's not an equation, right? It's not just simply math. And while numbers are important, we don't value lives with a number. We don't value character of people by a number. There is no way that we can put into numbers the loss that the Schumann family has articulated. And I get that. I also get the desire to try to do that. But that's not something we can accomplish. We just can't. I wish we could. I really do. As one human being to another, I wish we could. But how, again, I'm not trying to imply how we in this system, we use our words, right? We use our words to explain things as galleon things. And I think it's to explain things in a moral sense. It's too simplistic if we rely upon a number. And it undermines the evaluation and the appreciation of all the other aspects of the criminal justice system if we do that. Again, duly depreciate. Appreciation, I think, is about the future and deterrence, right? There's no science, zero research that any sentence that is given in a case is going to deter others. It's one of the most studied things within the criminal justice system, and general deterrence, there's no evidence that works. So while I appreciate the desire for that we want to do that, we want to do something here that is going to change the future for the rest of the world. I get that. That's a wonderful desire to have. But the science says that's naive. That's not what's going to happen, because that doesn't happen. And I think it's even more so in a case where we're talking about things of a reckless nature rather than an intentional nature. And here's where I think I need to go back and address some of the thoughts that people have about Mr. Miu, and I understand why they would have those thoughts, and whether it's the state calling him a monster or evil, or whether there's other people, right? I don't think that that helps anything, and here's why. If we're really trying to craft a sentence that is going to have some influence on people watching, people who read this, people into the public, right? If the court system says he's, and I don't think the court would, I've never heard the court use the name, if considers him some sort of monster or evil, it's easy for everybody on the camera, everybody who writes this, everybody who reads about it, to other Mr. Miu, to think of him as somebody so different than themselves that this case, this sentence, these actions don't apply to me as a human being. And that's the danger. That actually undermines what Your Honor is trying to do if Your Honor is thinking about the future and whatever happens here has some sort of influence on the public. Mr. Miu is a good man. He was in this situation and he's been convicted of doing a crime. And that doesn't diminish the consequences of his actions. But to talk about it in a way in which we other the person who does that, I think doesn't recognize the reality of all of our vulnerabilities out in this world. All of us in different situations. And all of our also responsibilities to do what we can in different situations to either prevent and or de-escalate violence. This was not something done by a monster. This was something done because of some circumstances that lots of people played a role in it. Mr. Miu, at the end of the day, is here to be accountable for his role in that. And circling somewhat back to just the accountability, right, Judge, and seriousness of the case, as well as remorse. There's, as Your Honor may be familiar with, there's a author in America by the name of Michelle Alexander. She wrote a book about the criminal justice system back in 2010. She's also occasionally writes in the New York Times an opinion, right? And I just want to quote some of an article that she wrote back in 2009. Survivors are right to question incarceration as a strategy for violence reduction. Violence is driven by shame, exposure to violence, isolation, and an inability to meet one's economic needs, all of which are core features of imprisonment. Perhaps most importantly, according to Ms. Sarid, that's a different author that she's quoting, that wrote a book called Until We Reckon. According to Ms. Sarid, quote, nearly everyone who has committed violence first survived it. And studies indicate that experienced violence is the greater predictor of committing it. Caging and isolating a person who's already been damaged by violence is hardly a recipe for positive transformation. She goes on to say, in many ways, when she talks about accountability, and this is where I want to circle back to remorse and Mr. Miu's being, through the system, isolated and not able to have contact necessarily with what we call restorative justice programs while the case is going on. Quote, our criminal injustice system lets people off the hook, as they are not obligated to answer the victim's questions, listen to them, honor their pain, express genuine remorse, or do what they can to repair the harm that they've done. They're not required to take those steps to heal themselves or address their own trauma, so they're less likely to harm others in the future. The only thing prison requires is that people stay in their cages and somehow endure the isolation and violence of captivity. Prison deprives everyone concerned, victims and those who have caused harm, as well as impacted families and community, deprives them of the opportunity to heal, honor their own humanity, and break cycles of violence that have destroyed far too many lives. I quote from that, Judge, because while I recognize this is a prison case, the amount of prison is clearly in debate. It's clearly something that Your Honor is going to decide. And how do we break these cycles? And somewhat is a cycle of mindset of somebody gets harmed and they react and respond to that harm. And we're here to judge Mr. Miu for that reaction that he had in this setting that he did not set up. So what do we do as trained professionals who've had 732 days to contemplate what's the right response in a safe setting? I can't imagine a more difficult task. And I know I've heard Your Honor, if not other judges, say that sentencing is the most difficult task. But it's that measured response that I think we are required to give. In talking about the circumstances of the case, Judge, I do want to address just 4 points about the circumstance of the case, right? One of the things, is that's been talked about in the PSI, as well as in statements today, as well as in arguments today, is, walk away. I understand that, and I appreciate that. And I'm not trying to excuse, I'm trying to offer something that Gallion talks about is an ability to explain and articulate to Your Honor, so Your Honor might have a better understanding. And so I think the public can have a better understanding about what it is that created the situation. We know through the video that there was Mr. Miu was walking away when some of the group of football players called him raper. And we know he responded to that. And I appreciate that the state's position is he should not have responded. He should have kept walking away. And I'm not trying to explicitly say disagree with that, but I'm trying to get so Your Honor might understand why a human being might respond to that. I think that those name calling, whether it's raper, whether it's pedophile, those are different than calling somebody a name that's specific to that person, right? That's just about not what they've done, but about their moral character. We've all heard the names, whether they start with an A or a B or a D or whatever it is. We've heard those names that I think lots of human beings have heard and they've walked away. When you're called something that says you have violated society's norms that I think we would all agree, everybody in this courtroom, that it's just, it's horrific, right? To be a raper, to be a pedophile who is preying upon somebody who's vulnerable, to be called that and to walk away might be seen as tacit agreement, right? Tacit agreement into those behaviors. And so I'm not saying everybody would, I'm not saying anybody should, but I can understand why somebody who's pro-social, who believes in community norms, might say, look, you can't call me that. You can't call other people that. You're breaking some norms about what you're saying, and I have to stand up to that to say, that's not okay. Not just the name calling, but that behavior that you accuse me of. It's not about the person, it's about those social norms. And that's something that I think you can't walk away with because you can't really say who cares. Somebody addresses you in that way, I think to walk away is to say who cares. And you know what? I do care. I would hope lots of people care. Lots of people would care if young, vulnerable people, children are sexually assaulted, women are raped. We should care. And a response to that kind of comment, I think, is at its core an expression of caring about that. That's why he turned around. It's not bad character. It wasn't an intent to harm. Then we come to the point where they talk about he should have walked away. And I get it. The 1 minute and 42 seconds into the video, he's standing, he's got the knife in his hand, there's 2 women in front of him, and there's other people that we can't see. I understand eventually we need to get to that 1 minute and 42 seconds into the video. But prior to that, the uncontested facts are he walks away twice. He did walk away. He walked away down the river to away from the group of football players that were tubing. And then he walked across the river to go over and talk to the other group of adults. He did walk away twice. Appreciate that the state's position is he should have walked away a third time. I understand that. But to say he didn't walk away, I think is inaccurate. And I think the record needs to show Mr. Miu always deserves to be sentenced upon an accurate record. He, in that situation, when he walked to the second time, as we've all seen in the video, he used his words. And it was shut down. And from then on, everybody has said he didn't use his words. That's what the state said. That's what some of the people who spoke today is he didn't use his words. I understand and appreciate that. As somebody who makes their living using my words, I appreciate the value in words. As somebody who listens to courts use words to solve problems, I appreciate the value in words. That's what he could be judged on, is he didn't use words. Why didn't he? We don't know. I think he said he was overwhelmed. He was afraid. He didn't know what to say. Could it be part of the language barrier? Could it have been other things? I don't know. But I think we need to put a pin in that, use your words. What did he do then? As the state say at the 1 minute and 42 second, he had a tool with him. We know he had a tool. It was a knife. And he opened up that tool and had it in his hand at 1:42. As the state said, he should have de-escalated it by showing the knife. I think that's worth mentioning because I think it's a tacit agreement, at least from a moral standpoint, if not just a legal standpoint and a factual standpoint, a moral standpoint, that circumstance was perhaps worthy of a person showing a weapon. He didn't, but I think that's to understand the circumstances. I think that's essentially even if we disagree with it, we might understand why somebody in that position would take out their tool, right? He had a tool, and at the end of the day, he had a tool that nobody else had. He had a tool that nobody else had, and the manner in which he used that tool is why he's here. And I think the state's position is he used that tool harshly, right? But, and I think this is the last point on the circumstances of this, but it's an undisputed fact. And he deserves to be sentenced on accurate facts. He did not use that tool until violence had been done to him. Should he have used the tool? The jury said no, right? But I think in judging his actions and judging his character, that is something that I think you have to consider. He did not use that until it was used upon him. The appreciation obviously goes towards the PSI as well, right? The appreciation of the wrongfulness. And I say that because, as Your Honor knows, I'm not telling you anything, that there's an executive branch. The executive branch is represented by the district attorney's office, represented today by Mr. Anderson and Mr. Smeestad. Mr. Anderson spoke. That's the executive branch. As often happens in a judicial setting, the judge, as you did here, asks other parties of the executive branch to make a report. In this case, it was the Department of Corrections. They made out a report. One of my position, what I submit to Your Honor is, there's a reason we put judges in charge of this and not the executive branch. Do not, I would submit to you, I would encourage you, try to persuade you, don't abdicate your authority to the executive branch. Don't abdicate your authority to a non-lawyer who doesn't have the same duties that a judge does. We all know judges have different duties. Gallion spells them out. There's all kinds of other things that I know I couldn't even list about the duties that a judge has that are different than a DOC agent. Right? They're not bound by the law. They're not bound by Gallion. They're not bound by a process of reasoning. They're not bound by a logical rationale. And I say that because I'm going to submit here as an exhibit.
Yes, we'll have it marked as exhibit number 1 in a moment.
Probably 2. I think the state had exhibit number 1.
2.
Thank you.
Exhibit 2.
Your Honor probably knows, I hope, if not, for everybody to know, is the Department of Corrections has what we call a grid, right? They have sentencing recommendations for what should be recommended in the PSI for different cases. And it's a 9-box grid. You know, on the left is whether somebody's low risk, medium risk, or high risk. And across the top is whether the matter is mitigated, neutral, or aggravated. You know, I'm going to use the term guidelines. They're not legal guidelines, all right? But it's certainly something that the DOC has. There's no mention of this anywhere within the PSI. Zero mention of this anywhere within the PSI. Nor is there any number on this grid that is consistent with the numbers that were submitted by the PSI. For lack of a better term, they went off the grid. Absolutely went off the grid. In the recommendations to the Department of Corrections as to how to use that grid, right? There's different things about assessing the severity of offenses and whether or not something can be mitigated, neutral, or aggravated. And all of the guidelines talk about how if they're going to claim something is aggravated, they need to list the reasons why. Not quite as strong as Gallion to talk about a process of reasoning, or a rational, logical basis, but it does talk about that. And the Department of Corrections in no way justifies how they got to aggravated, if they did. I submit to you that this is mitigated. It's mitigated because it's reckless. It's mitigated because of the circumstances surrounding this that were not all of Mr. Miu's doing. And if you look at that box, if you look at the box where it says it's mitigated and it's lower risk, as Your Honor said, that's a blue box. And the blue box says no presumption of prison or probation. It's based on circumstances. The number inside that box says 1 to 2 years. Very different numbers than what the PSI recommended, very different numbers than what the state recommended. But that's a process of reasoning. That's a rational, logical way to get to something. They, by they, I mean the Department of Corrections, didn't follow their own rules and didn't explain it. The interesting thing for me in Gallion, when it talks about it needs to be an explainable sentence, it needs to be an explainable sentence. You need to be able to articulate it. And I don't know, if, this is my common experience with that, judges. I've been at times, despite perhaps my verbosity today and in other times, I can't always explain things. There's been times when I've had a conversation with my wife, who's, as you know, smarter than me, wiser than me, more thoughtful than me in so many ways. And we're talking about something and she'll be like, well, articulate the reasons why. Explain it to me. She'll even set me up sometimes where she'll give me time. And I can't. Whether it's dealing with our children, whether it's something else in the household, and she'll come back and be like, yeah, you can't because that's an intuition, because that's an emotion, and appreciate all of that. But at the end of the day, that's not how we, I think as human beings, if we're mature and developed, should be making decisions. And it's clearly not what Galleon says we should be doing. We need to be able to articulate it and explain it. And if you can't articulate it, if you can't explain it, that essentially means it's because it's not rational, it's not following a process of reasoning. And I say that because all too often, and I can't recall, I don't mean to project onto Your Honor if I've heard it from Your Honor, but all too often I've heard that there needs to be punishment. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the value of punishment, but punishment is not an objective in and of itself. Punishment on its own is not worthy. We don't want anyone in the world to punish other people without some sort of future objective. Punishment is a tool. It's a tool that we use to shape the future. But punishment can't justify itself. And so when I've been in court, you know, disrespect to Your Honor, I don't think I've heard it from Your Honor, but when I've been in court and I've heard judges say, well, there just needs to be punishment. That is contrary to Galleon. That is something that they can't explain. That is something that they can't articulate. Punishment in and of itself is not an end. Punishment is a means. And we know prison is punishment, right? We absolutely know that prison is punishment. That punishment, like I said, is not an objective. Punishment, if it's given, has to have a purpose. And because of the circumstances in this case, whatever that purpose is, I think it cannot, should not be vengeance. As I wrap up here, Judge, some of the things I want to tell you just are, we don't have the death penalty in the state of Wisconsin. But there are death penalty cases across the United States of America, in America. And in those death penalty cases in general, we ask the jury to do a duty, right? And what the jury is used, the jury's duty in that sense is to give, quote, a reasoned moral response to the evidence about the offense and the offender. A reasoned moral response. A reasoned moral response is not vengeance. Apologize. So circling back to do not, I would encourage Your Honor, don't abdicate your authority to the executive branch. The executive branch and the judicial branch are very different. In many ways, maybe this is an oversimplification, but when I think of the executive branch, I think they speak about, that's who we are. This is my community. I live in St. Croix County. I've lived here for 28 years. And this is my government. And Mr. Anderson speaks for my government. He speaks for who we are in this moment. I get that. I might disagree with him, but it's different for the judge. I think judges in the judicial branch, right? Judges speak about who we ought to be. Not who we are, but to speak to everybody here about who we ought to be, right? There's a quote, if you will indulge me, that I have hanging in my office, painted on a wall. It's something that my wife gave to me. We have it in our home. Right? It's a quote from German philosopher from, I think, the 17th century, Goethe. I have come to the frightening conclusion that I am the decisive element. It is my personal approach that creates the climate. It is my daily mood that makes the weather. I possess tremendous power to make life miserable or joyous. I can be a tool of torture or an instrument of inspiration. I can humiliate or humor, hurt or heal. In all situations, it is my response that decides whether a crisis is escalated or de-escalated, and a person is humanized or dehumanized. If we treat people as they are, we make them worse. If we treat people as they ought to be, we help them to become what they are capable of becoming. Now that's an incredibly profound quote, and I hope all of us at some point attempt to do that. We can't follow through all the time. That's an incredibly difficult task, especially here today, I no doubt, Judge. when we think of the judicial branch, we, not just Your Honor, the position, right? This is me as somebody who's been a participant, who went to law, who thinks of the law, the duty of the law. Judges, the judicial branch. We don't just want people who are smart. We want people with wisdom. We don't just want people who are thoughtful. I think we think of the judicial branch as someplace where there is measured. Not just analytical, but an understanding. Right? And I've seen Your Honor. Your Honor has shown wisdom, shown measured responses, shown understanding of other human beings. And I appreciate that today it's a incredibly difficult task that Your Honor has. But let me end with this. Your Honor is the only one here with a tool that nobody else has. Your Honor has the power to send another human being to be in a cage, to be in prison. We ask that whatever Your Honor decides today, that you are measured, you use your wisdom, that you are understanding, and that you perhaps craft a sentence that gives the community what they want, but also here under Galleon allows Mr. Miu the opportunity to get back out and live some period of his life, some time in which he can perhaps do some of the things of accountability that we talk about that I think are going to be more meaningful than a number. So in the end, Judge, I appreciate that you have the tool of prison. Please use your words, not the tool.
Mr. Miu, this is your opportunity to make a statement, or if you wish, to offer any reason why I should not impose a sentence today. Would you like to make a statement?
Judge, he's written out a statement to me. I had it in hand. I printed it just for easier. I think he wants to read it, and then I'll submit it to the court, so it's just a part of the record.
Certainly. Mr. Miu.
Do you want to stand? Okay. Read it to the court.
All right. Dear parents, family, and friends of Isaac, I would like to start by letting you know how deeply sorrowed I am, and I will always be, for the real fact that Isaac is not with you anymore, and that I was directly involved in his very tragic and unimaginable death at such an early age. I never meant for this tragedy to occur. My soul is broken. My heart is very heavy. And I will never be the same carrying such a heavy burden and sorrow. I pray to God for forgiveness, compassion, and love for everyone affected directly and indirectly by the outcome of this tragic event. I'm hoping that you appreciate how much I'm sorry for the outcome of those events. I'm very sorry.
So we'll have that marked as Exhibit 3, Judge.
That'll be received into the record.
That's all been from the defense, Judge.
Mr. Miu appears today in court for sentencing. Count 1 is first-degree reckless homicide, which is a Class B felony. With the dangerous weapon enhancer, the maximum possible penalty is 45 years of incarceration, initial confinement, and 20 years of extended supervision. On counts 2 through 5, Mr. Miu appears for sentencing on first-degree reckless endangerment, Class F felonies with the dangerous weapon enhancer. The maximum possible penalties are 12.5 years initial confinement and 5 years of extended supervision. Last count 6 is battery. That is a misdemeanor. With the dangerous weapon enhancer, he faces a maximum possible sentence of 15 months. In preparation for today's sentencing, I reviewed a number of materials. First, I reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report prepared by the Department of Corrections. It's a 43-page report that provided me with information that I knew and information that I did not know about Mr. Miu, about his victims, families, about Mr. Miu's background, about all aspects of this case, many of which were talked about today. That PSI report also included a sentencing recommendation. I also reviewed Mr. Nelson's sentencing memorandum. It was very helpful. It provided more information about Mr. Miu and his background, and I valued that information. Mr. Nelson submitted numerous letters from Mr. Miu's personal friends and coworkers. I read all of those. I also read the relevant portions of the file, including the complaint, the jury instructions, and the verdict. In a moment, I will pronounce a sentence that I believe is just and fair. When deciding on a sentence, I must consider the gravity of the offense, including the effect on the victims. I must consider Mr. Miu's character and his rehabilitative needs. I must consider the need to protect the public. The sentence must be based on the facts of the case and the law, not personal considerations, passions, or prejudices. But judges in Wisconsin have a great deal of discretion when imposing a sentence. Unlike many jurisdictions, we do not have sentencing guidelines or grids to follow. I want all of you to know that I have given this case a great deal of thought. I take my responsibility seriously. There is nothing more difficult or more solemn than imposing a sentence on another human being. As far as the gravity of the offense, the jury has spoken. Any efforts to relitigate this case are simply without merit. I firmly believe that the American criminal justice system is the best ever devised. It's not perfect, but I cannot think of a system of justice that is better at finding the truth while preserving the rights of the accused. In this case, 12 jurors reached a unanimous verdict. These 12 jurors were selected from a panel of more than 150 people. I, along with the attorneys for both sides, chose these jurors because they could be fair and impartial. Jurors came from all corners of our great county. They came from all walks of life. They were men, they were women, they were young, they were old. They listened to 8 days of intense trial testimony. They examined dozens of exhibits. They deliberated for 8 hours. In the end, they reached a unanimous verdict and found beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu was guilty of reckless homicide, reckless endangerment, and battery. Now, there are 2 key takeaways from this jury's verdict that I want to mention. First, the jury rejected the state's claim that Mr. Miu intended to kill Isaac Schumann or the surviving stabbing victims. In other words, the jury rejected the most serious crimes that would have sent Mr. Miu to prison for the rest of his life. Second, the jury rejected Mr. Miu's claims of self-defense. That means Mr. Miu did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or he did not reasonably believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This jury found Mr. Miu guilty of reckless homicide and 4 counts of reckless endangerment. These crimes are serious. They mean that Mr. Miu did not think about the consequences of his behavior and that he showed utter disregard for life when he stabbed 5 people. For that, he will be held accountable, but the court sentence must reflect the reality that it was reckless conduct that the jury found him guilty of, not intentional conduct, which is punishable much more harshly. In weighing the gravity of the offense, I consider the impact these crimes have had on the victims. The battery to Madison Cohen was unjustified. While she did not suffer any permanent physical injuries, she has mentally suffered over this entire ordeal. She described to the PSI author the toll this case has taken and continues to take on her. This offense has devastated Isaac Schumann's parents and stepfather. No parent should have to endure the loss of a child. They have had to cope with the senseless death of a loved one while enduring the weight of the criminal justice system that can be slow, confusing, and sometimes frustrating to victims. To you and to your family, there are probably no words that I can say today that will alleviate your grief. But I would be remiss for not expressing my sincere condolences to all of you. I am sorry for your loss and what you've had to endure. Although it must have been difficult, I appreciate each of you speaking today and sharing a glimpse into Isaac's life and who he was. It sounds like he was a wonderful person, bright young man who had an unlimited future. And for that, we in this community have lost. A.J. Martin and Riley Madison would have died on that riverbank had it not been for the swift action of law enforcement and EMTs and other tubers who helped to treat their wounds and stabilize their condition. They had long hospital stays, but they were very fortunate to receive high-quality medical treatment that restored their health. But we heard from them about the toll this matter has taken on their health, their mental psyche, and their prospects for the future. Anthony Carlson and Dante Carlson's wounds were less severe, but the risk to life was still present, obviously because the knife was directed into their torso near vital organs. But they fortunately have survived. Each of the surviving stabbing victims suffered permanent physical disfigurement. That can't be overlooked. And we've heard from A.J. Martin just about how that disfigurement can affect one's life. In assessing Mr. Miu's character, I must consider his conduct on July 30. Mr. Miu's crimes were the product of circumstance, not intent. Mr. Miu was not looking to cause trouble or hurt anyone, but he made a series of very poor decisions. When confronted with words and boorish taunts and insults, Mr. Miu drew a knife and he struck Madison Cohen. That quickly culminated in senseless, lethal violence. He left the scene, leaving his victims to die, while casually floating past them and emergency workers as if nothing had happened. He nearly reached his car. He nearly escaped the jurisdiction before law enforcement arrested him. These are terrible acts that form an indelible stain on his character. There is more to Mr. Miu than his worst acts. I can tell Mr. Miu has taken this case very seriously. He has been appropriate and respectful in his demeanor in court. I sense that he carries a heavy burden too. I imagine he is disheartened at the prospect of prison and the uncertainty of his future. But I also sense that Mr. Miu feels genuine sadness and remorse for what happened to his victims. I agree with the comments earlier that our criminal justice system is not designed in a way to allow people to apologize or to alleviate grief or to show respect to victims until a day like today at sentencing. That is unfortunate, but I heard Mr. Miu's words, both today and before, and I think he is sorry. Other than his conduct on July 30, Mr. Miu appears to be a quiet, nonviolent, peaceful man. He's never been in trouble before. He is loved by his family and friends. He's generous with his time. He helps others who are less fortunate or who are in need. Mr. Miu is respected in his community. Several of his personal friends and coworkers submitted letters that describe his character. Those letters were not shared in court today, but some of the most common words they use to describe Mr. Miu are kind, compassionate, friendly, loyal, respectful, and honest. Mr. Miu had to overcome great obstacles in life to achieve his place. He and his family suffered at the brutal hands of the communist regime in Romania. When he was a teenager, he and his family fled. They found asylum in the United States. Here, he adjusted to a new country, new language, new culture. He got good grades in high school. He went on to college in South Dakota. He became an engineer. He worked hard, had a successful career. I read somewhere in my materials that the proudest moment in Mr. Miu's life was becoming an American citizen. Mr. Miu has no rehabilitative needs. That means he doesn't need rehabilitation. He has no past criminal history. He does not associate with criminals. He has never used illegal drugs. He is not an alcoholic. He has not been diagnosed with a mental health condition, although there is evidence that he's experienced PTSD from July 30 while in the jail. Mr. Miu is educated. He has vocational skills. He has life skills. He's financially secure. He has a stable home. He has positive social supports. He knows the difference between right and wrong. He doesn't need rehabilitation. I mention all of these things to acknowledge that there is a lot more to Mr. Miu than what he did on July 30. I mention these things to recognize that a fair and just sentence takes into account the complete person, not just his worst acts at his lowest moment. Despite the seriousness of Mr. Miu's crimes, the evidence does not show that he poses an imminent risk to the public. Mr. Miu underwent a compass assessment, which is an actuarial tool that measures a person's risk of committing future crimes. Not surprisingly, Mr. Miu scored low risk. He's not a career criminal. He's not a violent predator. Although Mr. Miu may not pose an imminent risk to the public does have a strong interest in holding people accountable who breach the social compact and commit crimes. It's the concept of punishment. Punishment is a sentencing objective. When a person commits a serious crime, that person forfeits rights enjoyed by the law-abiding community. The most restrictive punishments are reserved for those who commit the most serious crimes. The punishment exacts a toll on the offender because of the harm the offender caused to the victim and the community. Taking life and endangering the lives of others are two crimes that warrant significant punishment. Punishment for what Mr. Miu did, but also punishment that recognizes who he is and the circumstances of his crimes. Here, that punishment will involve the loss of liberty, because anything else would depreciate the seriousness of his crimes. So at this time, I will impose the following sentence on Mr. Miu. For count one, I will impose a term of initial confinement of 20 years, followed by 6 years of extended supervision. For count two, involving Anthony Carlson, 5 years initial confinement, followed by 5 years of extended supervision. Count three, involving Dante Carlson, 5 years of initial confinement, followed by 5 years of extended supervision. Count four, Alexander Martin, 6 years of initial confinement, followed by 5 years of extended supervision. Count five, Riley Madison, 5 years initial confinement, followed by 5 years of extended supervision. Count six, Madison Cohen, 270 days of jail. Mr. Miu is not eligible for challenge incarceration program or the earned release program due to his age and the nature of these offenses. The sentences on all 6 counts will run concurrent. I am imposing a concurrent sentence because Mr. Miu's conduct toward each of his victims was part of a single continuous act over a short period of time. The periods of confinement take into consideration Mr. Miu's entire behavior, not just the behavior directed at any one particular individual. The conditions of extended supervision will include the following: maintain absolute sobriety, no possession of drugs or alcohol. You shall not enter any establishment where the primary purpose is the sale of alcohol. This will include places like bars, taverns, liquor stores, beer tents, and the like. You must complete an AODA assessment. You must comply with all recommendations of the Compass Assessment and the Department of Corrections. You must pay court costs and DNA surcharge on each count. You must submit a DNA sample. He may not have any contact with Isaac Schuman's family, including Elena and Danya Hernandez and Scott Schuman. He may not have contact with Alexander Martin, Riley Madison, Anthony Carlson, Dante Carlson, or Madison Cohen. He is responsible for restitution. The state must submit its restitution demand within 30 days. The defense may have 30 days thereafter to object. If there is an objection, the matter will be scheduled for a restitution hearing. Because Mr. Miu is convicted of serious felonies, he may not possess firearms, he may not possess body armor. He may not vote or hold public office until his civil rights are restored. If he were to do any of those things contrary to law, he would subject himself to additional criminal penalties. If he violates the no contact orders, he may also subject himself to additional criminal penalties. Does the state agree on a credit calculation, 732 days?
Yes.
All right, 732 days credit. Mr. Miu is remanded to the custody of the sheriff for delivery to the Dodge Reception Center. Is there anything else for today, Mr. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Nelson?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you all. We stand adjourned.
Well, I have to say, my guy, he looked up when he said that he couldn't vote. He looked up like, what you mean I can't vote? I want to run for president. No, well, he looked up like that was a problem. The whole time he was looking down. He didn't have nothing to say while this man was doing his thing. Look, when he said he couldn't vote, he looked up and he was like, what do you mean I can't vote? You should just ask the judge, like, what you mean? I don't understand. Let me see if I can get it back. Probably not. I probably can't get it back. I'm not good at this. Just trust me. Trust me, he did it. I ain't probably going to be able to find it, but he did it. So from my understanding, he got 20 years, guys. Am I right, Kurt? He got 20 years. Okay, 20 years plus 6 years of probation. So he 54, so he get out, he can get out when he about 75. Can he get out on parole, Kurt? Like, can he get out early, or do we got to do the whole 20? Yeah, can he get early release? I guess that's what I'm trying to see. Is do he get probation? Let me see. What's his name? Yeah, I want to know if he got parole. Let's see. I don't feel like looking it up, going and looking at the records. Okay, so it says when Wisconsin no longer allows consideration for parole after a person has served 2/3. What? This is probably not right. I don't know. I could just show y'all what I'm seeing. It said a man convicted in the fatal stabbing of a teen during a violent encounter on the Apple River was sentenced on Wednesday to 20 years for that crime, along with the lesser sentences for injuring 4 other victims that will be served at the same time. But Wednesday, Judge R. Michael Waterman said a 45-year sentence was the upper end of his option. After explaining the factors that went into his decision, the judge handed down a sentence of 20 years. So he could have got 45. Wow, okay. He was credited with 2 years that have already been served, meaning he will be 72 years old when he's eligible for release. Wisconsin no longer allows consideration for parole after a person has served 2/3 of a sentence. I don't understand that. Y'all understand that? I'm probably not reading it right. Y'all get that? But I don't get that. I mean, I guess I don't get that. Like, what are they saying? Like, if you serve 2/3 of it, then it say Wisconsin no longer allows consideration for parole after a person has served 2/3 of it. So if you serve 2/3 of a sentence, you can't get consideration for parole. Am I understanding that right? It's a sentencing for the stabbing of the 4 others range from 5 to 6 years, and they will be served concurrently at the same time as the homicide sentence. I guess this is the downward departure, represents punishment for what he did, but that also recognizes who he is and the circumstances of his crimes. Okay. I still don't know what that means, but whatever. I don't know. I don't know. That's the way I read it, Jason. I read it that if they I read it that if they serve 2/3, then no parole, but that don't make sense either. So I don't know. Y'all see this and it say Wisconsin no longer allows consideration for parole after a person has served 2/3 of their sentence. It would be like if you serve 2/3 of your sentence, you should be allowing them to do parole, right? That seems stupid. But you know, who am I? I ain't nobody. Don't pay me no attention. Because I have no clue what they talking about. Need an attorney. Okay, so this right here, what I just brought up, it says, so this is the legislature, the legislator. Duh. Okay. I thought it was gonna take me to it. Wait a minute. I don't know. I quit. I don't, unless y'all gonna tell me what it means, because I ain't about to read that mess. Email it to Dana and see if he can explain it. Well, you know, he may can, but you know, different laws in different places mean different things. So I don't know. So basically, they take parole off the table. Is that what we getting at, Jason? Like, so there's no parole. Lynn said, look, Miu done went up the river. What's the next case? Let's talk about that. So our next cases that I'm working on right now, just so y'all can be aware, we will, for those that are interested, I will be doing a motions breakdown for the YNW Melly case. He has a hearing on Monday. It's not probably gonna be but his full trial is coming up later this month for the witness tampering. I know a lot of people are interested in that. So I will break down and look at the motions. I'm trying to see if I can get us a special guest to come on to kind of help us break it down. Because I think it's the most amazing and weirdest thing ever. Because remember, Bortland, we watch him take a plea deal to the same thing that YNW Melly is about to go on trial for. So I'm like, well, how does this work? But I don't know. Will Bortland testify? I have no clue. Our other major cases that we're going to be doing next week on the 5th, I'm not sure. I'm sure they're going to be doing jury selection on Monday. So we will be taking these as they go. Y'all know how we go, how we move. So we are going to be doing the Sarah Grace Patrick. If y'all don't know, that's the young girl that unalived her parents and was doing all that crying and stuff on TikTok and stuff when she knew she had unalived them. So we'll be doing that case. I will be doing a we'll do like maybe I don't know if we'll do a case prep on that one. We may not. I know we are going to do a case prep on an unspent bullet redrum trial. And that also starts on the 5th. So both of these, I'm assuming when they say they starting on the 5th, when I look at the court dockets, that means that we still have to pick a jury. So I'm assuming Monday they'll probably be picking their jury. If they start court as far as opening statements, then of course we'll be in there Monday. So I will probably do the case prep for the unspent one on Monday, only so y'all can kind of see where we at and how we got there with that one. And maybe we can do something small on Sarah Grace. But I will do that on Monday. Then over the weekend, I am going to do the YNW Melly thing just so we can see and have it. Yes, Jason. Oh boy. That case is so, it's so, you know, because I really just don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand how that even happened. 45 years to just 17 years to serve is almost a get out of jail free. no, just yeah. Yeah, so we're going back to Florida. We're gonna be in Georgia, and we are gonna be in Oregon. Upcoming. So we'll cover 2 cases. Now, just so y'all know, the YNW Melly case, his trial does not start to the end of January. But you know they got to do their motion and limines. That's what we're going to be covering. Just real short string. We'll be covering all of those. It's like maybe 10 pages. That's what I was listening to earlier because I was getting the things from Vlad interviews in regards to what stuff they're trying to hold out. So it should be interesting. So we'll listen to that information. We'll get our gangsta on. We'll get our whopper with the choppers. You know, we'll get into our gangster mode, right, crew? Even if it's just a minute, we're going to be gangsters for a minute. Just a minute. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, I don't, you know, it's so funny because they have not, you know, he been in jail all this time and his first trial was a mistrial. And this happened in 2023 while he was in prison waiting for the other trial where allegedly he did something where it prevented his girlfriend, which they say they got her listed in the documents as MH, and her mom from testifying. And I guess witness tampering. So, yeah. Hey, because I can be whopping the chopper when we get into this gangster stuff. But when we talk about my client Miu, I got to be scared. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm all of it. Jason, I'm a woman of many colors. I could be anything you want me to be, boo. And that's for real. So our next court rule will be, I'm going to be whopping with the chopper. You make sure you get your name together. I got that from Fulio. And when we get in another case, if I got to be Miu, then I'm scared of everything. I got to present from all angles. Like, even when we go into the case with our guy who, with the unspent redrum trial, and you know a little bit about it, Jason, because me and you've been talking about it. Yeah, I'm going in there like he loved her to death, literally to death. So he didn't do it. Yeah, I gotta play the defense until otherwise noted. So yeah, I'm whopping with the chopper. Absolutely. Look, no orders say, yeah, she come, make sure you got your name. We're gonna be addressed by the gangster names. I know. And then next week I'll be scared and I'll be coward in my little hole. Talk about I was scared of everything. They did it all to me. Whatever. Y'all know how I get down. I'm every woman, like Whitney Houston said. I'm every woman. Y'all remember that song? Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I'm every woman. I'm scared. I'm the gangster. I got your back. Like, I ain't gonna never snitch on you. I'm all of those things. It just depends on who you are. Now, that's what y'all need to know. It depends on who you are. And do I want to do those things for you? And absolutely. I can tell y'all who y'all better not call if y'all in trouble. We won't go down that list of things again. Yes. Okay, so I will put out the alert. I am trying to see if I can get an attorney to come on with me, Lisa. She gonna be helping us out whenever we in Florida. I'm so excited. I know it's kind of last minute for her, but I did. I think because court documents was coming through today, so I emailed her. Hopefully, she can join us and kind of give us a breakdown. If not, then we'll I'll read it off and we'll do whatever we do with it. That's all. That's all I can tell you. Because I'm not a lawyer, but I can read the documents in my own, I don't know, y'all want to call it like slang language or I don't know what to say language, whatever. But I'll read it to you guys and we'll watch a couple videos that I did put together from Vlad on some of the stuff that they're talking about. So that should be exciting. It shouldn't be that long, maybe an hour and a half. So, and yeah, Monday we'll get into all our stuff. Yes, SD, Miu did testify. He got up there and told his story. And the story it was, he failed everything. I mean, he failed the cry class. He failed the how to testify class. He failed how not to lie. I mean, like he failed it all. Like if we had a check mark for failure of classes, he checked it all off. Failed. But the judge, I guess the judge, from his demeanor, the judge could appreciate. You say what's first on Monday? First on Monday, we are going to do our trial prep with the unspent bullet case. I keep having to say unspent bullet because I just want to say bullet, but it's not a bullet. It's not a casing. It's an unspent bullet, which makes it really strange of a case. So we're going to do that first on Monday because they'll be doing jury selection. in both of our trials. And whichever trial allows us in the courtroom for opening statements is the one we're going to go in first. So that's how we'll do it. And yeah, Monday may be a long day for us, but it is what it is. You know, the courtrooms is opening up. Yeah, so we will get together either. I'm gonna try to give her a chance to respond back to me so I can see if she want to do it Saturday or Sunday. But if she don't respond back to me, then I may just do a quick stream tomorrow morning. And that way we can do our YNW Melly. But we'll have something out there, some kind of schedule so we can get together, okay? All right, guys. Well, I want to say shout out to the mods and welcome to all the new members. Thank you all for all your support. Those that gifted memberships today and gifted memberships in the past, I surely appreciate it. We turned a lot of people green. Well, you guys turned a lot of people green today because I didn't turn anybody green today, did I? No, I didn't. I gotta step my game up. I gotta work harder. I'll turn some people green tomorrow. So thank you guys for turning some people green today. Shout out to the mods, of course. Chat always #1. SD, you can go back and look at the testimony. I do, SD. Was you number 91, boo? We getting better. I said, now, do y'all think that this weekend we can get to AK? You said no. Did you hit the like button? Did you even hit the like button? Oh, you was like 79. Because I know she would go look. She'd be looking at the like button. No, I'm just kidding, SD. You know, we always have an awesome time, whatever we doing, and just making it do what it do, right? All right, guys. Let's take it out.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mods on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach strolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yes, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white cloth way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. courtroom fog. In Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baka loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvier, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Just sweet Pea in the malls and the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.